If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back doing the Playmates Godzilla vs. Kong reviews. Now previously we did the Godzilla vs. Kong Hollow Earth set, which was a figure set they released a little after the movie released, but here we have some of the movie tie-in Godzilla vs. Kong stuff, which we're going to be taking a look at in increments, at least the ones that I currently own. And this one we're going to be going over the Godzilla with heat ray. Now, this isn't to be confused with the Godzilla vs. Kong heat ray, if I didn't even get this thing in the frame. These are two different figures as similar as they are. So, if you want to go see that review, it'll be in my playlist for Playmates videos. But with that said, why do I have two of them? Well, this one was the one I bought, or actually my mom got back in 2020. Yes, 2020, not 2021. For those confused, the movie was supposed to come at a certain point, but the figures came out after the movie was delayed. So that's why I got it in 2020, not 2021. And this guy I bought from a lot from 2022. And he came with a bunch of different monsters I didn't have, plus a bunch of monsters I did have. But when was I going to find a price that was actually that good? Like 50 bucks for our 8 figures. That was amazing. I'm probably never going to find a deal like that again. But anyways, back to these two. So that's why I have two of them. I never bothered to sell this one because he's actually different, like as far as sheer quality goes. But with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into the figures, which we're going to primarily be looking at this guy with also comparing him to this one. Starting off with sculpt and paint, we're going to be taking a look at the head. And I should kind of like tell you guys that, remember, this is Playmates' first attempt at the MonsterVerse Godzilla. So it's not going to be perfect. Then again, no figure is perfect. So we're going to be taking a look at what this guy has to offer. So for the head, it's actually going to be molded in a more softer vinyl rubber-like plastic. So it's going to definitely have some pretty nice details where there is actually some good details. We actually have some pretty nice little segmenting for the back over here where we do have some more like lineage work. And then here we have the gills, which are pretty well detailed, as well as the front of the neck here. Looks pretty nice. Although the weird thing is the neck is a bit more squared off because like it kind of corners itself. I don't know why they did that, because it almost just looks like kind of bulges out towards the sides. It looks very squared off. Not sure why they did that, but it's alright. The detailing is also pretty well, until we get to the face, where it feels a lot more smooth and it just doesn't feel as crisp as it should. I mean, I expect to at least see his nostrils. I mean, they kind of have the nostrils, but they're so minute. You can't even really see them. As for the paint, there's really not too much paint to talk about on this thing. The eyes are going to be painted pretty much a basic blue, trying to actually capture the freaking eyes. Like, what the hell, man? But whatever, there you go, you can kind of see it. So the eyes are going to be pretty much blue entirely, with a black pupil in there. There you go, you can see that pretty well. And it's going to look basic. It's just kind of like half an oval. It looks alright. And the other eye is also painted the same. However, you might notice that this eye is far more up than this one. Yeah, that was always a problem with the Playmates Godzillas. Just to bring in my other one, this one has a bit more stationary eyes. This is what it should look like. That's what it shouldn't look like. As you can see. So my guess is that this one was a reissue that happened a few years later. But as for this, when you open the jaw, there's not too much detail to be found inside. You do get like a fair amount of teeth paint. It's just primarily like white strips of paint and ink, kind of bleeds to the lip. Definitely a bit more of what you get, as well as pink in there that's a bit scuffed from the beam effect, which we'll talk about in a sec. And the teeth are not painted the best. From this side, it looks fine. This side, where they also screwed up the eye, they also screwed up the teeth. It doesn't even look like he has teeth until you actually look inside his mouth, where they painted it more towards one side than they did the other, and it definitely looks a bit off. Now I get it, mass-produced figures, but come on, man. Also, the spines up here are not painted, but we'll get into the spines in just a bit. Next, we're going to go down to the body, which we do get a bit of an upgrade here, where all of this is primarily dry brushed with my cat scratching up against that little scratch post we have. The wash we have here is very well done, and it's actually got the hard plastic here, which is actually decently detailed for how old this figure is. Like, I'm shocked because, like, remember, this was Playmates' first go, and in a lot of ways, this figure is outdated. But this actually does look very nice with, like, the wash effect, with, like, the more kind of gray, bluish wash on the black plastic. Really highlights some of the details, especially on the more softer plastic of the arms, where we have more of that scale and segmenting here. And then we get to the arms, well, upper arms, I should say, lower arms, whatever. And again, it kind of goes all the way around, then to the hands, where we have like some okayly painted claws. Don't look all that bad. And then the chest here for the battle damage, we do get some more rubbery plastic, although it does loosen the dry brushing, which is a bit of a disappointment, but that's okay. Coming down to the abdomen or lower abdomen, we get some more of that wash, and at least the detail here is somewhat consistent. It's not overly bad here on this more front part, and it at least looks nice. As for the legs down here, we do have some nice scaling and detailing when it comes to the upper part of the leg as well as the lower, showing you all the way around. It does take a tad bit of a dive as far as the shallowness of the detail, but it does look at least well detailed and sculpted. And we do have, again, more of that wash on both of the legs there, which look pretty nice. Maybe a bit missing on this part of the leg, but ironic because it's actually gotten on this part of the leg as well. And then coming down to the feet, where we have the painted in claws, which are painted pretty basically, just gray paint, or brown paint on the nails. Nothing to really write home about. Copyright info at the bottom of the feet. Let's pause it. Alright, you good? Alright. And this section of the tail isn't really all that detailed, which was commonly my biggest complaint about the sculpt. It's just that it doesn't look that detailed, that in the face. I feel like that could have been tightened up a little more, but the underside of it does look at least pretty good. And now I want to talk about these dorsal plates. This is honestly, without a doubt, my personal favorite thing about this figure. I was a sucker for the translucent plastic since day one. I love the translucency here. And I guess it's because I always liked the KOTM fins. Just to see them fully translucent like this is really nice. Although I would say I would have almost wished for like a bit of a transition as far as like the base of the spines to the tip of the spines, but honestly this looks still fine as it is. So like basically from here all the way to up here is entirely in translucent plastic. And once you get to the tail here, unfortunately it's not translucent, it's actually spray painted. And the blue it's not a terrible transition, but it's definitely obvious that it's like going from a deep sea blue to like Andy's room from Toy Story blue. It's very, very obvious. And what I also don't like is the fact that it just kind of stops midway. But at least it's better than not doing the whole thing entirely. Looking at you, City Battle Godzilla. And also the underside of the tail doesn't really have a whole lot to write home about. But it at least does look vibrant with this sprayed on blue. And just to bring in the other one for a brief comparison, again, more or less the same thing. It's in a bit of better condition than my other one is. And unlike this one, oh wow, that's actually sharp. I was touching this dorsal spine. My original one is definitely a lot more scuffed. than this one is. In fact, the only real quote-unquote scuffs, because there's no way something like that can scuff, is right there. A bit right there. Yeah, just a bit more towards the edges of the fins, which like really no one can really tell unless you're like, hey everybody, look, the edges of my dorsal plates don't have paint on them. Ew, if they do, gee, isn't that a big bummer? But really, that's gonna have to at least wrap it up with the overall mold. But just to really recap, the tail is gonna be more of like a flexible position, like an S curve. And I also forgot to mention the leg positioning. This one's more straightened out, and this one's more neutral. So they give it like a walking pose, which is something that the old Bandai America figures did in the 2000s and 2010. So it's at least nice to see that Playmates is at least carrying the tradition. Although I kind of would have just preferred if they were just purely static feet from the get-go. And the upper legs and the body here are going to be made of a hard plastic. The feet, arms, jaw, and head are going to be made of a softer plastic, just like the tail, and all this is going to be made of a translucent soft plastic. So overall, for the sculpt and paint, it's not that bad, especially for how outdated this thing is. Like really, at least in hindsight, but you can definitely tell this is going to be the more early of the bunch. Like it doesn't have the same detailing as you'd find on something like the Kong with battle axe from ironically the same movie, but also the New Empire, and I would even say some of the later Godzilla releases have better detail than this one does. But on its own, it's at least serviceable and gets the job done. Now, time to talk about articulation. Like I said, jaw can open and shut about that far, open up about that far. The neck. Do not turn the neck. Initially, yes, when I first got it, I thought the neck can turn, and it can turn a little bit. In fact, in the promos, they actually advertise this Godzilla sculpt being able to turn its head like all the way over here. Don't do this. See that? That is the seam line starting to split. Watch this. See that? That is because the neck is plugging into the body on a square peg. It's a square stick. Do not try to move it. If it was on a circle, like the 2014 figure is, then it would work fine, but it's not. So you're just going to end up breaking the figure. For the arms, we do get some pretty decent movement. It can go almost all the way around, not too much all the way around, but can at least do the trick. Same with this one. Also, no, there's no like hinge movement. It's just purely swivels. For the leg joint, this one, we can kick upwards about that far, downwards about that far. And for this leg, we can go up about that far and down about that far. And much like the head, do not move the feet either. Yes, they wiggle, but if you try and turn them, I can actually kind of better showcase it here. See that? That's the seam line starting to split. Don't do that. If you break it, you bought it. And for this, ball joint here at the tail, which just to kind of showcase it better, we have a ball joint here at the left, ball joint here at the right, ball joint up, and as far as I go down, down. And also just to mention the tail is packaged separately. So overall for the articulation, it's nothing bad. I'd say it's a bit of an upgrade compared to what we used to get with the vinyls. But that said, there's really no reason why it shouldn't have had a head swivel. Plus, it kind of falsely advertises that it does. It doesn't actively point it out, but again, in the commercial, we see that it turns its head. So, really, what's going on there? Like, you're just gonna break the figure. But that said, okay, stuttering. What articulation is there is nice. But really, that's really all it is. that bulge around the tail is pretty good. Next, we're going to talk about accessories, and as we can see, we have two of them. So let's go over this one. This is going to be the heat ray that it comes with. Now, this is inspired, or at least I believe to be inspired, from the S.H. Monster's Godzilla 2019, or actually 2014 onward MonsterVerse heat ray effect. Because I looked at two images of like this and that, and they're pretty similar, like as far as the top details go, but that's besides the point. It is a translucent piece of plastic that is very rubberized. Flex this thing all day, with no issues. Has a bit of a hole down here for, I'm gonna guess Kong's axe, so you can like put it in there. And yeah, the plastic they chose is actually really nice. I do dig the blue, and in fact, in the right lighting, it looks so good. Like, I remember when I opened my window, the sunlight came in, and good gravy was this thing so beautiful. So, to put it on, all you do is take the Godzilla figure. You're going to notice there's a hole back there. Just put the beam inside that hole, like this, and you're all set. It actually stays in pretty well. Although, I want to just mention that because this is my original and I've always displayed it with the beam. Oh, crap. As I'm dropping my other one. Let's do a quick comparison with my other one. You see how that one's drooping a bit more than this one is? Yeah, over the years, it kind of starts to sag. So, really, if you're going to display it with the beam, just do it at the caution that it does droop a bit over time. And also, something of note is going to be the battle damage, which for the battle damage piece, it's going to be this big lightning bolt almost piece on Godzilla's chest. You can see through the figure here and here, just that's only because that's parts where it latches on. And we can see Godzilla's rib cage with all like the red stuff. The red paint's all right. It's nothing like too spectacular. You can definitely see some black parts. I kind of wish they filled that in better, but we do see the rib cages. I almost wish the rib cages were painted, but whatever. To put this on, you just simply go from the top like this, and then kind of push your way down to where you get about up to here. And then that's where you can really dig in. If you want to take it off again, see the little in groove where you can kind of see the red? Pry your thumb into there. Boom. It's simple as that. So, overall for the accessories, nice addition with the battle damage. And it's not a bad feature. And I do appreciate the fact that we get a heat ray. Even though that later they kind of size it down a bit, which is a bit of a bummer. But overall, it's at least nice for what they did for this Godzilla. And for some size comparisons, here he is next to the Godzilla with heat ray from the Godzilla Kong New Empire set, which, by the way, it is a different sculpt in some parts. It is retooled from this one, so it's not the exact same. Plus, you can also see it has a different beam effect. And the Godzilla energized version with the fighter jet, or the fighter drone, sorry. The fighter drone, not the fighter jet, the fighter drone. Which ironically uses this guy's mold, even though they retooled this guy's mold for the new movie. Like, I'm still kind of confused about that. And here he is with some other variants of the same sculpt with the Radio Tower Godzilla, the dual release with this guy, and the most previous Godzilla vs. Kong one that I have, the Hollow Earth Godzilla from the Hollow Earth Figures and Diorama set. And as I pointed out in this guy's review, the beam is actually a different, or molded differently color-wise to this one. It's a bit more opaque, more towards the center, but here it's actually a lot more clear. And here he is with some other heat ray Godzillas from other companies, with the S.H. Monster's Godzilla 2021 from vs. Kong, the Heat Ray Godzilla Hiya Toys Exquisite Basic from Godzilla vs. Kong, and the NECA Toys Godzilla King of the Monsters V2 from 2019. And I still miss NECA's Godzilla line, but shout out to anyone who remembers me comparing these from that big video I once did. And here he is compared to the two Kongs I have, not counting Hollow Earth Kong, with the Battle Axe Kong. I got this guy same day as with the Kong. And I also think the Playmates Destroy, if I remember correctly, and the Fighter Jet Kong from, well, Godzilla vs. Kong. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I'm gonna be like a bit more honest here. In 2020, this was actually a pretty great figure. Not great, but it was a great option to have. You know, introducing the younger crowd to the Godzilla figures. Um, I guess the world of kaiju figures as well. And it was fun, you know, it was a new gimmick, the beam effect, the battle damage, and it was a smaller, compact Godzilla toy that I guess we really haven't seen before. But now in 2025, 5 years later, and 4 years after the movie came out, I really don't see a reason to return to this. Like, if you really want this thing, go ahead. But there's better options on the market than this particular Heat Ray Godzilla figure. Now, do I? Now, here's like my personal recommendation. Well, actually, we're gonna do the ratings. For sculpt and paint, it's not the best. It at least has some good merit, but you can definitely tell this was one of Playmates' earlier works. So I'm gonna have to give the sculpt and paint. I'm gonna say a 7. It's good. It's at least good. For the articulation, I'm gonna give that a 6, just because the head and the feet kind of dog down some points for me. And the accessories, I personally also give a 7, just because like they're fun accessories, but they don't really add a whole lot. Then again, it's a Godzilla toy, so really, what are you looking to expect? But I think overall, I'm going to give the figure a 6.5 out of 10. I feel like that's a fair rating for this guy. As far as like price for how much he was about $10 at Walmart and Target when they actually were distributing this thing. But now in 2025, with a new MonsterVerse film and an identical figure release, you're just better off getting that one. It's got better sculpted parts. It has a better heat ray, at least in my personal opinion. It has better colors. It has a better tailpiece. It still doesn't fix the neck articulation, but it actually gives you the feet articulation. There's no square peg down there. Still a square peg up here, which kind of sucks, but that's besides the point. But if you really want to return this thing, the retail price, or the aftermarket price, sorry, from what I'm seeing, is about 20 to 30 bucks. So make of that as you will. So until Playmates is really starting to decide to, like, hey, let's reissue these things again properly, I don't really see a purpose to return to them. But with that said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, my name is Matthew, and today we're back with the Godzilla vs. Kong Playmates reviews. And previously we did the Godzilla with Heat Ray, and so I thought, why not kind of double it up, quite literally, with the Kong with Battle Axe. Realizing there's a bit of a fuzz. I got cats, so that's why. So this one was the one I bought in 2020. Actually, no, my mom got for me in 2020. And then this one I got from a lot, featuring figures I didn't have, for about 50 bucks. So that's why I have two of them with me. But I feel like because they're mass produced, they do have some differences. So it does warrant a bit of variety to the review. So with that said, I know in the past I've been rather critical, but I want to do a more fresh, remastered 2025 version of the original reviews. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the Kong with Battle Axe. Not the 2024 variant, the 2021 variant. Even though this thing was released in 2020, whatever you want to call it. For the sculpt and paint for the Kong figure, this was actually, I think to my knowledge, Playmates' first attempt at a Kong figure in 15 years, which is really not that bad, but let's see how they did. For the face, it is okayly detailed. There are some fur patches, you know, they do look fine, especially like with the fur parts of like kind of going around towards the top of the head, and it's primarily like a poop around type base. For the tongue, it's basically done. It's not terrible. And the teeth are all painted. Yes, that is paint. That is not sculpt, as I found out. Because if I press the tongue on there, you can't really see anything. But there's actually like flaky paint. That was my fault, by the way. I totally take full responsibility for that. But we do have some painted eyes, which are painted in a weird way. Because like they are centered, but like they're somehow like more down inside the socket of the eye itself. So they didn't make the eyes big enough for how big the sockets are. And that kind of leads to some like mismatches of shape because if we go here, this one's eye is a little bit more to the left, or I guess his right. This one's a bit more centered but going up. So you definitely get some variety with your Kong eyes. But I don't really. Something I do like is again the detail on like the nose and the beard looks nice, uh, and I do like the kind of wash they had, especially like the top here. But I don't really like the skin color choice they picked because they chose to do a jet black, and that's not really movie accurate because no point in the film was Kong like this. You know, maybe in the concept stages he was, but not like this. So I feel like they definitely chose a bit too much of a darker paint application for Kong, but at the very least it does serve it nicely. Moving on down to the shoulders here, where we do get some nice more fur detail here. And then we have like the spray, the black going to the pecs. And we do have some nice scarring detail, well not detail, paint. I kind of would have preferred if it was sculpted in as opposed to it just being basically painted. But the pecs here are, they're all rightly done. They're smoothed over, and then we get like the fur detail, which in itself looks a lot better. As far as like the wash itself here, like the harder plastic doesn't really get a whole lot of it. Primarily, there's going to be better detailing and more wash on the shoulders and the arms. So they're gonna get like this black wash, which I think looks really cool and brings out some of the more finer details. Gives Kong almost like a more dirtied up effect. But sadly, you kind of lose that effect when you go to the back, where you do get some nice detailing, yes, but this would have benefited so much from the black dry brushing. Monkey booty cheeks. No, like actually, Kong's got some cake. Like, look at the top of this. Does this not look like the top of like maybe a big chocolate cake? Quite literally. So we do have some nice fur detail, and again, the fur detail is nice, and I do like it. There are some parts where it's a bit more smoothened out than others, like parts where it meets the hinges or something, and it does get a little bit more rougher towards mainly like bigger areas. But it at least looks nice. Belly button, of course, is sculpted in pretty well. And then going down where we have the fists, moving the fists right there. This one's the one that's open, so you're going to see more of that detailing in there, which we do have some nice fingernails. But of course, the skin color is going to be that more charcoal black. And then the fist is also going to be clenched. Of course, it's clenched fist. You don't go like that and say, hey, look at my clenched fist. Psh. Uh, but we do have some nice painting there. Again, it's the wrong color, but it does at least look nice. And then moving down to the legs, where we do get more of that dry brushing that you see on Kong, and it does look the part where, if I had to say, this dry brushing almost looks probably the best on the legs. Although, as you're going to see in a minute, it's definitely not the most consistent between releases. And but it does bring out some more finer details and really makes Kong look like he just got down and dirty in a fight. Granted, maybe he didn't really sustain much injury in that fight, aside from that. But we do have some pretty black paint job here for the bottom of the feet, which as far as like how it looks, that'll pretty much depend up to you. But it does look at least nice for what you do get. It's very simplistic and kind of smoothed over with the copyright info, but we do get some of those toenails. So at least for Kong, it does do the part very well. However, as I've stated before, there are a bit of differences from unit to unit. Take this for example. The dry brushing here on the arms. So let's go to this arm. This one's a bit more of a fair comparison. You can kind of see that this one has a bit more than this one on the forearm, but it's mainly kind of consistent-ish between these arms. And then moving down to these arms, where the battle damage piece has a bit more dry brushing than the one I have on my original. And it just kind of has a little bit more overall. Say except for the legs, which, yeah, there's a bit more here, and a bit more here than there is here, so they kind of like counteract each other, which I'm confident if you were to take these guys' legs and like swap them, then you basically just get matching figures. But at the very least, they did do a good job with like the dry brushing in itself. So overall, for the dry brushing, it's not bad. I do dig it. I definitely think there are a bit differences in the sculpt as far as like where it takes a quality dive. I think it's just down to the plastic material because the head, arms, and the legs are going to be made of a softer plastic, while the torso is going to be made more of a harder plastic. So at least with the Kong figure, I would actually say as far as detail goes, it's definitely better than the Godzilla Heat Ray, but it does serve at least a decent Kong. Sorry if you hear some noise in the background. I'm currently microwaving myself some food, but that's okay. For articulation, we have a swivel that will go 360. At the head, we have swivel hinge shoulders. We can go up, down, and a full 360 degrees. Kong's elbow can go in about that far, straightened out to the other side about that far, can rotate a full 360 degrees. And for the wrist, we just have a basic swivel, not really any resistance. For the knee, or sorry, the leg, you can go up about that far. And it's actually angled from this side. Yeah, there we go, that's better. Angled from that far up, that far back, can rotate. And because you can rotate, you can actually go out like this and aim at different directions, which gives you a bit more kind of like almost like Kong doing the splits. I mean, kind of do the splits. But it's also added thanks to the additional knee joint, which can go up about that far, backwards about that far, and nothing there for rotation and nothing at the foot. So overall for the Kong, as far as articulation is concerned, it's basically what you'd expect. And honestly, I'm kind of shocked that the Godzilla didn't get really anything of, like, as far as articulation's concerned like this, because he would have benefited so much from having just basic swivels. Like, Kong got the majority of it, so maybe it was Kong's favoritism. Because, like, why couldn't they give Godzilla a proper head joint instead of a square peg that just breaks the figure every time you try to move it? Well, Kong gets one. Whatever. Regardless if it's Godzilla or Kong favoritism, I still like the articulation a lot. Taking a look at the accessories, which we actually do have a bit. We have the battle damage piece, and we have the battle axe. It's all about the battle, isn't it, Kong? Well, I mean, Kong does battle in both the Hollow Earth and in Hong Kong, so it's only fitting. So first things first, we're going to take a look at the battle damage piece, which it's going to be basically the small piece of Kong's right bicep, and it's decently flexible. And to put this on, all you basically do is, I personally like to aim toward, actually, let's quickly take a look at the battle damage here. It's more muscle and blood fibers and like a bone, like Godzilla's ribcage and the skull crawler's ribcage. But it does look very nasty and gruesome, which to also compare it briefly to my, oh crap, dropping my other one, which I bought a few years later. If I can get it off smoothly. Because keep in mind, these battle damage pieces do tend to wear down over time, potentially. So I don't want to overdo it. My new one, it looks about the same. There's really no difference between the two. So I'm sorry if I wasted y'all's time. But basically, to put it on, it's never been simpler. I personally like to aim from the bottom and then work my way to the top. Just like that. And boom, you're pretty much all good. And as for the battle axe is going to be, of course, this is the first iteration of the battle axe. So it's going to be a big bone that's colored in brown with some other strapping sculpt work here that's meant to be the hide that binds the spine with the bone. And then with the spine itself, they took like an interesting approach because you'd think they just completely painted blue, and they did paint it blue, but they left like some brown wash over it. And I can tell it's a brown wash because let's do a comparison with my not really a reissue, but like second iteration of the battle axe, which this is my original, this is my reissue, or my second purchase one. And as you can see, there's a lot more brown on this one than there is this one. And it definitely kind of gives like a different vibe and appeal. So, put it on, it's never been simpler. Slide this into Kong's wrist, kind of spin it around in there, and then boom, you got Kong holding it. If you're having trouble, use a blow dryer, but out of the box, it should be malleable enough. But again, if you're having trouble, just use a blow dryer. Be cautious because if you use it too long or gets too hot, then eventually it'll start warping the plastic on both the battle axe and the fingers. And you don't want a warped Kong, do you? So no. But yeah, that is essentially the Kong with battle axe, battle axe and battle damage. So for some size comparison, sorry. Here he is next to some other Kongs in my collection with the NECA King Kong based on the 33 design, even though it's NECA's own thing, and the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island figure based on the Kong King of Skull Island novel series. Which, funny enough, all of these utilize the Kong public domain status. Yes, if you guys don't know, Kong is in the public domain, which means you can actually create your own Kong movie. Just make sure to call it Kong, not King Kong, because Universal has the trademark to King Kong. I don't know, it's confusing. Just as confusing as it sounds. And here he is next to some other Playmates Kong figures with the Kong Skull Island Classic Kong from the first wave of Godzilla and Kong Toho series figures, and the Peter Jackson King Kong 2005 Kong. I think this is the one with the V-Rex set. Again, I'm not too sure. It's an older figure, so I don't have that knowledge. But, ironically enough, that was my first Kong figure for quite some time until I started collecting like literally every single other Playmates Kong that released. So, at least I'm stacked up on Kongs now. And for the final size comparison, here he is next to some other Kongs of various sizes from the same film, with GVK's minifigure Kong and the giant Kong, also from Playmates. And I have to ask, why couldn't he look like him? Genuine question. And also a question for you guys, which Kong would you like yours in? Small, medium, or large? And so overall, what do I think of this figure? Well, again, I'm reviewing this in the same lens as I did with the Heat Ray Godzilla from the same line, and I reviewed not too long ago. And that said, I think that this Kong is a pretty good Kong, all things considered. Its sculpt is alright, it's got some parts to it, but it's pretty good in like the fur department. It has some pretty nice dry brushing, for the most part where it's actually applied, and the paint job is a bit on the more iffy side. I'm not really a fan of the more darker color, especially when they would actually change that with the later releases. But the articulation is nice, and you can actually put this guy into some pretty decent and comical poses like what I'm doing here, with the two Kongs going to town on each other. Who will win, Kong with Battle Axe or Kong with Battle Axe? If you pick Kong with Battle Axe, you're an absolute stupid idiot. Anyway, and as for the accessories, they're basically what you'd ask for. A nice, durable little battle axe and a battle damage piece that, let's be honest, this was why they removed them, because kids would just probably swap them away and then they'd just get lost forever. But with that said, I do appreciate this Kong for what it is. Is it outdated? Yes. And would I recommend this on the aftermarket? Again, it goes for about the same as Godzilla Heat Ray, about the $20-$30 on the aftermarket price. So I would honestly think at that point, it's down to you. Do you like what you see here? Do you want this figure? Is it grabbing you by the throat to get it right now? If it isn't, don't bother. If you want a Battle Axe Kong from Playmates, go get the new one. It's from the second wave, I believe. And there's also a Godzilla accompanying it, a not so good Godzilla, but it's still a Godzilla. And also there's a Mothra and Tiamat, but that's like a different movie entirely, right? So honestly, you're better off getting that one. It has better detailing, better sculpt, better paint. Debatably the same articulation, but also a better battle axe, and it doesn't come with a battle damage piece. So with that said, I'm going to rate Sculpt and Paint a 7, so it's at least a little bit better. I feel like that's fair to at least do 7 out of 10. Articulation probably gets a 7.5. Wish it had a bit feet swivels, maybe waist swivel too. And the accessories, I'm going to give a 7 as well. Not the best, but definitely a lot better than something like the Godzilla one, where it would droop over time. And overall, I think, personally, I'm going to give this figure a 7 out of 10. Not a bad figure, not a great figure, not the worst, just pretty good. But with that said, that's all I have for this video. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are taking an extended look at the Playmates Monsterverse line, Godzilla vs. Kong Hollow Earth figure and diorama set. If you haven't seen my unboxing video, which I recommend you to, I basically mentioned in the video that this was going to be, at least for now, until they start reissuing their GVK stuff properly, that this is going to be my last one for that specific movie from their line. A big reason is because, again, just in case you haven't seen it, their GVK stuff is becoming kind of, and I hate using the word rare on a Playmates figure, rare for lack of a better term, because I don't know, Playmates is just really reissuing like a select amount of figures, and it just kind of seems like Warbat, especially the Warbat, the Hong Kong battle figures, even though those got some reissues, they were like very, very limited stock, and I was never able to find them. And I don't know, distribution for these figures has been getting tighter and tighter and tighter until GXK rolled around. So thankfully, so I'm hoping that somewhere down the line they can reissue those. But as of now, this is the last one. That said, I wanted to get this set for a little while because one, I wanted to kind of see what the paper stock sets actually had in store, and also because I was kind of a fan of the way they did the GXK ones, because I got the GXK ones before I did the GVK ones, just from an availability standpoint. And you know, they were cool, they were nice, they were little things like kids could like fold out themselves. Assuming that you'd want this for your kid. But here I thought I'd double it up and get a full-blown set, which one's on sale on Amazon, and the box came ripped. Thank you so much, seller. With that said, this is going to be my review of the set within itself. So, now that we have the full-on Hollow Earth set, is this going to be reaching new heights, bigger than that three-floored structure, for lack of a better term? Or is this set as hollow as the Hollow Earth itself? Let's find out. Okay, so first things first, we're going to start with the figures of the set, which, for the first one we're going to be taking a look at, is going to be the king of the monsters himself, the undisputable Alpha Titan, Kong. It's okay, jokes aside. He's the eighth wonder of the world, you already know. So this is going to be what they call the Hollow Earth Kong. And this is basically going to be a repaint of the Kong with fighter jet figure with new paint. Well, aside from the base paint, but it's going to feature new hues of color. So let's go ahead and get this party started, shall we? Raising up the camera here, and of course looking into his very dead soul. For the head, it's the same mold we've seen like I don't even know how many times at this point, because we've seen this on the fighter jet Kong, Antarctic Kong, who even knows at this point. The eyes are painted a basic orange with black pupils in the center of them, which looks pretty well done. The face has a very dark gray spray to it with painted teeth in there, just kind of like your basic strip of paint. He's got a very kind of pissed off look to him, almost like he's kind of grumbling to himself. And of course, you have that one tooth that's kind of like almost like a snaggletooth look. And it looks pretty well done, all things considered. And also, the fur detail's still there. The nostrils are still pretty well sculpted in. Like they go pretty in deep, which is actually something I do appreciate about the Kong sculpt. Of course, the ears make a return. My cat's down there, so don't mind that noise. And yeah, it just kind of features the same, almost like lightish tone brown for the base. But of course, goes without mentioning the new paint, which on the beard, it's going to be painted blue, similar to the Hong Kong Battle Kong, and features a new thing of orange paint for the top of the hair, which kind of looks like he got like a hairdo, almost looks like Zuko. I'll admit, it does look a little goofy, especially because like it just looks like he got a new hairdo. But I will say, like, especially for a repaint, this really adds some like much needed color to a scene which was already like pretty much chalked up with blues, as we'll see when we have the whole set together. But here for the rest of the body, we have more of that kind of harder plastic. The head's made of a softer plastic, but the body's going to be made of more of a harder one. For the pecs here, we do have like that sprayed on gray for the base. And then we have the scarring, which is also painted on, but they also put sprays of orange for the pecs, and then some underlining with blue. And then for the belly button, still looks the same. Fur details look nice and well, still a little basic. And they also carry with the blue spray down towards the sides of Kong, which I also do appreciate. And what I like about it is that it actually kind of goes down here and then goes on both sides, so it really gives like an illuminating look, if that makes any sense. But for the back, it's primarily unpainted, like at least for a majority of it. Kind of would like to see some like highlights of maybe black on him, as the Battle Axe Kong did, even though I don't think it carried to the backside, but whatever. Playmates really loves to leave their backsides completely untouched, unless you're Godzilla. Then again, it'd be weird for all the Godzillas to have the same backside. Looking here, but we do have some nice kind of mirrored fur details, which look fine enough. Same thing we've already seen. Monkey booty. For the arms, same sculpt you've already seen like who knows how many times. Looks nice. Does have like the black dry brushing, a little bit of a cat fur. That's not the figure's fault that I have 3 cats with me right now. So with some dry brushing of black. For this side, you have pretty much all orange. And then for this side, you have pretty much all blue, say except for that, but that's only because it's painted over. And you do get some more black with the more kind of brownish base for the plastic, and it looks pretty well done. And I overall like the color variety they chose. Pretty much opposite goes to the this arm, where we have blue here, orange here. Basically, just everything is just mirrored at that point, which again definitely looks the part. Also, what looks the part is going to be those legs, which are painted in the blue with the dry brushing making a return here, which looks at least nice. And I do dig the way that it is painted. However, if there is one kind of mild criticism I do have with this figure, it's that much like, we'll talk about articulation in a bit, but when you move the figure, there's going to be points of it where they aren't painted. And then, especially when you move something like the shoulder, it's just like that, which doesn't really look the best. But then again, it is a Playmates figure, so I wouldn't really expect the biggest of quality. But at the very least, the fists here and here do have some very nice details. Of course, we have it open for the you-know-what accessory. And then here we have like the tight fists here. For the feet, they're not painted really. They do have the gray and the blue hue, kind of. But really, there's nothing too special going on with them. Copyright info, 2020 legendary, same mold we've already seen. Here's one more look at the back side. Just want to give you like good shots of all the sides of the figure, like this, and then like this. And so for sculpt and paint, again, it's the exact same thing. If you have seen the Fighter Jet Kong review, it's the exact same figure, just with blue and orange paint. Although I will say, it definitely kind of loses the vibrancy of what the gray, because it kind of gets drowned out by the more vibrant colors. Also, just kind of pointed out, mine's got a bit of like a nick right there of orange paint. You can kind of see it. For some reason, it shows up better in person than it does on camera, but whatever. It looks fine. It does the job. It's nothing like overly spectacular, but it's a good Kong figure at the very least. But for articulation, the head is on a swivel. So you can go pretty much a full 360 degrees, just like that. Arm, we can go up, down, left, and right. I'm trying to be careful not to like scrape up the paint because let's just say Playmates figures are not known for having the best sealed paint, but you can go around in the socket. Elbow can go bend in about that far, straighten out about this far, and can rotate as well. Nicely done. And hold on. Wrists can swivel, although I feel a lot more like resistance almost, because like it twists, but then it like stop. Okay, how does this? It almost feels like you're twisting the plastic, which you are, but then it finally like catches up and then just starts twisting. So do be mindful when you're twisting this thing. The other shoulder can do the exact same thing. This one can do swivel hinges for the shoulder. The legs. So you can go. Let's try getting that a better angle. Up about that far, down about that far. You can rotate, so you can kind of kick out to the side and do the splits if you really wanted to. And you can go in about that far with the knee, straighten out that far with the knee. Can't rotate there, and you can't rotate at the foot. So, again, pretty much the exact same thing you'd be getting with the Fighter Jet Kong as far as articulation's concerned. So it at least does the job for the articulation. So overall for Kong, at least the figure itself, it's not bad. It really isn't. But of course, we're going to be saving the overall opinions at the end. But what's a Kong figure without some accessories? Yes, for accessories, he comes with his infamous battle axe and a heave accessory, which the battle axe is going to be the exact same thing we've seen with the battle axe Kong. Realistically, nothing has changed, which we'll pull up a comparison once we're done with Kong. And the heave is going to be the exact same heave we got with the mechagodzilla with heave, the standard version. Although, no, that's not okay. I thought these little bits were just access plastic, but no, they're part of the design. I guess I never noticed that. Had these heaves for like who knows how many years. This is my third heave, by the way. Technically seventh if you want to count the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire heaves. Anywho, so to attach the accessories, it's never been easier. For the battle axe, you want to take Kong's arm like this. Then you want to take the battle axe like this, and then you want to kind of like shimmy it in. Shimmy, shimmy, yay, shimmy. Okay, fine, I'll stop. And then you kind of want to roll it or squeeze it into there. Use a blow dryer if you have to, but Kong is now holding his battle axe, which For its detailing, for we can actually get a better look at it. Bone club is kind of there. You get it, little bone at the end, and then you get this big femur, and then you get like what appears to be like Godzilla's skin, lining a dorsal plate around, which also does have some pretty well sculpted details. Mine's got a bit of a neck right there. I don't know if I think that's from the packaging or before I opened it. Again, I wasn't like 100% awake at that time, probably. So, yeah, it's definitely the same axe we've seen at the very least, especially like this side. And as for the heave, Kong doesn't really hold the heave. It's meant to be like a make believe thing, so you can like like that sort of thing. And for its detailing, here's this side underneath. There's pretty much nothing aside from two in there. This side, this side, top side, and then the front, and then you have like that metallic door, which is like, or window, which is like the only piece of paint on this whole thing. So really, it's just meant to look cool with your Kong figure. And honestly, like at least this setup, if the figure was just sold as is like this, I don't think this would have been a bad release. Granted, it would have been a little much, but as my cats are fighting. But there is one last thing I didn't mention, and you already know what it is. That's right, you know it. You might love it. I don't know. Um, I'm personally a bit, no pun intended, torn on this because you tear it right off. The battle damage. Yes, this go around, it's the exact same thing. It's going to be the right bicep, big piece of skin taken off. And I will say, it definitely looks a lot gorier. Like it's made of a much more glossy paint finish. And it looks a lot more pink, almost like magenta. Which, as far as like accuracy to actual blood, I don't really think it would be that accurate, but I will admit it does look a lot nastier and a lot more gruesome. But of course, to put it on, all you do, slide it in there, and then kind of clip it in. Hold on, actually, I think the opposite way kind of works too. Okay, so yeah, there you go. I guess you put it in there first. I've always put it in there first. I wonder why it doesn't work there. But that as far as what Kong goes. He's a very, very simplistic repaint that is basically the, what's the best way of putting this? The, I don't want to say the definitive, but basically comes with all the Kong stuff that you would need. The heave, the battle axe, and a pretty good figure, I'd say at least. But let's save those thoughts for the end. And for the second character in the set, you know him, you love him. His name is first in the title, the King of Monsters, the true one, Godzilla. Yes, Godzilla here is going to be a repaint of the radio tower Godzilla, and as you can tell by his color scheme. But I'm just gonna come out of the window right now and say this. This might be my favorite version of this mold from Playmates. Yeah, I I'm just gonna say it. I think it looks better than the radio tower, the heat ray, the definitely the energized. It just looks the best overall. So why do I like it so much? Well, let's see. So first up, we're gonna take a look at the head, which um, if you already know what that radio tower Godzilla looks like, you already know what to expect. But it's going to be a rather simplistic, simplified mold. Very mellow details here for the face, but then you kind of get some decent detailing here for like the neck segmenting back here, then the gills, and then the front of the neck, which is going to be entirely painted in that teal paint. But for the eyes, they are a bit on the more iffly painted side because the pupils and the eye paint itself are actually disconnected from each other. Yeah, that doesn't look necessarily the best. But the teeth paint actually look really nice. And they probably are the best painted of the whole line that I currently have. Um, this one looks a little better. If it was like this, then I think it would have been fine. But for the back of the neck, we have like hues of green here and here, which kind of just overall add to a better color scheme, mixing with some mild dry brushing for the gills on this side and that side, which, hey, who's to complain about that, huh? And then when we move down to the shoulders here, we have more hues of green, more of like a dark green, and then we have some more dry brushing here for the scales back here, and they look pretty good. I do like the dry brushing here that is included. And then for the chest itself, we all have it in all that beautiful teal blue. I'm in love with the way this thing looks. For this side here, we have more of that dry brushing, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. This side also has the green dry brush wash. Definitely looks really nice. And then for the claws, features that very kind of more sandy-ish nail color. Definitely looks a lot better here than it does on the other figures. Although if I did have one criticism, it's the fact that you can obviously tell that the paint is like split by the seam line, so half of it's blue, half of it's like more of a grayish. So it definitely kind of looks a little iffy from the sides, but that's not too bad. Going on down here for the legs. The legs are going to have the very same crisp detailing we see for the uh, arms here, which we have this for the more straightened out leg. We have all of that green making a return, and it definitely has a lot more of like the what is it, the dry brushing. I don't know why I struggled to say that. And it also is inside the leg. Thank you, Playmates, for at least painting the inside of it. Also, by the way, the crotch to the tail is painted as well. And then we have the dry brushing here on this side, same plastic colorization. And then here we have the entirety of this side painted, and it looks really good. I love the combination of like the dry brushing with the green wash, and it just looks so good when it's all thrown together. And then especially we got some wash and dry brushing on the feet itself. And we have the toenails, which are actually well painted. I like it. There's really no like major bleed over, which is nice. I like it. Underneath the feet, not too much going on. But down to the tail, which we'll get to the fins in just a sec. It does stop right here, but good grief, is this thing so cool looking. Now, this could just be my personal bias towards blue and green, but this color combination is beautiful. I love the blue base and then like the streaks of green that are kind of like outlining it. I really wish that the whole figure at least looked something like this. An all light blue Godzilla mixed in with the green highlights. Sorry, the whole figure's gray, at least on base. This would have looked awesome, but sadly it does cut off more towards the midsection of the tail. And also just to talk about it, the fins are back in the non-translucent variety, but still lit up as if he's about to do his atomic breath, which these fins are not painted, but these ones are. They are the lighter blue, which definitely looks on the... It doesn't look as vibrant as it does here, but it does look at least nice enough. And unlike my Radio Tower Godzilla, it actually painted towards where it's actually supposed to end, even though I would have preferred the whole tail being painted. But hey, you know what? At least half painted is better than not painted. So at the very least, it does look the part when it comes to this overall figure. And the detailing is also back with like the various segmenting here for the tail, then all the scaling and bumps and grooves across the body. Let's get a few more shots of this guy. Here's the right side, left side, the back side, underside, right side, ignore the cat, above, and the front. So overall for the paint and sculpt, again, the sculpt is nothing special. It's what we've seen before like a billion times. But with the new added paint, and plus being my favorite, or what was my favorite, Godzilla variant of this mold. It just took that and added so much more to it. And this hands down takes my favorite, overall Godzilla of this mold and just looks so good. Which perfectly segues into articulation. Which, for starters, which we have a hinged jaw, closes up about that far, and opens up about that far. The head, it's not articulated. Let me get this clear. It is not. There's a seam line. Playmates advertises you can swivel it. I tried this on my radio tower, Heat Ray Godzilla. I twisted it, and see that little seam line? That seam line on my original figure started splitting. If that thing splits all the way, there goes this arm, the whole thing, this whole front part just popped out, and you're not going to have it exactly a broken figure, but you are going to have a figure that's in pieces. So, would not recommend the head articulation. The arms, though, you can rotate, let's just say comfortably about up to back there. To about there. So, there we go. Almost 360, but it gets blockaded by the legs. For this arm, you can go like that. Let's try and push it. I'm feeling a little stiffness. There you go, basically about the same thing. So again, nothing like too overly spectacular when it comes to the articulation here. The straightened out leg can go up about that far, down about that far. No out to the side, but this leg can go up about that far, down about that far. And for the feet, also no articulation. Don't even try, because much like the head, it's on a big square peg and it's going to snap it right off with the seams. And for the tail, we have a ball joint here, which you can go up, down, to the left, to the right, and you can swivel all around. So, overall, for the articulation, again, it's nothing really spectacular. It's serviceable. It gets the job done. But I definitely think I would have liked to seen a head joint and or leg joints. I mean, they gave us the feet joints, not leg joints. It already has leg joints. Feet joints. They gave us that on the reissue / retool of the Godzilla with Heat Ray for the New Empire. But they still didn't give us a head swivel, despite the fact that they do that on 2014. So, what's really going up there, Playmates? But what Playmates has in store is going to be the atomic breath, or the heat ray as they now call it, because apparently Toho doesn't want Godzilla to be associated with nuclear power after the, I think there was a nuclear accident over in Asia. But then again, Godzilla's origins is literally about atomic weaponry, so that's a bit on the iffy side. Anyway, this beam, I'm just gonna say it, even though it's the exact same mold we've gotten, like, technically speaking, this is my fourth beam. I have two Heat Ray Godzillas, then the mechagodzilla with Proton Scream. This is the best iteration of the beam, this particular beam. I still think the Heat Ray Godzilla GXK version is a bit better, but this thing is, let me actually show you a comparison. So this is my first Heat Ray Godzilla from 2020, and as you can see by its beam, it looks cool, looks translucent, but compare this translucency compared to this one. Does that now look more shinier, more vibrant? Yeah, like look at the tips, for example. There's a clear difference. And also because this one's like flopped over time, it's definitely drooped over the years versus this one where it can actually go straight ahead. So the heat ray itself, it's never been easier. You open the mouth, there's going to be a socket up in the head, but you want to aim that upwards, and you want to just shove it in there, and boom, you have your Godzilla shooting the heat ray. But of course, we're going to be bringing up the debatably most important aspect of these figures, and that is going to be the battle damage piece, which mine's got a little bit of a scuff right up there. But just like Kong, the battle damage is going to be painted a much more vibrant red, almost magenta. However, I do have one criticism. It's that these gaps here, 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 and here, it's not as smoothly painted as I think it could be. Because, like, there are gaps in it where it kind of ruins the illusion. But that said, it at least is a better representation of what a gory battle damage piece should look like instead of like the more duller red of the past years. So at the very least, they got that right. But overall, for the Godzilla, again, I'll say my absolutely final thoughts on the figures. But at least as of here, this is my favorite iteration of the Radio Tower Godzilla, or at least the Godzilla mold of this specific 2020 mold. It looks really nice, and especially with all the different colors, I think it's pretty hard to beat. The only one I think would beat it, like as far as my personal bias goes, is probably the Radio Tower Godzilla, which I'm hoping to get. Like, that thing looks friggin' amazing. I love the dorsal plates on that. But as of this, I think that this is awesome. I'm a sucker for blues and I'm a sucker for greens. This thing gave me both, and more, some, and I guess then some. But again, on its own, pretty much a awesome Godzilla figure. Next up, we have the multiple piece diorama, which how many stocks do we really got in stock here? Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Hey, look at all this. This is a 5-piece diorama that, again, has 5 different parts of the Hollow Earth. And we're going to be taking a look at each one of them one by one. Actually, that's kind of a lie. We're going to look at 2 of them since they're so bloody similar. First, we're going to take a look at these trees, which I'm going to be honest, they're trees. These are literally something you can nab off Google and print them out for yourself, but essentially they are kind of like 3D-esque. You have one piece of cardstock that is printed only on one side, by the way. So you have to angle it like this if you want to get that illusion. And then you have the main piece, which is going to be like a big flat piece that kind of carries everything together. And then you get like the different tree here, and then another tree here. Pretty much Hollow Earth megafauna, if you will. And also, much like that piece, it is also blank and white on the other side. It's whiter than me. This is going to be more of like just really, really for decoration. Like, this whole thing is kind of for decoration. These things are really for decoration. They're just kind of meant to add a bit more depth. And I mean, it's kind of hard to screw up trees, but the fact that these are like also part of the 5-piece number, and it's like literally what's the fraction here? Like, I'm not good with fractions right now, but basically these are 2 parts of it. Whatever, this is 40% of the diorama. I'm gonna say it. This should not have been counted as one. Really, the bigger pieces are going to be the more main attraction of what you're going to be getting here. So we're going to move on to them. Next up is going to be this archway, which I think, I could be wrong, is going to be something Playmates themselves created. And honestly, with my cat hanging in the back, it's funny enough, it's the off-screen cat, and she's off-screen. So I guess she's back. Anyway, this archway is going to be made of 3 pieces, technically, because you got these 2, which you like inserted them, you fold them in, and then you have this little archway made of like rock, and it's pretty large. It's just to bring in like for scale here, it's going to be bigger than Kong, which like Kong can't even like walk through it. You actually have to like sideways him in, which is kind of weird. Like, especially when people are trying to like, well, kids are trying to like play with these things, even though it's more of a diorama, it's literally in the name. But could this not have been like the door to the temple? Like, you had a literal archway created by the apes. Maybe you could have had some like foldable doors. Or here's the better option: make it out of plastic. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Some of these things will not last. This is what the backside looks like. Thankfully, because they're folded in, they're double-sided. But not this. Yeah, it's definitely got some nice terrain design, like some more green, almost like algae, and then you got some like more rocks and segments. It's an arch. Basically, what I'm trying to say. Speaking of the temple, you have a literal paper recreation of the temple, which is basically Kong's shortly lived throne room. And we're actually going to be taking a bit of a closer look at this thing. I don't want to really move it all that much. But for the base of it, you have this big circle padding, which is going to be the Godzilla shaped thing on the bottom. They never explain in the movie, and they never make mention of this again. Because you'd think this would be like the discovery of a lifetime, as they say in the movie. But they literally never bring it up in the New Empire. Anyway, this big Godzilla thing is going to be highlighted in blue as it was in the movie. And then you got like some blue illuminating on this throne, which we'll talk about the throne, but it is also 3D cardstock. Taking a look at this side here. It's going to be white on these sides as well. Trying to get a good look at that without knocking anything over. There you go. And of course it goes from like that blue to like that very brownish red. And then you go up here, we have the rocks, which have the Hellhawks, which I think I still have my minifigure in there, which, I mean, we could put that up here, which if you have yours, you could definitely do that. And we have some like rocky ceilings, have a bit of blue up there. And then here you have kind of like the blue, which is weird because it's like on top and no one's really going to pay attention to the top of it. But we do get some more like blue highlighting, which where the blue would be coming from because everything's all down here. I have no clue. And also, I guess just to show the back side of it is entirely white. There you go. That's a shot of the back side. And a shot of the underside. And yeah, that's basically what the throne room looks like. However, I do have one personal gripe with this thing. So, here's our Kong from the set. Okay, you place him in here. He's fairly in scale. It's a much more shrunken down version of what you see in the film. Okay, nothing too bad there. So let's get Kong into a sitting pose. So, knees bent. He goes to sit. Almost knocking everything over. You see the problem here? Let's look in there. Kong isn't even sitting. Yeah, they made it so the throne stands too low. So Kong at his lowest setting can't even sit in it. So you kind of have to have him resting up against the wall. I get this is more of a minor nitpick, but it really breaks the illusion once you notice it, because really once I noticed it, I couldn't really say it out elsewhere. At least this looks fine. It definitely looks what it's supposed to, and it's definitely clear that Kong was supposed to go in this throne room. I mean, it is Kong's throne room, so where else would he be really going? But really, it is a bit disappointing that they weren't able to at least make this piece of cardboard higher so it could actually fit Kong's tushy. But again, it at least looks fine. This is probably the best you're going to get of the Kong throne room on a budget, unless you want to sell for that very big, expensive figure of him. Statue, sorry. And here we come to the big event itself. I'm raising the camera up. The 3 towered behemoth. Not to be confused with the Titan, the Hollow Earth Tower. I mean, there's really no name for this thing, but whatever. This is technically, so to speak, Godzilla's part, even though in the movie he never appeared in the Hollow Earth. Which why they would put Godzilla in here instead of the War Bat, which was the only other Titan he outright encountered aside from Titanus Doug. It's a weird. Also, funny to note, when I was punching it out, this part ripped. Yeah, that was more on my fault. There was less of the figures and more of my fault. Anyway, so for the bottom, you have this big print, Godzilla's footprint down here. So it's definitely like make believe as if he was down here. Cats are fighting again, which yeah, it's definitely going to be more make believe on Playmates' part. But we do have a Godzilla footprint, more kind of like not really rubble, but more just like rocky ground and rocky terrain. Here we have some more Hollow Earth fauna with the bushes here and one sticking out there. This side we have more like trees and palm trees and such. We have this big massive waterfall that kind of loops around here and definitely gives like that 3D effect, and we have like these trees that go all the way up here which we can like fold in. And then we have the second platform. All this makes up the first platform, by the way. And it's fun that they added some like 3D elements to it, because like you have this one, which is a bit more further away than this, and then you have this, which has like a little gap, and then you can have Godzilla like hiding in there, something. And then this side, which is the second platform, not much playability with the second platform, but you do get some more like detailing, more like another foot stomp or something, footprint, and then that's where the water comes in, more detailing down there. And it looks at least nice, which we can all like see that all cups in. Does it pretty well. And then we have like this one. This part's actually pretty cool. The Hollow Earth like skyline, for lack of a better term, with all like the upside down and right side up mountains. Which is that Kong? I might just be seeing things, but is that Kong? That, I swear that looks like Kong. Look, there's his head. There's his shoulder. That's totally Kong. Unless I'm just seeing things. I swear that looks like some sort of massive gorilla. Anyway, that's kind of funny. Which we have like all these like mountains, and then we actually have a 3D like paper cutout mountain, and then here we have the asteroids and like meteors or floating rocks that look like they're from space, purple energy that Kong like touches in the movie and then he flies. And then here we have like this side, which is just more like the same kind of detailing we've seen with the rest of it. And yeah, that's its third layer, by the way. So a lot of playability here as far as like the display factor goes. Also, if you're wondering what it looks like from the other side, I'm going to lightly turn it. Here it is, what it looks like from the other side. I'm literally holding the camera with my second arm, so please do be mindful. Also, I may have or may not have put this together correctly, so I do apologize. So, just like that. And, oh, hold on. Little scraps. Here's what it looks like from this side as well. Which, if there's one thing I really just don't like about these sets, is that they're primarily meant to be displayed from one angle and one angle only, and that's this. Like, it would have been kind of fun to have them, like, double layered or double sided to really, like, max out your display options, but for what it's here, it at least does its job to look good. And, really, when you have everything together, I think it looks definitely the best. So in my personal best guess, because the box doesn't really do a good job, here's what it looks like in full. There's actually these little tabs which don't really connect together, but like more sync up. And you can kind of rest them together, and then this is what it looks like in full. So now, time to have a bit of fun with our figures, huh? So moving the arch and the trees out of the way, we can get a better look as to what it looks like with the Godzilla and Kong on the sets. The Kong here looks pretty well done. I kind of posed him to where it looks like he's trying to hold the axe because the arm articulation just really doesn't allow it. Cats are still fighting in the back. Don't worry, they're like young, like 1 and 4 each, so they're just going crazy. And for Godzilla, he's going to be placed on the second part of it, which, by the way, his tail has to be sticking out, or you'd have to pop off his tail in order for him to be stuck up here, which is kind of odd because, like, you'd think they'd take that into account when the only place he can actually, like, really fit without, like, removing any parts or, like, extending anything is the bottom half, so right here. But the Godzilla here does look cool, and I'm very surprised at first, like, how this thing was able to support the weight of it all. If I did have one problem as well, like here, I'm going to take off the figure, and then I'm going to put it back. Yeah, it kind of weighs it down, and it looks better with it, because there's, like, a tiny little gap on mine, but overall, at least, like, for these levels, you can at least do some cool stuff with it, which for anyone's wondering, hey, what would happen if you put Kong on the second level of the Hollow Earth set? And, I mean, it can support the weight of Kong. I just don't know if I trust it. Trying to pose him well so he bounces. No, I don't trust it. It bends, like, too far up, so definitely keep him like that, although I definitely think you could put a figure there, depending on how light it is. And as for Godzilla, we're going to extend this camera all the way up. Oh, shoot. Hope you guys enjoyed that little brief shot of my collection, but can this thing actually support the weight of Godzilla? No. I'm going to say no. Because, like, aside from this, there's literally nothing supporting it. So really, this is just meant to look for more 3D display, and that's that. And for some size comparisons, here they are next to their original counterparts with the fighter jet Kong and the Godzilla radio tower. And here's what I will say. These are still pretty good basic figures. But when it comes to the repaints, I actually like these two a lot. I still think I prefer this guy over this guy, just because I kind of prefer the basic Kong colors. Because Kong in, like, a whole variety of different colors, it's like if you put it next to a more basic looking Kong, it definitely looks on the more odd side. But I do prefer this Godzilla over this Godzilla because it took what this Godzilla did right and just magnified it. The only thing that it really did wrong was the eye paint, which definitely looks a bit iffy on this one, but definitely is a much needed upgrade by this. Also, by the way, this has gray eyes. Just want to show you. Gray eye pupils. Well, this has black pupils. So people might not realize that, but that is a very nice little subtle touch. And here they are with some Mechagodzilla and Kong figures with the Mechagodzilla 2019 from Godzilla King of the Monsters, specifically the V1 version, and the Mecha King Kong original standard version, which I want you to just imagine for a sec what it would have looked like if these two, or at least him, they continued the Godzilla license and made a Godzilla vs. Kong diorama set, much like this, except it was made of plastic as opposed to cardstock, and it was a lot higher quality. Hey, man can dream. And here they are compared to some other Godzilla and Kong figures with another funky repaint of Kong, the NECA King Kong, the illustrated version based on the famous Monsters of Filmland magazine cover, and because I brought him out earlier, the original release Godzilla Heat Ray from Godzilla vs. Kong. And for the last size comparison, here they are next to the Godzilla X Kong the New Empire, or Godzilla Kong the New Empire 2-pack papercraft things with Godzilla Evolved and Kong with Beast Club, which, as you can see, it's kind of the same idea where we have Godzilla like completely blue in the front and then shooting out the heat ray, and then Kong like a whole assortment of different colors based on his surroundings. However, I'm going to say personally, as cool as the New Empire ones are, I gotta prefer these ones, like overall quality wise, because they definitely look just a little bit better, although these things are not bad in the slightest. And so overall, what do I think of this set? Well, I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of things I love about this set, a lot of things I don't like about the set, and some things I'm a bit torn on. For starters, the things I love. Let's go over the positives. I love the new repaints of Godzilla and Kong. I love the fact that they took, in my personal opinion, the two better versions of the figures and they made them even better. Well, mainly Godzilla. The Kong definitely has, I would say personally, again, it looks a bit odd when you compare him, but I love the Kong on its own. On its own merit, I like it. But the structures I feel like are a bit on the more, what's the lack of a better term? Good in idea, but not so much on practice. What I mean by this is this set was an absolute pain for me to build. The instruction, which I'm going to pull out the instruction booklet it gives you, doesn't really help you at all. And like literally as far as instructions goes, this is literally all it gives you. It doesn't list where what parts are which, but it doesn't specify which parts come first. That was the big problem because I didn't realize that you were supposed to fold in those little tabs at the bottom to lock in everything. And as a result, everything just kind of collapsed one way or the other. I folded some parts, ripped one part, and it definitely was a lot more misguided. If me, a person in his 20s, was like so confused about this thing, I have no reason to believe that a kid is just gonna give up and just buy this for the figures. Like they probably, or not even buy this at all, like just care about the figures and just say screw it to the set. This is why I think that these things should be made of plastic, not cardstock. If these things were plastic 3D pieces, like that would have been a lot better. Like as far as like that, the play value, especially, you can make it double sided. I mean, sure, it kind of ruins the whole like putting it together, but they could have been like in separate parts and like, you know what? At this point, I'm kind of fantasizing a bit too much. I definitely also think the two trees being like counted as part of the five piece, like that's 40% of it. Not literally as far as sheer size goes, but this in the set's eyes is just as equal as this. Yeah, it's a bit on the more iffy side. But for what it's worth, it has a really nice display presence. I don't know where I'm going to be displaying this on my current shelves because they're primarily meant for figures and not much so much for displays. But I probably will end up having a whole other shelf brought in specifically for this. But as for my rating, I'm gonna do like something different. I'm gonna rank the figures individually, and then I'm gonna rank the all five of the sets because it wants to do that, and then we're gonna rank everything all together. So here it is. Counting the accessories for Kong, the sculpt and paint, I'm gonna give personally a 7.5. It's the same mold we've seen already, but it's simplistic enough. And although the paint definitely elevates it a bit, it definitely looks a bit odd in comparison to what we got before. And as far as circulation goes, I'm going to give that a relative, I'm going to give that also a 7.5 because I feel like it could have been a little bit more, like maybe a head ball joint or maybe like a waist swivel, a foot swivel. Like Playmates is more than capable of doing that for the same price point as these things. And as for accessories goes, I mean, they're the same accessories we've already gotten, so no, that's a bit too harsh. I'm gonna say 8 out of 10 for the accessories because basic, yeah, same thing we got already, yeah. Kind of docks it a little, but two accessories for the price of one. I'm not counting the battle damage. Actually, I'm gonna count that battle damage, and I'm still gonna be an 8. So overall for the Kong, I'm gonna give it a 7.5. 5 out of 10. Just overall. For the Godzilla, sculpt and paint, I'm going to give it a 7.5, much like Kong. Basic, yes. Colorful, yes. It's just the mold itself that's kind of been overused, done to death at this point. Although the paint really does save it, so I guess, let's bump that up to an 8. There you go. Sculpt and paint gets an 8. Not so much for the detail, but the paint itself just elevates it a lot better. Articulation, I'm going to give a 6 because the tail is nice, but the feet and the head are really supposed to swivel, even though it's clear that they don't. And the arms and the legs really they just do robotic movements. And the jaw, it's cool. It does what it's supposed to do, but I feel like it's a bit outdated, especially given the current standards of figures from the same line. And as far as accessories go, being the battle damage and the heat ray got a bit of an upgrade, and the battle damage got a bit of a downgrade thanks to the paint. So I'm going to give that a 7.5. So overall, I'm going to give the Godzilla, it's struggling, but I'm going to give it probably the same rating as Kong, a 7.5. Not a great figure as far as sheer quality, but for the appeal, I love it a lot. And as for the sets, I'm going to give the trees kind of I know this is going to sound harsh, but a 3.5, sorry, 3.5 out of 10. These things don't really add a whole lot. The archway, I'm going to give a 6. The temple, I'm going to give a 7. And then this big part, I'm going to give an 8. So overall, as far as the whole diorama set, with both the figures, I'm going to give I feel like this is a fair rating. Much like the figures, a 7.5 out of 10. Pros, good figures, good accessories, and really funky color scheme, but it's just the fact that these things were made of cardstock and the fact that this thing is only really playable or viewable from one side. This thing should have been all around, or screw it, just make it made out of plastic. Even if it is like $10, $20 more, I would still pay that money because I'm a sucker for Godzilla vs. Kong, I guess, at this point. But I guess in a way, this is kind of the last thing I plan on getting from Playmates as far as the Godzilla vs. Kong movie goes. I still plan on collecting the rest of the new Empire line because they just came out with One Eye and Drowned Viper. And I don't know if there's any other figures coming next, but from what I do know is they plan to renew the Godzilla license again, so we could see more Godzilla and Kong figures coming from there as well. But on its own, might be the last because again, they should just reissue the Godzilla vs. Kong stuff, then I'd start getting in more. But yeah, consider this one last hurrah for me as a collector as far as the Godzilla vs. Kong Playmate stuff goes. It's been a fun ride, 5 years collecting these figures, but this is like, how many times have I gotten these molds? I feel like it's time to move on to the next movie, whatever that next movie may be. Godzilla and Kong, War on Vengeance. I don't know, I'm making stuff up. Anyways, if you guys like this very longer review, I do apologize if this was longer. Definitely leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another updated remastered review of the Godzilla vs. Kong collection. My name is Matthew, and today we're continuing through the collection with the Skullcrawler. Now, originally I was going to do the Mechagodzilla next, but I wanted to do the Skullcrawler for kind of a few reasons. One, I feel like the Skullcrawler is a very underrated figure. I'm just going to blow my thoughts right out of the way. And also, it took me like freaking ever to find this thing. Because the only reason I had it is because it was in a lot, and unfortunately distribution where I am was a bit funky even up until Godzilla vs. Kong's release. So, hey, better late than never. Then again, I've had this figure for a few years, so. Also, I actually plan on buying another Skullcrawler soon, like a bootleg on AliExpress, and painting that into the 2017 Skullcrawler since the ones that they have on selection aren't really like color-wise like close to the Kong Skull Island version, the Ramarak version, or huge reptile, whatever. This is going to be the GVK1, or number 10, I think it's called. And ironic that Millie Bobby Brown's also in that scene, and she plays 11. So we found 10, guys. Didn't really need another Stranger Things season for that, huh? So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the Skullcrawler with Eve. Also, sincerely, I do hope you guys can forgive me because I'm not in my usual setup right now. It's being taken over by family. But anyways, for the figure, it's going to be a completely new mold. This is not taken from the Leonard Kong Skull Island Skullcrawler, which is like a little dinky little thing. This is entirely its own unique sculpt, which I love. For the eyes, you actually have these eyes, which are painted yellow and have like the black slit that goes forward. So they are at least pointing forward. Can't really see that too well because my camera for some reason has major focusing issues. But for the front of the kind of skull cavity, we have a bit of a paint scuff, which I'm pretty sure is from me because my original video that had this guy didn't have that scuff, but I guess now it's here. I don't remember how he got the scuff. I was probably roughhousing with this thing. Then again, he was up on the shelf for like freaking ever. And so basically for the entire front half, it's going to be like this gray spray, which looks pretty well applied. Can't really mess that up too much. And then we have like these sets of teeth, which of course Skullcrawler's got to have some teeth. No teeth on the upper part of the jaw, nor the lower part. And they actually kind of cheapened out a bit, where they gave it like the sculpted in tongue without giving it extra any teeth details, which I think was kind of a bit of a bummer. But at the very least, the tongue is well painted and definitely looks all right. Bottom actually has some really nice sculpted ridges and details, whatnot. And the elongated neck here looks very prehensile and very flexible. Although flexible to a kind of a fault, because from what I know, the Skullcrawler isn't really that durable. Even like this big one kind of got soloed by Mechagodzilla. But to be fair, he was getting blasted inside the mouth. So with that said, the top of the head has like this red spray as opposed to more poopy brown type base, and it kind of goes all the way to the back here, where we can get more like the spine ridges of his more anorexic look to it, and definitely looks really well done. We also have some little lines of here, which I don't really think are scratches, but just more like natural flowy lines that the Skullcrawler would naturally have. Here for the shoulders, which yes, they are technically shoulders. They have pretty much a nice muscle and skin fiber detail, and it looks really nice. The claw here has 4 unique fingers here, and of course we have the very big elbow spike, which that would do some very big damage. And it looks really nice. I do like the detail and all the kind of more skin work done here. That's also going to be where the little stamp is. Copyright info is actually going to be at the bottom of the tail. Here for the kind of like midsection, you actually do get a lot of nice detail, though it is going to be made of that hard plastic. But the stomach detail does look rather nice and does get the job well done. And of course, going back to the top, we have that red spray that continues roughly all the way down to like the midsection of the tail. And then it kind of stops, which is kind of a bummer. I definitely kind of wish it did have the red spray going down. Like, even the minifigure had that, but I don't understand why this... Did the minifigure have that? I'm going to have to actually go look at my photos. But still, whatever. It went all the way down to the tip where... at first I thought my tail tip was broken, but you can actually see the mold line goes all the way through, so no, it is not broken. But does feature some basic, dullish detail. I mean, of course it makes sense that the detail would get, like, less and less pronounced as the tail goes through. But this is one lengthy tail. Like, all things considered, like, we'll talk about more in the size references. But this is actually a pretty long Playmates figure. I think it's the longest they've ever released in the 6-inch scale. I could be wrong about that. Could be wrong. But, yeah, as it stands, this Skullcrawler at least has some very good, like... You can grip it very well and let your kids, like, go to town with, like, playing with this thing. So that's a plus, at least. But for the overall color scheme, you also get some more, like, red on the sides here. Forgot to mention. More faint, because they're kind of sprayed on. But you can definitely still see it. And as for the bottom section of the tail here, copyright info. But really there's nothing else to really talk about as far as the sculpt and paint's concerned. So when it comes to the actual sculpted details, it's not bad. It's very simplistic and it gives you what you want from a basic skullcrawler. Do I think that there could have been some improvements? Yeah, technically speaking. For one, I definitely think that the plastic quality in some parts is a bit jarring, going from soft to hard, then to soft. Kind of a softer plastic, and then a really rubbery plastic, all things considered. But I would say that of the original line, this is probably the best well built as far as like consistency goes. Because I don't think I would accidentally try to shear this off like I would say with Godzilla's dorsal plates or something. That actually, that actually feels relatively secure. So build quality gets a point, and sculpt and paint at least is good. So for sculpt and paint, again, it's nothing too spectacular. Like, it doesn't have any claw paint, no paint on the arms, no paint on the tail, no paint on the other side. It's kind of just here and here at the face. So I'm gonna have to give that a 7. Sculpted details are fine. It's serviceable. It's nice. But aside from an inaccurate tongue, it does look at least alright. Next up, we're gonna talk about is the jaw, which the jaw can shut about that far, go open way more than it needed to, kind of like the Shimo. It's kind of weird that the quadruped lizards, aside from Doug, can all open their mouths like wide like this. Like as far as Playmates is concerned. Swivel hinge shoulders, so you can actually get some nice movement up, down, and then rotate. Although my left shoulder is a bit loose, it can barely hold it because like it's very easy to move out of place. And the elbow here is on a swivel hinge, so you can go bend in, bend out, and rotate from side to side. And for the midsection, which has a very loose ball joint, you can go up, down, left, right, and you can go all the way around like that. Rotate to your heart's content. And yeah, that's basically for posability. Nothing at the waist, nothing at the head, nothing at the wrists or head. There is a seam line, and it looks like you can move it, but that is, much like Godzilla, a big square peg, so I would not recommend moving that. Otherwise, you're going to just snip that right off. So for sculpt, we already did it. Articulation, I'm going to have to give the Skullcrawler, I would have to give him maybe about a, no, that seems a little, 7.5. I feel like the articulation that he has now is very good. And it's definitely, at the time, minus the highest stuff, the most posable Skullcrawler, given the competition. That's not saying much, but that's technically still true. And I do like how we have a jaw hinge, nearly fully posable shoulder, and a prehensile swivel tail. That said, I definitely think that the figure could be maybe used like a head joint or a waist joint or maybe a wrist joint to really kind of push that. But for what it is, it's fine. Next up, we're going to talk about accessories, which, much like the title of the figure suggests, it comes with a silver heave. I think, trying to think to myself, no. Okay, I was confusing the one that came with the Hollow Earth set that would come after this, but it is essentially a gray heave. Same one that comes with the mechagodzilla, except that one's green, this one's gray. Has a metallic window and is entirely hollow on the inside, so you can kind of squish that. But of course, here's the detail all around, as you can tell. And yeah, it looks pretty nice. Only problem is the Skullcrawler can't really do anything with it. You can rest on top of it, rest to the side, put it in its mouth, but aside from that, it doesn't really do anything. Like, that's ultimately my biggest problem, is that if the figure can't use the accessory, what's the point in having it? I get it, it was just to give him something, but here's a better alternate idea for an accessory. See this jaw? Let's carve this out, put some more fake teeth in there, and put like a peg hole in the same way that Godzilla has a peg hole in his throat, and then put in a prehensile extended tongue. That would have been a lot better than the heave we got. But I'm not saying the heave is bad. I'm saying it's done pretty well. Plus, I think the movie had like, what, 2-3 heaves? But I'm just saying, because the Skullcrawler and the heave were never on screen together, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of it, right? So ultimately, again, I feel like they could have emptied out all of this,
put a hole at the top of here and allowed for like a rubberized extended tongue and go down tonguing things. But at the very least, it's serviceable and gets the job done for what job you want for an accessory. Then again, it can't really use it. So for accessory, I'm gonna have to give a 5 out of 10. Again, it's not a bad accessory as far as the cube itself. As an accessory, doesn't really relate to the skullcrawler and doesn't really do anything here. So, yeah, sorry, that's a bit cruel, so we're going to bump that up to a 5.5, I feel like. That's at least a bit better. But I wasn't done with the accessories, because we're going to go over the battle damage, which, as you can tell, the battle damage here is very, very gruesome, but also, in my personal opinion, the least realistic looking, because whether Kong or Godzilla's looked at least organic in the way that it could rip off, because of how sharp and jagged the cuts are. Because like, look at that. This you can kind of get around, and then it just goes jagged down, and just does not look that realistic. I get it, I'm talking about realism on a figure like this, but the ribs at least look nice. Like the spine has a lot of gruesome detail, and it's all painted red, and this entire section is molded in a rubberized plastic, so you can realistically get it on and off as you please. So, just to kind of throw this in, battle damage, I would honestly kind of elevate the score to a 6.5. Because again, it's not done the best. I feel like it could have been done a tad bit better, but at least the Skullcrawlers has battle damage. And for some size comparisons, and the only size comparisons I'm going to be doing in this video, because I really don't want to go back and forth in my collection and whatnot. Here it is between the Mechagodzilla with Heave and the Kong with Battle Axe. So, as far as the scale, it's definitely not in scale because the Skullcrawler technically should be way a bit smaller than this. But for like a general playtime scale, this works because you have a well-sized Skullcrawler to scale up with, scale up, like go toe-to-toe with your Mechagodzilla or your Kong. And just to kind of summarize the difference between the heaves, Mechagodzilla's Skullcrawler's heave. I think one of my heaves had a defect. Yeah, this one's at more of a slant than this one is. But aside from that, everything is about the same except for the color and the color of the windshield. And also just to talk about the length of the figures, the Skullcrawler is actually a bit longer than that of the Mechagodzilla. You can definitely see that there. There you go. And yeah, that is going to be it for the size comparisons. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I definitely think that overall, like the Skullcrawler, it's not a bad figure. And honestly, even in 2025, 5 years after this figure came out, it's still not bad to this day. It's got some decent posability, decent sculpt, where there's paint, good paint applications, and the accessories are serviceable to be there, but they don't really serve a purpose. That said, to really kind of like round out the scores, I honestly have to give the overall figure a 7 out of 10. I feel like that's fair because it's not the best in the Playmates line and certainly not the best in like the world of Godzilla and Kong collecting, but on its own merits, it's certainly serviceable. Do I recommend this figure in 2025? No. Why? Simple. Playmates has basically neglected this thing. I have not seen a reissue of this since it went live. I don't even know if it even like joined in the MonsterVerse new array of Titans, because now they're coming out with more like the Frostbark Monarch Legacy of Monsters, a Burning Godzilla, a King of the Monsters poster Mothra. Yet no sign of the Skullcrawler returning in sight, huh? Unless I'm being stupid and it was shown there. I don't actually remember, but that's what I know. But with that said, the aftermarket prices for this guy are not typically too high. So look on secondhand sites like Facebook Marketplace for resales, because that's where I know some people have found theirs. I actually saw one on a lot of like dinosaurs. I don't know if it came with the heave, and I don't know if it came with the battle damage, and I certainly don't know if it was complete with the tail, but who knows? that tail loves to pop off. Just like, look at how easy this is. Barely any effort. But with that said, that's all I have for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, definitely leave a like. If you want to support indie content creators and small content creators alike, like myself, then go down in the description and donate to my Ko-fi, starting from $1 USD. And you can donate from how much you see please. It can be a one-time donation, monthly donation. It doesn't matter. So as long as you at least consider donating. But with that said, thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I definitely think that... Oh, shoot.
You see, guys, 10 years ago, when Godzilla was first revealed to the world, I had a dream. And that beautiful, amazing thing was... I don't know. I'm having a brain fart. Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with the Playmates side of the whole Godzilla collection. And we're going to be revisiting the Godzilla vs. Kong line with the Mechagodzilla with Heave. Now, previously I did up to the Skullcrawler, but now we're back. And of course, the Mechagodzilla with Heave is back here with us yet again. So this is going to be, again, a remaster review of something that I deem a bit old now, because the last one was in 2022. So why not kind of go through it with a current lens? Quite literally, because I have a new phone, higher quality, which means I could do better editing. Even though I don't really like to edit these type of videos, I like to keep it as raw as possible to give my full extent of view of the figure, my thoughts. I like to ramble, that so on and so forth. So with that said, we are going to be just reshredding this, and we're going to be taking a look at the good old Mechagodzilla, which of course is based on Godzilla vs. Kong. I feel like at this point you already know the story. Created by Apex Cybernetics to take down Godzilla, and is manifested by the spirit of Ghidorah, ends up going on a big rampage, almost kills Godzilla until Kong intervenes, and then the two team up to beat him, and they save the day. But that said, let's actually take a look at the figure, which is going to be, technically speaking, the first ever 6-inch Mechagodzilla 2021 figure in the action figure scale. So did Playmates do a good job, or is this guy still hella outdated? Let's find out. So before we start anything, I feel like I need to make mention of the accessory that it comes with, the Heave. Yeah, from now on, I'm going to start taking a look at the accessories first. The Heave itself, it's pretty basic. It's literally just a piece of vinyl or rubber sculpted into the shape of the Heave, which is supposed to stand for Hollow Earth Anti-Gravity Vehicle, which, why anti-gravity? I get there's a hyphen in between there, so it technically would count as one word, but come on. Hollow Earth Anti-Gravity Vehicle. So technically speaking, it should be called the Heave. The Heave. We're going to call it Heave. Anyway, so the Heave in the movie is supposed to be the ship where they go down into the Hollow Earth, and it's supposed to adjust to the gravity inversion so they can better fly and navigate through the Hollow Earth. And in the movie, they were big pieces of silver gunmetal. Here, it is mostly green. So off the bat, it's kind of the incorrect color. Although to be fair, this could have been based off of old concept, so maybe they had a green colorization. I don't know. So for the cockpit, we actually just have a signature slab of paint, silver paint that's a bit chipped, there's a little green showing through for the window, and we have a little bit of a nose here. For the sides, we have a bit more detailing in there, and of course we have the thrusters / legs, which can actually in the movie they can extend upward or to the sides depending on the situation. Here again, they don't really move, and I wouldn't expect them to on a bigger size like this. Same thing on this side, where you get more the nuts and bolts of the detail. Not necessarily nuts and bolts, but you get it. The top, we have more the signature ridges and material of which the little line work, so that looks fine. And of course the bottom is entirely hollow. Fits, right? Hollow Earth, And of course we have the number 2. I don't know what the number 2 is there for. Maybe it's like the second piece and then they like apply it and then they melt it together. So does that mean this is number 1? So yeah, we have just 2 hollow bits, and yeah, that's basically about it. There's the back, top, front, side, side. Yeah, there's not really much to it than that. So Mechagodzilla doesn't really interact with the heaves in the film, although there is the kind of like the addition that they're both made by Apex Cybernetics. So in a way, this is like a mini Apex kit. Not really, but there is that. So I feel like as far as accessories go, Mechagodzilla did get a little bit of like, I get there was a later release that came with a beam, but like I don't get the significance for the heave. But there is a way you can have Mechagodzilla hold the heave, which if you take his right arm, which is going to be a bit more grasped than his left arm, you are going to be able to slide the bottom prongs in and then slide it in like this. And this will allow Mechagodzilla to kind of like grasp onto the heave a little bit. Which, as if this is for the actual like design or something, this works. I don't know if this was intended, but yes, Mechagodzilla can hold the heave. And I guess at this point, his inner childhood, non-existent self is playing with it. I don't know. But wait, there's more. If you take this piece right off like that, you get a piece of battle damage, which is going to have a bunch of segmented detail and is pretty much going to be the chest of Mechagodzilla, well, ripped off, which we have a bit of like missile compartments, more ridges of the details on the chest, and overall it just looks like a, well, certain video game character that was popular in 2020. I don't know if it's still relevant in 2025, but hey, pandemic era, right? Anyway, so it's going to come separately packaged with the figure. And as for the actual battle damage piece, it's going to be kind of like more gunmetal. This is almost like the color that the heave should have been, but it's actually going to be painted with a bit of gloss and a bit of shine to it, which you can see the missile compartments there, a bit more like tech wires and such, and it's kind of more flat on the aspect of detail. But personally, I like to go in from this angle and then kind of shift it around so it looks a bit, well, seamless, even though it's kind of obvious that it's there. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the actual battle damage piece. So as far as accessories go, I personally think the heave and the battle damage piece, they're done okay. It's funny because Kong does strike this area in the movie when he's like trying to chop Mechagodzilla to bits. I think it was first his tail, then his arm, and then the chest? I don't know. It's been a little bit since I've seen Godzilla vs. Kong, let alone that one scene in particular, which you think I'd be hawking that scene down until there's no tomorrow. So, heave, battle damage together, heave doesn't really serve a purpose. It's kind of meant to like a little cool vehicle a kid can play with. And of course, the battle damage, take it or leave it. It's done okay. There's nothing like to ride home about. So, I would say nothing fundamentally wrong with it. It's just, not for me. I would say 6.5, honestly. Again, I think the battle damage is a really cool piece. Actually, I'm going to bump that up to a 7. I feel like the battle damage definitely does kind of save it a bit. Nothing really to talk about in that aspect, so let's move on. Next up, we're going to talk about sculpt and paint, and finally we're getting to the figure itself, which for the head, it's going to be big and very bulky too. The head is surprisingly accurate to the movie, which, given its softer details, I was kind of shocked by. The whole head is going to be made of like a softer plastic, with the only paint on it being the jaw piece, which we can actually see all the gears and like the they're not saws, but they're like grinders. The grinders, yes. Because if anyone knows those grinder videos where they like throw stuff into these big kneading things, they like crush them with relative ease. These are essentially those, just on a much bigger scale. So those are going to be painted like a silver, and the jaw itself, like the outline of it, isn't going to be painted, but is going to be rather detailed, having some ridges here that resemble teeth, but not exactly teeth, as you can see there. And of course, you do get some of those teeth at the top jaw as well. So really, he doesn't have a whole lot of teeth in the way that goes, but that's okay. As for the top of the jaw, we do have a peg hole for the beam effect that would come with the battle variant, as well as more detail up here. Same thing down here, but there's no paint. Also, if you notice, he's missing his proton screen cannon. Proton cannon. Is there a name for that? I forget. But I'm just going to call it the proton cannon. So yeah, the proton cannon is not here, but there is a very, very shiny hinge. So take that for what you will. But as for the eyes, those are going to be the only thing that are going to be painted on this figure. And he actually looks pretty pissed when looking at it from like this angle. Head on though, a little less, but do get a little bit more mild detailage right there. And for the neck, we actually have some resemblance of gills, which Mechagodzilla was never underwater in the movie. However, according to the art book, I think, it was implied that Mechagodzilla could fight underwater on a similar scale that Godzilla can, just except, his own way. Like using all those weapons and such. Which, how would that really work? Because you'd think that Mechagodzilla would just get short-circuited, right? If a bottle of alcohol was able to screw him up as much as he did. Oh boy, I'd hate to see the ocean. But for the dorsal plates, we might as well just talk about them because there's really not a whole lot going on. Just realize how dusty this thing is. The actual dorsal plates, there's really not a whole lot going on with them. They're just pieces of red rectangle vinyl plastic. The middle strip is surprisingly a bit more stiff than the other two, but it's still relatively light. There's not anything really going on with it. There's no detail. I mean, there's kind of some detail, but it's really lacking in the detail department as much as it could be, so there is that to point out. But for things like the shoulder pads and like this extra set of like cannons, I'm assuming that is, we do have very nice little sculpted details. This one almost looks like a mini vehicle attached to Mechagodzilla, if anything. But the actual like detail of it is pretty nice for what you do get with a kid's toy. To kind of lap this around back to this side, and you can kind of see again the little glitter and the plastic used. Because it does use a somewhat like shiny plastic. I don't know, it's hard to describe. For the front of it, we do have some of the red paint that kind of seeps through, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of it that are painted. And that is actually going to be the only paint on this figure. Yeah, everything else is pretty much bare bones gray. So of course, we already talked about the battle damage, but mirroring the battle damage is going to be the more segments on the actual chest. For the arms we're going to talk about, they're going to be very blocky. I know that's more like the fault of the design, but this was always one of my biggest pet peeves about the MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla design, is that for something that's supposed to be a bit more futuristic, this just seems a little lazy. No fault of T.O.S.G, in my personal opinion, because he was probably just told what he was supposed to do. But at the same time, I definitely feel like these arms could have been a little bit better as far as the design itself goes. So, but the actual execution of them on the Playmates figure is surprisingly pretty good, because you get a lot of the detail work you'd find on the actual design. It looks a little bit banged up, probably because, again, I've had this for a little while now. Do have a little bit more detail here for the claw. Again, it's a bit more gripped in. And of course you see like the hinge. You do get actually a little bit of like the saws right there. There's like the little tiny saws. There's not like a whole lot to the saws, but should be worth noting that they are in fact there. So I'm surprised. This one's of course gripping it a little bit more. Here for the sides of the figure, it almost looks like rib cages, but they actually open up to reveal like hidden rocket boosters. So that's pretty cool. But it almost, again, looks like an actual organic rib cage, which is funny because we actually see Godzilla's rib cage when he's fighting Mechagodzilla. I don't know, he does something to like his internal organs and they like glow for a brief moment. For Mechagodzilla's hip pads, again, they look really nice too, having a nice kind of like panel lining and different kind of works and bells and such. For the legs, straightening them out here. More or less same thing with arms, except you have more like the X's here, which are going to be very much panel lining and supposed to be like big blocky armor pieces of metal. And again, the detail's surprisingly pretty good. We have a lot of nice little details at the back here, and a lot of the details more towards like above here. A lot of the panel lining, of course, and we get to the actual like feet, which are going to be a bit like, I don't know how to really explain it. They look a little floppy. I don't know. They don't. I guess it's because like mine are a bit warped like upward because I didn't do anything to this. It's been like this ever since I got it. Well, maybe it was the previous seller because this did come from a previous seller. And of course, to really end it off, the whole thing. Well, actually, let's briefly just show this one more time underneath. There you go. They almost look like giant hands, if anything. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So we have a bit more of the detail work here. And lastly, we're going to take a look at the tail, which is going to be, again, multi-segmented. So you have all these tiny little segments, plus the rubber strip, and of course the little tiny tail drill, which it does not spin. I'm just going to cover that right now. I feel like the figure could have used a little bit more color, as we'll talk about in like the final details. The application of here is a bit like, I didn't even do anything wrong with this thing. So for the actual like kind of like wrapping it all up for the sculpt and paint work, I feel like the Mechagodzilla here, I didn't address one thing, and that's going to be this. I'm just going to let you take a moment. But in all honesty, when you really boil this figure down, it's not that bad in comparison to other Playmates figures. In fact, as far as the GXK figures, or GVK, wrong movie, GVK line is concerned exclusively, this was one of the better detailed ones. It's leagues better detailed than Godzilla, and maybe be on par with Kong. But as far as the actual paint is concerned, even between Godzilla and Kong, Mechagodzilla really fell flat, because he could have used so much more red paint to him. And I feel like maybe like a dry brushing could have been what he needed. But really, I feel like, again, the biggest problem is just the lack thereof color. So realistically, this figure is kind of one note. It does have a bit of red paint here, and a bit of gunmetal here and into the jaw. But once you take those away, yeah, I'm thinking 7 out of 10. Good detail, but not so much in the way of paint. Alright, lastly, for the figure itself, we're going to cover articulation. For the jaw, it can open up about that far, can close up. I know you see a seam line here, but trust me, that does not move because that is a square peg that is held together by not just the figure application itself, but the actual like rubber bits. So if you try rotating it, you're going to see that it actually kind of like rotates the whole thing as well. For the shoulders, we have a shoulder hinge, so you can actually kind of open, go up about this far, go down about this far. Because these are a bit rubberized, they are a bit flexible, and you can't get some give out of them. And you can go pretty much back and forth, and if you swivel like this, you can go a full 360. For the waist, or the legs, sorry, we can go, well, let's try and get this camera. We can go back all the way like this, pushing it as far as back as it can go, like that. And because this is also a rubber bit, this also does have a bit of give, although I would not recommend that too much because it could just snap off. And go in about this far, and can rotate pretty much a full 360 degrees. Although if you want to kick it back, you can go like that, go like this, and it can also bend at the knee. No rotation at the knee, but a full 360 at the foot, and a ball joint right here at the base of the tail, which can go up, down, left, and right, and can swivel all the way around. No, there's no bendable wire in here. Trust me, I've tried, there's nothing in here. So, as far as Mechagodzilla's mobility goes, he's technically speaking one of the more articulated ones within the line, because he actually has the shoulder hinges, something they should have given Godzilla from day one, and for some reason to this day they still refuse to do that. But I think my biggest problem is going to be the position of Mechagodzilla and how he was designed. See, just for a brief backstory, they designed this guy based on his neutral stance when he's in a relaxed pose, fully hunched over like this. So immediately that kind of gives you like a off-put impression because he's all the way hunched over. His arms are supposed to be more relaxed and slouched over like this, and his legs are meant to be bent in. But the biggest problem with that is when you try to like hunch him like this, he kind of gets a little top heavy. So you try rearing him up, and sometimes it works from experience. So this works fine. But you see how he kind of slowly goes back into his neutral position if you try rearing him up? Yeah, that's because the tail is constantly pushing it back down. So the articulation was cut in a weird way to where Playmates didn't really consider the pose. So that's a bit iffy. So for articulation, though he does have really good legs, great tail flexibility, and an oversized jaw with swivel hinges for the shoulders, it's because of the pose that really limits what you can really do with this Mechagodzilla design. So I'm going to have to say 7.5 for the articulation. So for some size reference and comparisons, here he is with the Battle Mechagodzilla and the Skullcrawler from the same line. And just to kind of showcase the differences between the heaves, this is what the heave should look like. I mean, hey, we have two heaves now. And for the other Mechagodzilla, he's just going to primarily be the same mold as this one, just in a darker color scheme, which, if you're wondering, yes, he can use the beam effect from said figure. Just closing the jaw up. There you go. So, yeah, he can use it. Here he is with both Heat Ray Godzilla and Battle Axe Kong from the same line. Here he is with some NECA King Kong and Godzilla figures with the 2019 V1 and the 1933 inspired Kong original. I really wish GVK had some NECA products, man. And finally, here he is with the Godzilla Evolved from the New Empire and Shimo, also from the New Empire. Which, to kind of like showcase the design changes, because it is kind of worth noting, they did, for the New Empire, try to make Godzilla as close to Mechagodzilla as possible. They gave him a bigger head, bigger arms, a more skinnier and robust build, and also gave him spikes at the end of his tail to be like an organic version of the tail blades from GVK. That said, I feel like the only thing that was really missing in order to make this guy truly a Mechagodzilla competitor was a bit of better decision making. And so overall, for the Mechagodzilla with Heave, this figure is actually pretty good, I would say. Like, as far as sheer quality is concerned, pretty good. It's definitely got a nice display presence as far as being the very first Mechagodzilla figure. However, once things like the monster art's released, yeah, this guy definitely had a bit of outdatedness. But for the actual figure itself, the sculpt is pretty good. The paint, honestly, just kind of lazy. The articulation, while good, it's always going to revert back to this more relaxed posture, and the accessories, take it or leave them. At this point, this Mechagodzilla is considered outdated because in their new Monsterverse relaunch line, this guy is sadly no more. Yeah, essentially they're taking the Battle Mechagodzilla variants with the Proton Scream and calling that the new Mechagodzilla. This figure, quite possibly, will never be released again. And that's honestly kind of sad, because I would have liked both Mechagodzilla to continue living on with each other. Because, like, if they're going to do Radio Tower Godzilla and Heat Ray Godzilla, why not also bring this guy along for the ride too? But alas, that's what it is now. With that said, that's all I got for my final thoughts. As per recommendation, if you want to go back to a more cheaper 2021 Mechagodzilla, this guy is honestly going to be my personal least favorite of the two, because I do personally prefer the Proton Scream variant. But if you want this guy, if you like what you see, go ahead. Resale value is like $25-30. maybe more so than that, but again, it really depends on where you get them from. I'm just gonna say it's good luck trying to find one that's in the box. But with that said, that's all I've got from me. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. It was Godzilla who killed the radio star. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with kind of continuing our line of Playmates reviews remastered from Godzilla vs. Kong. Today we have the radio tower Godzilla, and of course, the actual main character of the set is going to be the radio tower itself. So this is going to be, again, a remaster review of an old figure we took a look at all those years ago, just in higher quality. Yes, this is a newer phone, so we're going to kind of take a new lens in the literal approach. But with that said, there's some things I should probably go over about this guy before we do get started. For one, this is going to be from the very first wave of Godzilla vs. Kong products. So we're talking Heat Ray Godzilla, Kong with Battle Axe, this guy, the Skullcrawler Thief, and the two giants, Giant Godzilla and Giant Kong, from the Godzilla vs. Kong movie. So the quality isn't necessarily up to par with, say, some of Playmates' newer works. Like I'm talking Kong with Beast Glove, Godzilla Evolved, even though it's a little bit on more same ballpark as this one. I would even go as far to say Scar King, which is a pretty damn good figure overall. Shimo, pretty good. Basically all the more recent works. So this is definitely going to be on the more outdated class. But with that said, it's still going to be kind of like a trip down memory lane when Godzilla merch was, in a way, kind of like coming back when everything was so scarce. Because the King of the Monsters movie did offer us some pretty good products, but for the most part, it was the big, like, most common thing you could buy was mainly kind of content to Jack specific, which was a very limited range. Because, like, what, you had a few minifigures, like 2 6-inch figures, and then a 12-inch and a big 24-inch, which was like a site exclusive, plus a mask, which like maybe 3 people bought, but like, so along came Playmates, and they produced a ton of variety of Godzillas over the years. But for their first wave, was this actually a great introduction to the line, or was this just proving that Playmates was just a big dud within the whole Monsterverse range? Keep in mind, we're only talking Monsterverse, not Toho Classic. Let's find out. So starting off with the accessories, yes, we're just going right to accessories, which is pretty much what we're going to be doing from here on out with these Playmates toys. Is going to be this radio tower, which has really no significance in the film, which at no point does Godzilla really attack a radio tower, or nor does he wield one in the film. So this was definitely Playmates' way of like giving Godzilla like an accessory. Like what do we do? Godzilla doesn't really hold stuff. Do we like give him maybe like a tree? No, we just give him a radio tower, which it's going to be a flexible piece of rubber, so it's very pliable. You can almost like tear these little bits out if you really want to. I'm not going to. But for the detail work, we actually do have a little bit. For the top, we have this little nub, which is going to be, of course, the little antenna at the top of the tower. Then we have this big cylinder, kind of coils down, and then we have all the actual radio tower bits, which is going to have these little, I forget the name of them. I know what they are. I know what they do. But we have some red lining here at the top and midway. And we have like some of the various beams and wires like kind of crumbled in. Because again, Godzilla's supposed to be like grasping it. And he's doing like a pretty good job at like actually squishing it. So we have some like flat parts, which I would assume is where it's like primarily broken. But yeah, it's supposed to be like all folded up and everything. Bottom here, it's supposed to just look like this on 4 legs, even though one of the legs is kind of bent. I don't know if that's because of mine or if that's actually supposed to look like that. I'm going to say it's supposed to look like that, because I've had it this way since I got it. Anyway, so yeah, this one's actually cleanly painted too, which I kind of find surprising. But yeah, it's just basically one big long thing of gray rubber, and with 2 pieces of the red paint, and yeah, just kind of more diamond-esque details with some more like bumps and kind of crumpled up in bits. So to put it in, there's really no right or wrong way. I mean, there is a wrong way, but there's also not really a technically speaking right. I forget, like, hold on. So I would have normally have just done it like this. I have like a mixed approach with that, because sometimes it likes to stand like that. So you have Godzilla's fingers kind of grasping that circle, and then you have Godzilla's thumb kind of like grasping that side, and you do have Godzilla wielding the radio tower, which is how it's supposed to be, or at least in some way. As for grip, he does have a decent grip, but it does tend to fall out. But if you just want to display it, you can actually just sit it upright, because even though one of the legs is bent, so actually get that into view, you can actually have it like completely displayed and have Godzilla like, rah. There you go. Have like, buy like 10 of these and just go, rah, just all through that. The only problem is you'd have 10 Godzilla toys, which, hey, I mean, 10 Godzilla toys, that's not really a problem. Kind of a problem with they're all the same damn figure, huh? Anyway, so for the actual title accessory, I would say it's whatever. It's like a take it or leave it type thing. It's not like super beneficial to the figure. You know, it doesn't really, it's not from the film, because maybe it's from like an early cut of the movie, because apparently what happened was they had this big, longer version of Godzilla vs. Kong that had like all these different scenes, and I'm guessing the radio tower may have been part of that. But then after King of the Monsters underperformed at the box office, because by that time Playmates was probably already under contract with Legendary, again, I'm guessing like chronologically speaking, that they had to shorten down the movie and like make it so general audiences could watch this movie that didn't watch King of the Monsters, because they kind of knew King of the Monsters was a dud, even though I really don't like saying that, because what an amazing movie that was. Anyway, and my guess is that this was part of that wave. Again, it's just a theory, a game theory, or film theory, huh? And for the other accessory is going to be, of course, the signature battle damage piece, which is going to be right across Godzilla's chest. And so you just take it and you peel it like a scab. So it's going to be this big lightning bolt looking piece across Godzilla's chest. Of course, you have the rib cage underneath. And of course, the rib cage within itself, which we have 4 ribs on that side, 5 ribs on that side too, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You know, for Playmates' first attempt at the battle damage, this was actually pretty decent. I maybe would have liked some more paint on the ribs, but I feel like at that point it's a bit like nitpicking. So, but mine does have a bit of like Axis red, like a little dribblage, and that's not something you can just cover with the battle damage piece. So there's that. So really putting that back on, as you can see, that's something like nail polish remover could remove. So for the accessories, when you really get down and dirty with it, quite literally, battle damage is cool. I'd say, I mean, I don't really have like any complaints about it. I'm actually going to say 8 out of 10. That's actually pretty cool. The radio tower, it's not really that serviceable. I mean, it's serviceable, but it's a piece of gray rubber that's packaged with the figure. You can destroy it, hold it. There's a bit of things you can do. I'm thinking 7 out of 10. So the accessories together, I'm going to say 7.5, because I feel like that's fair. Now that the accessories are out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the actual figure. So, as far as the mold goes, it is the exact same mold as the Heat Ray Godzilla we took a look at a few months ago. And, yeah, basically as far as sculpt, paint, detail, nothing's really changed as far as the actual design of it goes. However, the main difference is going to be primarily the colorization, which, as you can see, the figure is outfitted in a much more grayish blue as opposed to the more charcoal black with a bluish highlight that the original Heat Ray Godzilla was made from. For the face, instead of blue eyes, we actually have orange eyes. And this is pretty cool because I like this more like deeper color contrast that really just helps with the figure overall to become more of a neutralized Godzilla, even though it has illuminating dorsal plates. it at least looks like a more standard Godzilla because his eyes are more like the fiery red or orange type color within the film itself. There's even like a scene where Godzilla's eyes even change color when he's roaring at Kong. You remember that little roar off Godzilla's eye? Yeah, it's actually canon. So the pupil itself is surprisingly painted because you think like because of a figure this size and a Playmates brand like that, they would just leave blank. But no, you actually do get painted pupils, which when you look at it from the front, okay, looks a little goofy. Not the worst I've actually seen on a figure, but it does look like that. The top of the head has very smoothed out details. You primarily get the details once you get to the back, but for the most part, you can tell that this was Playmates' like very early designs of Godzilla, so it's obviously not going to be like the most up-to-date type thing. I mean, you can barely make out the nostrils, barely make out the other details that are on this guy. For the teeth, primarily just white strips, which do actually have some detail of teeth on there, which is pretty cool. For the top of the mouth, little detail there, but primarily with that peg hole that's supposed to come with the beam with the heat ray Godzilla. So there is that, and of course the tongue in there, which there is a sculpted in tongue. You can kind of see the detail right there. That is pretty cool. Anyway, for the sides, we have a bit more rendered detail, not by much, but we do have some segmented neck detail, some more kind of like pointed square-ish neck detail. I don't know how to properly describe it, but it looks a lot more squared off than something like a NECA Godzilla or a Monster Arts Godzilla. And of course we have like all these little line segments going down with the figure. And something of note is that you can see a mild wash. It is very mild, but you can kind of start to see it once we get to the sides. But you can just actually take a look at that detail because there is some detail to be found. Let's talk about the sides of the figure. The actual sides, you can, again, see a bit of a wash here, and it looks pretty nice. It's a bit more of like a darkened wash this time, but there is something there. Primarily, you can see it here because there's no wash, there's the wash. Anyway, so for the actual detail, again, it's a bit unrendered. It almost looks like PS2 graphics to, I would say, busting out like a later... Actually, no, that's a bad comparison. I was about to grab the 2004 Godzilla. Anyway, because that's like almost on the same level as this, just except made of a vinyl. But yeah, it does have a bit of the sculpted details with the scales. The front side has the signature chest pack, of course, with the lightning bolt, Harry Potter scar much. And we have the arms, which are going to be very much muscular, small but muscular. And we have all these like individual segmented details. Claw paint looks pretty sweet with the... I like the fact that even though I think it is the same colors they use on the Heat Ray Godzilla, it actually pops more here because it's a darker color on a lighter colored figure, which... awesome. For the legs, all the scales and detail work. I didn't remember the figure being like. Obviously, it's made of hard plastic, but I just made like a harder plastic anyway. So for the actual detail work, again, you can actually see the wash on full effect here. And we can actually bring out some of the more finer details. Like this has to be like one of the most well done parts about this figure, as far as like the sheer details concerned. Because even on the inside looks pretty sweet as well with all the wash and effects we have going on here. Claw paint again looks really nice. I love this color combination with the lighter skin on the dark claws. That looks sweet. Bottom of the feet have a bit of copyright info, copyright legendary, WE, whatever. Trademark Toho Copyright Limited, Company Limited. For the actual dorsal plates, again, this isn't going to be one of their later releases, so the detail work is there, but it's very, very soft. We have a lot of more like the bladed parts of the figure, a little pointy, like primarily towards here. Other parts here, it's actually a bit more blunt, but still would be cautious about this guy, even though they are pretty rubbery. We have like blue spray across all the dorsal plates, So that looks nice there. Trying to flip this around. Mine's got a few scuffs, probably just because of the previous seller, because I did get this guy used a lot. And we do have the blue, which continues down. My problem with this guy is, again, not a fault of the previous seller, but my tail does not come with any of that blue paint, which it's supposed to. Here is not painted at all. And yeah, we have like a bunch of segmenting though, which has nice underside. And of course the tail within itself has some pretty nice details. And then we have the pointed tip, which goes right up. So it's in a pre-post position, as we'll talk about in articulation. So also that's just kind of another thing, is that Playmates Godzillas are known for being pre-post. So we have the right leg, which goes back, the left leg, which goes front, and then the shoulders, which kind of like rest in a neutralized position. So it's meant to look like he's walking. So for the Playmates Godzilla radio tower, I would say, is he cheap looking? Yeah. I mean, of course, it's a $10 toy. This was one of Playmates' earlier figure, so they did improve over time. But that said, because of that, you also have to like factor in the fact that like these figures may have also been rushed, but also may have not been. I would honestly say like my biggest kind of like complaint with the figure is just primarily going to have to be that tail, because it's not as advertised. There's a blue spray here is supposed to be on here, but I don't see that, do I? I mean, technically I could fix that by detaching the Energized Godzilla tail and putting on this one, but that's like a different color slightly. But as for the actual figure goes, it's okay. It's nothing too spectacular, but I do dig the actual like application. I like the orange eyes. I like the blue spray on the spines. I love the actual colorization on the body, and I love the color contrast between the claws and the body itself, along with the wash. So I would say 7 out of 10 personally for the actual sculpted paint. Nothing spectacular, but nothing over like bad at or anything. Next up is articulation. For the jaw, which actually has a hinge, which I didn't actually originally expect on a figure like this, because usually I thought they'd honestly just do a Bandai where they just keep everything locked in here, but no, you actually do get a hinge, which can open about this far up, close like that, and yeah, that's basically the extent of the articulation there. Now, for the head, you might say, oh, well, it's turning, right? Let's turn it. No. This figure will break if you do that. I have a really good example. Let me go get it. This is my first Godzilla with heat ray. So again, it's the same mold, same company, same line. And watch what happens when I go to turn it. See that? Now let me turn it back. Open it, turn back. That is the plastic starting to split. Let's try that again. I really want to drive home this point. See how it's opening? Just gonna push that back into place. Okay, let's open it up again. Alright, I think you get it. That is the plastic splitting it up. And the reason why that is because instead of pegging it in like a circular peg, Playmates had the genius idea of putting it in a square peg. Square. Why square? I have no clue. Maybe it's like a connection thing with the design. But in my personal opinion, because of the way that the head looks and that way that it's shaped, there should have been head movement here. Plus, they advertised it in the commercial. There's literally like this one scene where Godzilla even like turns his head like this. And like, he's literally like roaring towards the camera or something. I don't know, it's been a while since I've seen the commercial. He's like all the way over here. I'm only doing this because this figure is already kind of used, so I really don't care. Like, if this neck breaks, like I can actually just repair it. I already have another one anyway. So again, I need to kind of crap. Tumbling down the whole figure. Kind of like need to drive home the point that this figure will break if you actually, twist it. And I might have had another scuff. I don't know. So yeah, shoulders can go about this far back and this far forward. Legs, well, this leg can go up and down like that. No rotation at the foot because much like the head, it's actually a square peg. You can technically rotate it, but it's super tight and the plastic shears away at the joints, so no. This leg can go up and down. And a ball joint at the tail, which we can go left, right, up, and down. Just like that. So, articulation, fairly basic. It kind of lives up to the name of being a basic 6-inch figure. I'll say that the articulation in the head and feet should have been actual joints and not just pegs. Because think of how much people out there, like little kids who maybe want to get a new dinosaur toy and then they see this Godzilla. Ooh, what kind of dinosaur is that? Their parents buy it. And then they go to turn the head. They turn it. Oh, you're having a little bit of resistance? Okay, let me try harder. Think of how many kids have done that. I'm just saying. So I am going to kind of dock off some points for these three just because there should have been movement, especially when the later released 2014 Godzilla had joints in those specific areas. So why they can do it for 2014 but couldn't do it for the 2019 onward Godzilla, I have no clue. But that said, you might say, oh, well, that's a different design that was released in a different time. Yeah, between the 2014 and now, there was the New Empire line, and Godzilla Evolved still was not able to, I mean, I can't remember if he was able to turn his feet, but he was definitely not able to turn his head. If anything, it's less mobility than that. But as for the articulation we do get, it's fairly basic. Ball joint at the tail, swivels at the feet, swivels at the arms, and a hinge for the jaw. So you can get some, maybe some basic, decent poses. Let me, try to get them, in, kind of like a weird stance. There you go. He's taking a stroll through Tokyo. Anyway, because of he's already pre-posed, the articulation really doesn't give you that much, so I'm going to say 6 out of 10 for the articulation. Again, a little bit of a dud. For some size comparison and reference, here he is with pretty much his brethren from technically, so to speak, the same line, maybe not the same movie line, but same overall united Monsterverse line, with the simultaneously released Godzilla with Heat Ray, and the Godzilla Kong the New Empire reissue of Godzilla with Heat Ray, which has a completely different beam effect, and new added limbs, like new tail, new legs, and new plastic of their quality. Which, in technically, so to speak, terms, as far as the compatibility of the beams go, you can actually, let's kind of put the beam in the mouth here. You can actually do that, as you can see there. Just keep in mind that I would not suggest taking out and in over the years, because as my Heat Ray Godzilla has done that, it is scuffed inside the mouth. And here he is with some more Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla Kong the New Empire figures, with the Kong fighter jet, technically, so to speak, I guess his counterpart, and the very, very crappy energized Godzilla from Godzilla Kong the New Empire, which originally I had thought that all they just did was take this guy and color him blue, and that was it. Actually, just a brief comparison out of the way, it's almost like it's a different shade of blue between the two. This one's a tad bit darker, but it's primarily the same kind of design overall. The blue translucent fins come from the Heat Ray Godzilla, so it's almost like an amalgamation between this guy and his Heat Ray cousin. And for the last size comparison, here he is with the Monster Arts 2021 Godzilla and the NECA 2019 Godzilla V1. And so overall, for the Playmates Radio Tower Godzilla, what do I think of this guy? He's honestly my personal favorite between this and the Heat Ray Godzilla. The Hero Godzilla is not like a bad figure, but I think just visually speaking, this guy is just way better. He has a much better color scheme overall, and I would say like if he was given the accessory, mwah, beautiful. Which is probably why I love the Hollow Earth one so much, which is basically just this guy just painted green. That said, do I recommend him? In 2025, I don't know. There's a lot better figures out there of better quality than the earlier 2021 released Godzilla Kong figures, primarily from the New Empire line and what we're going to be getting with Supernova. And I just feel like Playmates has definitely put out a lot better of figures. But that said, I still recommend this over the Energized Godzilla. If you want to go back in time and like really re-experience the pandemic era of what I almost would consider figure collecting, sure, get this guy. Because he's almost like he's right from that era. I almost feel a weird sense of nostalgia for that. Because like going into Walmart or something and actually getting this guy in hand, you know, some people around the world have actually experienced that. But that said, that's all from me. My personal final rating of this guy, I'm going to rate as a 7 out of 10. Not the best figure, definitely not the worst, but good for what it is. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. It was here that Ghidorah was given a second chance at life. And the first thing that he did was take it out on the one who ended him. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing the next Playmates review in the line, and hope everyone's enjoying themselves. I'm currently recording this on a Friday night, specifically a Friday at midnight, but of course to celebrate the occasion, I've got some fancy lights. Yes, I bought these lights, and this isn't going to be like the whole review. It's just going to be the intro, so don't worry, you'll get your fair look. But I wanted to really like at least bring it back to 2022. You can skip ahead to the actual part of the review, but I wanted to talk a bit briefly about not just the figure in specific, but I want this video to almost be like reliving 2022. I don't know about you guys, but for me, 2022 was, at least the first part of the year, was a really good year. It was also pretty good towards the second half, but the first half was really good. I had like these fancy neon LED lights along these shelves. You can actually see the shelf right there along them, and it was like blue and red together. They made purple, and it was so visually spectacular. So I kind of want to return to that in a new way with this like light that I bought. It was like 25 bucks. I can't remember the exact price, but I did buy it. And yeah, I'm just having the time of my life with it. You know, I don't use it actually that much, but I do use it from time to time. But here we're actually like using it to its full capacity. So now that I have that intro part of that way, I'm just really trying to use it to my best of my ability. Today we're going to be taking a look at the next line in Playmates' Godzilla vs. Kong original wave line, the Mechagodzilla with Proton Scream, specifically the Battle Mechagodzilla. Yes, not to be confused with the Battle Roar Mechagodzilla. That's a different figure. Same mold, just different features. Like it's bigger, it has the colors of the standard Mechagodzilla, and it roars with more limited articulation. This one is a standard 6-inch figure with an accessory with the battle damage, and you all know and love it. Or do you love it? In my original rating of the Playmates Godzillas, I placed this guy tied with the Mechagodzilla at first. Not gonna lie here, that opinion has changed because I think I was being a bit too nice with this thing. But today I'm going to be taking a more critical look at the second attempt by Playmates in what was essentially one of their last Godzilla vs. Kong toys before they transitioned to the Monsterverse. So with that said, let's enjoy the Godzilla vs. Kong Battle Mechagodzilla with Proton Scream. Hope you guys enjoyed the lights while you could, because they're probably not going to come back until the outro, because I think at this point I'm going to start formatting my reviews from now on just to make them a bit more lively, plus I want more unique content. Anyway, for the accessories, because we're going to swap them now, is going to be the Proton Scream, which is going to be a piece of red rubber plastic that in the past I've said looks like a Twizzler, and I still stand by that claim. But for the actual mold, we have a bit of like a splash effect going on here. It's kind of hollowed out at the tips, but It's only because the way it was casted. But of course, we have the little label inside there. Kind of looks like some sort of like vortex, honestly. So yeah, we have like this little splash effect, and then we have like the plasma bits in there. It's a bit more of an opaque plastic compared to the other beam effects that Playmates has released through the years. And we have the little peg in there as well. And just some more wavy like detail, which by the way, this is the correct position that's supposed to go in, which I kind of find a little dumb because you think that the beam would be like firing like this, not like this. Anyway, so this looks pretty cool, right? You can actually stick your finger in here like you do to something. So what seems to be like the big thing here? Does this happen to give you a case of deja vu? What? Not seeing it? For those that don't know the answer, that is because it is the exact same mold as the beam that comes with Godzilla. It is one for one the same. Now, it's funny because this beam within itself actually is inspired by the SH Monster Arts 2014 Spitfire beam, which I can actually prove it by comparing the shapes of it. Maybe the designer of this beam actually like was inspired by it. I'm not saying they took the mold, I'm saying they were inspired by the design. Just flipped. Anyway, so what's the big problem with the beam? Well, I'm not expecting 100% accuracy with Playmates because they're a kids' toys company. It's like impossible to take these photorealistic kaiju and probably it's hard to compress them down to like a $10 figure. That said, I feel like the beam could have been done a little bit better for a few reasons. One, Mechagodzilla has a very different beam compared to Godzilla himself. Godzilla's always had a flame/plasma-like beam, even down to the 2014 where it almost looked like mist. So it would make sense for the beam to look like this. The Mechagodzilla beam should not look like this. Mechagodzilla's beam was always more centered and focused, concentrated than Godzilla's, which is probably part of the reason why he won the initial like beam clash in the movie. This looks actually kind of cool. But like, well, boom, and then you get it. But having it more plasma and flame-like just doesn't look right to me for a bit of reasons. But again, it's made of malleable plastic. But anyways, enough of Godzilla's beam. That was his review. This is Mechagodzilla's review. So to put in the accessory, you're going to notice a peg hole at the top of his mouth. And you're going to want to put the peg in, right? So you do so. And I'd suggest just for maximum security, clamp down the jaw, as we'll talk about in articulation. And the beam is good to go, right? Yes and no. What I mean by that is, display-wise, yes, he looks correct. But, big conundrum here. As I knocked down the whole figure, that was not meant to happen. There's a bit of an issue with this beam. It comes out way too easily. Now, granted, yes, I did technically shake the figure, but here's the thing. Little kids are going to rattle this thing until there's no coming home. They're going to take their Godzilla toy and their Mechagodzilla toy, and they're going to go boom, boom, boom. That required barely any effort. Then again, I am practically a full-grown man. Those are kids with tiny little arms. But seriously, I feel like the connection of the beam could have been better. Now, thankfully, they did fix this with the new Empire releases. But considering the fact, you saw that, right? That was fully pegged in, and that I just looked down, boom. This Mechagodzilla is going to be sticking around. We'll talk about that later, but this beam is just not doing it for me. It looks awkward like this. I don't know, just something just looks off about this red beam. I'm cool to have like a Spitfire 6-inch Mechagodzilla, which to my knowledge is only one of two that exist. This guy and the Monster Arts one that's either coming out or came out. I don't know. I saw the promo pics and then I forgot all about it. That said, the beam itself honestly kind of sucks and is both in its connection because, again, it's molded for a different figure, not for the Mechagodzilla, and it just doesn't look that impressive as well. It's small, I get it, it it actually has a little bit of like black crud floating around about it. I know I've been ranting about a piece of rubber this whole time, so let's move on to actually a redeeming quality about the figure, and that's going to be the chest piece, the battle damage, which, of course, this was part of Playmates' signature gimmick. Here we have like all the tech and metal inside with all the gun hitting compartments, the same stuff that we've seen with the previous Mechagodzilla, and of course the Among Us style chest plate that is going to be broken off, which again, funny enough, Kong did strike this area in the movie, so if you wanted to technically, so to speak, create that, you could. But of course, it's gonna be like this to match the mold on the inside, and to put it in, go bottom first, I would say, bottom first, and then carefully realign it, kind of push it a little bit to the side, and then kind of like smush everything down, and there you go. Now, as far as the actual look, you can clearly see where it is, but like as far as color on color goes, I would say it's one of the better ones in this original line. You can definitely tell where the battle damage lines up with the body, but at least as far as detail is concerned, it's at least pretty evened out, even though that seam line is ugly as hell. So the battle damage feature does add some things, but the beam effect really, like what is practically the main selling point, because you can make or break the battle damage, but the beam effect is what really gives this guy's identity. And because, in my personal opinion, the beam effect just isn't that good, like, to be honest, it really kind of falls flat. So for accessories, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give this thing a 6 out of 10. Not very impressive. It's okay as far as like, thank you for featuring the proton scream. You guys were the first company to do so. And the battle damage, cool gimmick, and I do like it, but not very great execution on the beam. Anyway, down to the actual figure at hand. Like I've made mention, this is going to be the exact same mold, detail-wise, as the previous Mechagodzilla we took a look at, that being the He variant. Yeah, pretty much everything is the same. The head, the sides of the chest itself, the arms, the legs, the tail. So we're going to be kind of doing like a generic overview of this guy. Kind of realizing there's a bit of like crud floating in right in there. There we go. There you go. Be gone. Anyway, actually, no, it's not gone. Whatever, you could say. For the actual head, again, the same red eyes make a return. They're like believe it or not, the only painted thing on this figure. Everything else is practically just plastic. So yeah, red paint. The face has a bunch of mechanical details, different panel linings. The jaw has all the mechanical gears you can see, with the teeth kind of bulging out. There you go, more tech stuff. Stuff that looks like gills on the neck, different segmenting and line patterns under the jaw, just for reference. A little bit of color difference I'm noticing, but that's okay. Again, different neck alignments. For the chest, we have some panel alignments kind of like going down, 3 on each side, 6 in all. We have the chest piece that's right here. A bunch of the segments, like the mechanical gun components, like literally these are guns. These are, I don't think they were ever used in the movie, which is funny because he can like shift his body. So I wonder how that works like mechanically. Whatever. It's an Adam Wingard movie. Adam Wingard practically gives the middle finger to logic, like at that point. We have a bunch of more mechanical components on the sides. Stuff that kind of looks like ribs with kind of more fleshed out details. Here we have Mechagodzilla's technically cockpit penis. We have more of the side panels here as well with the with the legs. Actually, let's just go back to the arms here. The arms are going to be made of big rectangles with X's on the sides, almost paying homage to the original Mechagodzillas of decades past. Shoulder pads, more rectangular bits on the actual forearm. And for the claws, this one's more clenched in, this one is more clenched out. You put your right clenched in and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Anyway, reliving my childhood anyway. We have more like the claw details here, hinged out. So we do get a bit more like that splay detail. I almost wish it was like posability. I think the giant one has it. I still have yet to get the giant one, although it is possible for me to get it. Again, going back to legs, more or less the same details we get on the arms, because we have like the X's on the side panels, and then we have more of like the mechanical components as far as the hinges go, and then we have the almost what looks like wheels, very elongated wheels, but again, more of like mechanical components to help Mechagodzilla like get shielded. Maybe he's like taking a blow from the side, so I guess this is like his armor, his exoskeleton, although this part is kind of exposed. Although he would definitely be able to knee right in the shin. I think there's like a scene in the movie where Mechagodzilla like kicks Godzilla full force with his knee, or actually knees him right in the belly. You can actually see his ribcage in that scene anyway. Going to the feet, we have like splayed out feet, which I kind of wish they were a bit more condensed, just because like I'm not a fan of like his more, not webbed feet, but more splayed out feet. And for the dorsal plates, they're again red rectangles that are going to be actually like a ruby red. So you, in certain lighting conditions, you can get it to look more purple-ish. Because like I'm kind of looking at my shadow, it's kind of hard to like show, but I am seeing like a bit of a purple hue. So that is pretty cool. But the whole thing is going to be translucent down to here. And of course for the tail, we're going to be multi-segmented. The same stuff you've seen last time. Here's the drill. Just a bit of a better look at that. There you go. And all the top parts are going to be translucent plastic. So here's one last look underneath, to the side, from behind, to this side, above, and the front. So again, for the sculpt and paint, nothing's really changed. Although something they did change is that the original had these red panel linings on the front. You think that for being a Spitfire Mechagodzilla, which would have those exposed or like glowing, say, you would think they would have to at least make them translucent or like give them some sort of fancy paint job. Nope. The whole thing is gray. The only thing that's really painted is going to be the eyes. Yeah. Honestly, that's pretty disappointing, even for a Playmates figure. Like, again, not to bring him in, like, this early, but his counterpart, so to speak, the Heat Ray Godzilla, was almost fully painted. We had painted jaw, painted eyes, painted claws, painted sides, like the dry brush, and also painted dorsal plates. Granted, they weren't all painted, but what I'm asking is, why did Playmates bother to paint this guy almost in his entirety and later paint a nearly full repaint, the Hong Kong Battle variant, which I'd love to get my hands on, but not paint the Mechagodzilla? I get it. It's a very specific design, but don't be afraid to at least give this guy some sort of mechanical dry brush or some sort of red highlights, especially for his upcoming reissue. Don't be afraid to go back to the drawing board a bit, Playmates. Like, there's so much more you could do with the sculpt and paint. So because it's something we've already seen, it at least does it well with the detail. The detail is almost top notch, especially for a Playmates. But the paint, sorry, but those eyes do not save the figure. So, in my personal opinion, sculpt and paint gets a 6.5 seems low. We're going to bump that to a 7. At least it knows what it's supposed to be. For articulation, we have a hinged jaw, which we can go open about that far, close up about that far. Nothing at the head because it's entirely locked. The shoulders can go pretty much kind of a full 360 like this. But as far as like rotating it can go up about this far because of the shoulder pad, and back about this far because of the shoulder pad, and go out to the side this far, goes in about that far. Nothing at the elbows, nothing at the wrists, and nothing at the claws. Again, missed opportunity after missed opportunity after missed opportunity. The legs, however, are super articulated. We can actually go out to the side. Let's move this shoulder about this far, and it is made of more flexible plastic, although I would recommend kind of like being evasive of that. We can go a full 360 right here, kind of. Actually, maybe not. There's not enough clearance. Maybe there is, but I don't want to risk it because it kind of gets pushed back a bit. Because I know that thing is probably held together by glue, or probably gets sheared off by the plastic. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, we go out to the side, in and kick. I don't know. There's a lot of range with the leg. You can bend in with the knee like this. You can go full ball joint here at the foot, and a ball joint here for the tail with a, not a bendable wire, but it is malleable, almost like one. So for the articulation, again, the same song and dance we've seen, who knows. Well, technically, so to speak, one time before this. But what I will say is that the Mechagodzilla had very expressive legs. They're probably the best leg joints of any Playmates figure Playmates has produced to date. Notice how I only say the legs. Jaw's cool. It's very expressive because you can open up really wide. Shoulders, great track. You know, you're on the right path, but immediately gets dropped once they ditch the elbows and the wrist. Nothing really at the waist. And the tail, I mean, take it or leave it. But the big problem with the tail, or the articulation, is how loose of a figure it is. Because here he is in a neutral position. Okay, I'm going to get him reared up a little bit. Watch this. Saw that, right? It like pushes it back. See, because like when you want Mechagodzilla kind of reared up, you'd want him a little bit more like this. Oh wow, he's actually doing that. And then, but like sometimes, at least in my personal experience, the legs kind of like sag a little bit. It again really depends on like what pose you have him in, but his legs were just always kind of a problem for me to pose, and that's kind of why I never really touched this guy. That sounded so wrong. That's part of the reason why I never really bothered to take this guy off the shelf all that much, aside from maybe doing the reviews. So, but yeah, sorry to say this, but the articulation, as cool as the legs are, the arms, specifically the arms, and the tail are, as well as the jaw, there's a lot of missed potential here, and I definitely think Playmates could step that up a bit. So 7.5 out of 10 for the articulation. So for some size comparison and size reference, here he is with the Playmates Heat Ray Godzilla and the original original Mechagodzilla, which again, just to show you, they're the exact same. And as a little bonus, you can actually fit this guy's beam into this guy's mouth, and you can swap battle damage pieces. This one's actually kind of hard to get off sometimes, but you can make it work. So, I mean, if you wanted to, you could kind of like create like this weird Frankenstein Mechagodzilla. I mean, not all the parts are just technically, so to speak, pull apart, put back together again. But because of the same sculpt, I mean, stuff like this can also be done. And I think this makes for hours of fun play, doesn't it? And because I kind of teased it earlier, yes, they can share each other's beams. However, because of the way that they're molded, they're the exact same, and the beams will come off pretty easily. So there's that. Just to show Godzilla with the proton scream. He finally achieved it, the red spiral ray. Can't you tell? Can you tell at this point I'm basically just a man-child? And here he is compared to the Kongs of the line, with Kong with Battle Axe and Kong with Fighter Jet. I was about to say Kong with Beast Club, but neither of these are the GXK Kong. And going from Mechagodzilla to NECAGodzilla, here he is with some 6-inch Godzilla figures with the NECAGodzilla 2019 V1 from King of the Monsters and the SH Monsters Godzilla 2021 from Godzilla vs. Kong. And so for my final thoughts, yes, we brought back the light show. Let's actually dim our lights. There you go, now it's a true party. Anyways, for my final thoughts about the Battle Mechagodzilla Proton Scream, this is going to be, in my personal opinion, one of those things that is really cool in concept, but not so much in execution. Let me explain. The Battle Mechagodzilla Proton Scream is, again, just as I described it, good in idea, not so much in practice. The sculpt work is pretty good. I mean, it's actually one of Playmates' best. The paint job is absolutely lackluster because the only paint on it is technically, so to speak, the eyes, when they could have done so much more. and the articulation gets cut off thanks to the arms because they're just one solid piece, when I feel like they could really benefited with some more hinges and swivels, bells and whistles all. And the accessories, well, the beam effect is just really, really sloppy. And I really don't see like why the proton scream turned out the way it did, because again, while they're both Godzillas technically, so to speak, that shoot out laser beams, they're different type of laser beams. This is a much more focused beam than Godzilla's and should have been a bit more slender, for lack of a better term, slimmer. It should have been a more concentrated, focused, narrow beam. That's what I would have liked. And the battle damage piece is a cool gimmick, and I do like it returning here. But that said, for my overall thoughts, if I had to recommend this figure, I would say definitely keep this guy in the blocks, because you're going to have a hard time actually displaying this. That's the thing here. This setup is actually kind of hard because you have Kong with Godzilla here, like tag teaming him. And yeah, we're just having a full-blown rave party, aren't we? Anyway, for my final rating, I'm going to give this figure a solid 7 out of 10. Not the greatest figure. It's good in some aspects, but really lacks in a lot of others. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. You know, I think it's safe to say that when this figure first dropped, initially, I thought this thing was just a one-off gimmick. You know, Playmates would just make this crazy figure, and we wouldn't really think much of it. Then the new Empire releases, and Kong gets a Beast Club. Why do I feel like 2 movies from now, Kong's literally going to be like this? Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be reviewing the Playmates Toys Titan Tech Kong. Yes, so this is going to be based on, loosely based on, the MonsterVerse Kong and his appearance in Godzilla vs. Kong, except he's going to be quite a bit different. This is supposed to be a more transformic gimmick type toy where Playmates decided to give him a whole bunch of gadgets and tech and such to really amp up his game within the MonsterVerse. And yeah, he'll have like a ton of armor and such. But as it stands, we're going to take a look at the base figure and his transformation version as a whole. So with that said, again, this has to be one of the most stupidest figures, I'm just going to say right off the bat, that I own. It is hella funny to look at, but is also very interesting in a lot of ways. But that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. So we're going to save the transformation for later, but for the actual accessory, because Kong does come with an accessory, we have this very stylized battle axe, which is not going to be based on the actual axe we see in the movie, because it was just mainly a bone with Godzilla scales attached to a Godzilla dorsal plate as the blade. Here is, I don't even know what it is, really. Like, this doesn't even look like something from Godzilla or King Kong. This is something that whatever Playmates designer was on drugs that day just pitched this to Legendary, just like, hey, you want to do this? And showed him a sketch and play. And then Legendary was just like, well, whatever way we can do another Kong axe, let's do it. And then, boom, they gave us the green light for mass production, and then the rest is history. But yeah, on this very Thor-esque looking blade, we have a handle comprised of blue paint. Mine's got a bit of chippage, probably from me, although that is actually kind of a lined ship. Interesting. As yeah, we have like this part of it, which is probably going to be like where the bottom part of you put your hand in. And this entire bottom part is going to be blue. We have like this blue appendage here. And then we have the actual handle itself, which is going to be primarily dark brown, almost like the actual color of the body. Like that is basically the same color. And then we have the blade itself, which is not going to be all that pointy. So I don't exactly understand how this would actually do any damage. But it does have a lot of blue highlights here, with a lot of like different blue patterns. Almost like this part should be glowing. I would have loved to see something like this on the big screen. Not literally in a Godzilla or Kong film, but maybe as like a weapon in a superhero film. I mean, hey, the DC verse is back in full swing with Superman, and we are getting more Marvel films. So, hey. Although this design might be trademarked now, so there's that. So yeah, it's going to be mainly a flexible rubber. We have this little nub, but we're going to talk about that nub. But there's actually multiple ways you can actually put this on Kong. So you're going to take his right hand, and you're going to notice that he's going to grip it. Now you might say, oh, well, I'm just going to pry open the fingers. This is entirely made of hard plastic. There's no flexing this whatsoever. So my personal suggestion is take it like this because it is a bit narrow on the brown side. So squeeze it in between his fingers and his thumb. Although it's a big debate if the thumb is a finger. And then you want to slide it in. And then as you're doing it, you rotate it left like that. And boom, your Kong is now holding the axe. It's a bit of a secure grip. I mean, it does kind of jostle around in there, but he won't be letting go of this axe anytime soon. Another way you can put it in, and this kind of adds back to the like the transformation gimmick, is that on his back side, you're going to see this big back panel. Right here is a peg hole, and you're going to see this peg, yeah, that little nub we talked about earlier. You can actually peg in to Kong's backside, and it actually does stay in there pretty decently, and you can get it to rotate a little bit. So from the front you can have it like exposed, maybe like a bit like this, or let's see, can this work? Can you flip it upside down? Yes, you can. So if you want it like this, hey, you're all good to go. Also, because of all the screw holes on this guy, try not to pop it off, you can actually peg this into some of the screw holes too. It doesn't work for all of them because there is like a screw hole on the butt, and I mean, I'm basically trying to stick an axe up Kong's, well, you know what, but effectively any of these screw holes on like the shoulders, you can actually kind of fit it in and it'll work. But primarily it's supposed to go on this, but yeah, for the axe itself, I'm going to say, though it is crazy stupid, throwing all logic out the window, unknown origins, we don't know where this Kong got this axe from, this must have been one hell of a Zilla, I'm going to say it's very flexible, so you're not going to break it. It's a bit prone to paint chippage, so I wish it was sealed off a little bit better. But the axe connection is great, and you do have a bit of display options by putting this guy on Kong's back. So I'm going to say 8 out of 10. Honestly, this is actually a pretty cool axe. Again, not something I'd want in a Godzilla or Kong film, but for a dumb, fun kid's toy, yeah, this actually works pretty well. And of course, we get to the Kong figure at hand. And might I say, off the bat, you're going to notice something pretty odd. His proportions. Now, of course, this is to make way for all the tech and stuff that's inside the figure, but for the actual design here, I will say this Kong could have been a whole lot worse, but it is still pretty damn goofy. So for the head mold, the eyes are going to be painted standardly orange with black pupils, nothing to really write home about. They are applied pretty well, at least. They've got the center down pretty nicely. Detail is a bit on the more mellow side this time around because of the hard plastic used. The fur here is going to be a bit detailed, more so. The face, going to like the skin, fleshy parts. The eyebrow looks pretty nice. The nose looks pretty decently detailed. And the teeth, you have the tongue painted, the teeth detailed. It's pretty much what you expect from Playmates. Although it's kind of weird is that he has like bottom buck teeth, which, I don't know. Also, what the hell is this facial expression? Come on, couldn't you at least make him a little bit more mad, like bend down the eyebrows and give him like a bit of a snarl? This just looks goofy. His side profile, he doesn't have a neck. He clearly doesn't know how to mog. His beard is pretty much infused with his chest, which again I can understand given the gimmicks, but he has just this very big broad set of shoulders as well, because like it goes immediately down midway through his head. But by the way, there's the ears, just want to kind of cover that. There you go, pretty well sculpted by the way. There is a bit of a color difference. This is just like a darker grayish brown. This is more like a brown with like a green hue. So there is going to be a bit of a color difference, but for the pecs, smoothing out details with the okayly painted scars. They're nothing like too bad or anything like that. We have the belly button and of course some hinges there with some more fur details down there. A bit more softened than usual. Broad shoulders again. We have the shoulders, which are going to be covered in seam line after seam line, again, to make way for the hinges and all the gimmick stuff. We have all of this, like, actually decent detail for a Playmates figure. This part's kind of smoothened over, but for the fists, it's all the fur detail, especially, like, on the elbow area. There's not too much, like, detail here, but there is stuff to at least talk about or mention. This one's got, like, the clenched fist. Little white marking. Don't think I've ever noticed that before. But we do have a bit of like fist action, so you can go to your Godzilla or something. This arm is a bit more exposed, so you can see inside the hand, although there's nothing really there. Kind of wish there was some paint for the wrists, honestly, because even like the smaller Kongs around the time they released this did have paint, so why not this one? So that is a bit of a bummer. The back side is going to be primarily smoothed over, but we do have some detail work with the fur, a bit like ragged up fur and such. It does look pretty decent overall, things considered. Again, we have like mainly the fur kind of condensed towards the center where you get like the groove and indents there. Of course, is the monkey booty cheeks going into the legs. Very chunkier legs on a Kong figure, proportionally speaking. But Kong never had the biggest legs, so it's kind of like a make or break situation when it comes to the legs anyway. We do have a lot of nice smooth detail, more towards the front. The back side's a bit more, well, the sides specifically here are a bit more smoothed out, but the back here, again, we kind of get like a little increase of detail work. It's nothing like overly complex. We have some screw holes, of course. I know some people are not going to like them. Personally, I don't mind screw holes. I've said this time again, but I'm going to say it anyway. I grew up with toys with screw holes, so I don't really mind screw holes on my toys. In fact, I've always like considered that a standard. So probably when I found out toys didn't have screw holes, some of them at least, I was just like, how is this possible? This defies all logic in my brain. Anyway, fur detail going down to the feet. We actually have some pretty decently detailed feet. Mine's a bit dusty because of how long I've had this for. A few years, actually. Copyright info. Let's go here. Monsterverse, trademark, copyright 2022, legendary, all rights preserved. Let's go here. Playmates, address. So I guess I just doxed Playmates. Okay. I'm just joking. It's public information. I think that's just their headquarters anyway. So yeah, kind of one more look at the fur detail. Let's, so here's the back side, side view, front view, aerial shot, down shot, back shot, giggity, and the side shot here. Anyway, so for the actual sculpting and paint on the base Kong figure, it's nothing really spectacular. It's definitely one of those really stupid looking figures with how weirdly proportioned it is, because you have Kong's overly exaggerated arms, the shoulders which are really more broad than they should be, and the more chunkied out legs with the face that honestly looks like they just chopped his neck off and then tried to replant his head without the neck, and it just looks really, it almost looks like a Kong mixed in with the Hulkbuster. You know what I'm talking about? That's basically what this figure is. So as far as the mold is concerned, I mean, detail-wise, it's okay. It gets the job done. It's nothing spectacular, but I just can't help but at least laugh at the design of this thing. I'm going to say 7 out of 10 as far as like, let's bump that out to a 0.5. Nothing too spectacular. 7.5 I feel like is fair given the design. And I do understand why it's like this. And, given the price point, it should be worth knowing that. And of course, for articulation, for the head, there's nothing here. And we're going to be primarily talking about the articulation, not the gimmick. So shoulders, we can hit on swivel him so we can go up about that far and down about that far. Can rotate full 360 degrees. Nothing at the bicep, shoulders, elbows, or wrists, which I kind of find a little disappointing because I felt like they could have cut something maybe in here to like give it a bit of an extra bend or something. Nothing at the waist, but raising up the shoulders, we can get a bit of a kick. So we can go up about that far, backwards about that far because of the booty. And then they're actually on a swivel hinge this way. So you can go up about that far, but the hinge here does kind of get in the way of that. So you shimmy it a little off to the side. You basically can get Kong doing like the reverse splits here. And then you can get Kong kind of like leaping up in the air like that. And you can get a bit of a rotation like that. And as for the feet, they can go a full 360 degrees. So for his posability in his base form, he doesn't really have a whole lot of it. He really only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points compared to like the standard 6-inch Kongs featuring like a boatload of articulation, which I don't know why they always save it for Kong. Come on, give Godzilla something. But that said, I will save articulation. Maybe they could have included something like at the elbows or something, but again, given of all the gimmicks that are inside this thing, it's understandable why. I'm going to say 6.5 just because I feel like, again, articulation was never its strong suit, but I'm happy to have it anyway. And now comes the part that you probably been waiting for, the actual transformation. So there's a bit of things to go over, but this is the way I like to do it. Maybe this is the official way. I haven't seen the instructional video from Playmates in a while, so you're going to unclip this. Make sure it's all the way down here. Next, you're going to lightly pry these open like this, and it should look like this. Next, you're going to want to take Kong's head, shove it downward like this until you hear a click, and then rotate it 180. Then your Kong should be wearing this. We'll talk about the looks later. Unflip this part and unflip this. Close everything back up, including this back panel, like that. And you're gonna see this little like antenna. Dig your finger in there and kind of like unhinge that from the figure within. So it should look something like this. Okay, now we're on the right track. Take the bicep, pull it like that so you can see a metal extension. Do that on both sides. All right, pretty damn sweet. Next, you're going to flip this up so it looks like this. Turn it around, flip it like that, and flip it like that so you can see some like tube work and some extra screws. This is not painted. That is. Where's the consistency here, Playmates? But yes, it should look something like this. Rinse and repeat on the other side. So dig it in like this. Go like this. And like this. So there it is. And for the legs, last part, flip this out. Flip that in. Flip this out. And flip this out. Dig my finger in there. And rinse and repeat for the opposite end. Just like so. If you have to move around the figure a bit, do so carefully because you do not want to break this. Okay, my fingernail is failing me already. I don't know what's the problem here. There we go. That is much better. And there you have it. And bada bing, bada boom, your Kong is officially Titan Tech Kong. And automatically, this thing is so stupid, I love it. Yes, your eyes are not mistakening. He's wearing sunglasses and a microphone. Plus has like these weird antenna things, which I wouldn't say are wings, but almost look like the beginning of like wings. And then he's got like all this weird like opening up panel stuff. Again, there's logic to be questioned, but it's a figure that kind of gives the middle finger to logic. Because organically, none of this would make sense on the MonsterVerse Kong, because we're literally talking about literal compartments that replace the tendons, muscles, bone fibers, etc. of the Kong in order to make this work. We have skin dug into it, which reveals more fur, plus like tubing and such there, and then we have like metal armor. Essentially, this is a mechanic Kong, which is funny because mechanic Kong is, I think, of Universal property. I could be wrong about that. But to actually give you guys a better look at the extensions here, for the sunglasses, they're going to be basically painted and sculpted. Basically just a big line with a bit of a divot over the eyes, just kind of representing sunglasses. And then, of course, we have the headsets here with a literal mic. Like, why else would it be looping down to Kong's face like that? But everything is sculpted onto the figure, so don't expect it to be taken off. Then we have this big silver gold lining with the Monarch label to act as like armor. Again, like, it's very questionable how this is really classified as armor when Kong is still pretty much naked. Like, there's a lot of spots on him that really would need like extra parts. Anyway, we have these little flaps which I'm just going to refer to as wings. That I don't really think they're wings, but what am I supposed to call these? Like, really, what am I supposed to call them? We have again some more gold and silver details. Here, there's the backside, a bit more simplistic. You know, it kind of looks like something from like the 1993 Mechagodzilla. And then we have like the little black antenna there, which for some reason only one side has. You'd think both sides would have them. Here we have the metal bicep with all the mechanical lining, arrows as well. The tube work as well as the metallic paint. Both sides minus this part. And of course this little compartment, which again, like, what's the purpose of this? Again, logic is thrown down the window. You just see this figure, think it looks cool, don't ask questions. For the leg compartments, more gold and silver plating, as well as like right here. Some more silver lining, compartment after compartment. And of course we have these, this like little key thing. Like, it almost looks like at one point this was supposed to like actually pull on something and reveal it. Or something. Again, there's clearly some sort of intention behind it, but like I made mention, it's just something that you just look at and think it's cool. If I did have any complaints with it, like aside from how ridiculous it looks, I think that's honestly a cool thing. What I don't really like is the lack thereof, say, body armor on the backside, because the backside clearly got like the mistreatment, you know. I feel like maybe the back of the legs could have featured some, or the back of the arms, maybe the back in general. Maybe this entire back flap could have opened to reveal something else, you know. Have it like folds out and then you close this and then this would like overlap, like this hypothetical back armor plating or something like that. But that's really my only kind of like major gripe with it. Which also, just to say, yes, the battle axe still works. I don't know why it wouldn't, but there you go. And boy, does it look like he's ready for action. This would provide like hours of fun, huh? But yes, essentially this is the figure itself. I will like to make mention that if you do have the axe like up here like this and the figure like fully transformed, there is a possibility of him going like a bit top heavy or wobbling a little bit, as I'm demonstrating here. Okay, I thought he was actually gonna fall, but yeah, it does kind of get a little top heavy, so, or front heavy, whatever what the term is. So as for the actual gimmick, I think the gimmick is fun. It's fun to really transform him back and forth between that and this. But as far as the actual execution of it, I would say it's nearly good. Or it is good, but it's nearly as good as it could be. I would say the only thing that's missing is back plating, so I'm going to say 8 out of 10 for the gimmick as well. And for a brief size comparison, here he is with the Titan Tech Godzilla. and both of them are fully transformed. Now, I'm probably gonna, I would save this for the Godzilla review because that's planned next, but as for which Titan figure I personally think got the better treatment, as far as like actual armor goes, Godzilla definitely has the advantage here because there's actually portions of him that would actually be protecting his vital areas. Like you have these parts would be protecting his gills, and of course you have these parts would be protecting his dorsal plates. You know, the very thing that helps him get energized. Seems like a pretty important thing. While this Kong here, aside from that chest plate, nothing really protects him. That's not really armor. That's just gear and funky stuff. And also, Godzilla seems to have more amounts of weapons on him. Like, he has, like missile fire. He has, like, these knives here, like a switchblade on one side and a switchblade literally right on this tail. So it really seems like Godzilla's more locked and loaded, ready for, like, projectile combat, while Kong seems more like a close quarters combat fighter. But that said, I think overall, it's tough to choose because, again, it seems like Godzilla's trying to be more of a ranged fighter here. Kong is more of a close quarters combat fighter. So yeah, I can't really decide between which one got the better treatment. But yes, as for Rodan, because that's the only other Titan tech figure I'm missing, I don't know if I'll ever get him because Playmates did put out a Titan Tech Rodan. It was available for like a little bit amount of time, and then once it was sold out, they never really restocked them again, and I haven't seen him since. I'm gonna try and get a hold of him just because, like, of the trilogy of figures we have here, that's like the one I'm missing. But really, prices are going up, and the exclusivity is very, very limited. I don't know, Playmates' release format is really confusing to me, but here we go. The, for now, full line of Titan Tech figures. And here he is with the Godzilla vs. Kong battle axe and fighter jets. And let me just say, it's kind of clear which one of these two has the better axe. And here he is compared to the of equal size NECA King Kong figure. And it's kind of funny because even though they're completely different toy brands, they fit pretty well as far as like the actual height of these things go. Granted, NECA is an adult collectible while Playmates is a kid's toy, but they surprisingly go not well together, but like scale-wise go perfectly together. So for the Playmates toys Terminator Kong, this thing is honestly pretty stupid. This thing is so dumb. It's a lot of fun though. I feel like if you're into those crazy, outlandish figures that companies would probably never prove, but yet here we are anyway, this isn't a bad way to go. In fact, it fits the bill perfectly. It has such a dumb gimmick. Its look, even in base, looks absolutely stupid. But it's so bad it's good. You know, it might not even be bad. It just looks dumb. You know, it's definitely corny fun. It's almost like the New Empire itself, even though this isn't technically, so to speak, the New Empire figure, because this figure predates the New Empire figure movie by 2 years. It's almost like the movie itself. So bad, it's good. But if you were to judge it on a fundamental quality level thing, yeah, it kind of is a bit lackluster, but I'm not going to fault it for that. That said, I again recommend this if you like that type of figure, but for my personal rating, for my final rating, I'm going to rate it a 7.5 out of 10. That said, next time we're going to be taking a look at Godzilla. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. And before I forget, that's right, the lights are back. Peace out, everyone. Is he the king of monsters or is he the king of screwholes? Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with taking our trip down Monsterverse memory lane with Playmates Godzilla and Kong memorabilia. Today we have yet another giant figure. This is going to be the second one in the line, even though they were released together. Today we're taking a look at the Giant Godzilla 2021. Which was actually technically released in 2020, but we're going to call him the 2021 Godzilla because the movie itself came out in 2021. Anyway, so for this figure, Of course, this was part of Playmates' very first wave of Godzilla vs. Kong products, not counting the Godzilla and Kong line, which was later rebranded as Toho Classic Series. Anyway, this is going to be the 11-inch representation of the King of Monsters, and almost like a successor, or like, I wouldn't really say a nod, but basically almost the same idea as what Jakks Pacific had with their King of the Monsters line, making a deluxe size Godzilla. Although I don't own it, I would say looks wise I do prefer that one over this one, but this is a Playmates review, not a Jakks Pacific review. Funny because I don't actually own any Jakks Pacific products. Anywho, as for this giant Godzilla, funny story. Originally I was not going to get this guy, and then I found a listing, and then I begged my parents for like crap, and then they just kind of gave in, like, fine, there you go. Anyway, so with that said, it took me a bit to find this guy, but hey, I have him now. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the giant Godzilla. So of note, there is no accessories, which I understand like why, because this isn't a figure that necessarily has a gimmick like the Mega figures. And it's not a figure that like comes with battle damage or anything. So this is essentially a clean sculpt Godzilla in the 11-inch scale. And there's really not a whole lot of accessories they could have actually like featured to actually make this guy work. Like as far as accessories go. So I understand that. But for the actual sculpt and paint, this is going to be a upscale or the same like sculpt they use from the, an identical sculpt. It's not the exact, there are some differences from the basic 6-inch Godzilla that also was released in the line. For the sculpt and paint, I will say that the detail on the head actually does look pretty decent for an early Playmates figure. The eyes are going to be painted orange with black in the pupils. For the inside of the mouth, we actually do have some detail work with the throat, the top of the mouth, the tongue in there being actually kind of like a salmon pink. And we do have some actually decently painted teeth on the bottom row, at least. The top row, not so much. They're a little bit more sparse and a little bit more sporadic. The bottom jaw actually does look very nice. Somehow looks better than half of Monster Art's teeth. Yeah, Playmates beats you, Bandai. What do you have to say about that? Anyway, the nostrils do look pretty well done. They actually do have like a bit of like nice sculpt work in there, which is nice to see. The entire top of the head, it's going to be made of like obviously a hard plastic, but it's a bit malleable, like not overly malleable. You can actually see like the seam line, but we do have like some extra detailing for the like 3 segments down the sides of the back where it reaches the dorsal plates. And of course the lovely gills, which are actually of decent definition on this thing. However, what's also of definition of note is going to be those screw holes. Now, I personally said this time and time again, and I'll continue to say it, screw holes don't really bug me, because I grew up with tons and tons of toys that had screw holes, so really I kind of got adjusted to them, and I know it's a kid's toy, but I know that there are going to be folks out there who probably don't like screw holes in their figures, so that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. But of course, what is of note is going to be the plastic used, and it is going to be a very cheap, hard plastic that, yeah, isn't necessarily of the artsy-fartsy type quality that one would expect from an action figure, but this is, again, a kid's toy made in the modern age. So unfortunately, they're not going to be like they were in the 90s, even though that's before my time. But what we do have here for the sides is actually a lot of nice detail work. We have a lot of nice bumps and grooves across the body. Here we have on the shoulders a lot of the more rectangular and circular scales going through, overlapping and folding in with each other. Of course, we have that kind of ugly seam. This figure was used by a previous seller, so I don't know how much they played with this. It looks like it's at least in okay condition. Pretty good condition, I would actually say. Like, nothing's really broken. Nothing's really, like, scuffed to high heaven and hell. But it does look at least nice. But what I do appreciate is the fact that it's not just blank. We actually have a mild wash of what is it, like a gray? But yeah, there's actually a gray spray here, plus on the sides of the body. It's very hard to see given the lighting conditions, but let's kind of flip this guy around, and you can actually kind of see that more towards here, where yeah, there is a bit of a black spray here. So I do like that Playmates did feature that here. For the chest, that's where the pecs would be. We do get the pecs, but sadly, this is going to be the more least detailed part of the figure, not counting the dorsal plates. And unfortunately isn't really in the best definition as it could be, even for a $20 kid's toy. But again, arms are very big and muscular, well, in Godzilla proportions at least. The arms here, they're pretty well done. The claw paint actually does look a pretty nice, it's got like the nicely colored variation of the bluish gray mixed in with this, like the dirt, muddy looking beige color for the claws, and that's something I really like the Radio Tower Godzilla for. In fact, basically, it's not the exact same, but this is basically color-wise a upscaled, updated version of the Radio Tower figure. I really shouldn't say updated, because this did come day and day with the Radio Tower Godzilla, because it was all part of the first wave. But yeah, we have the arms just kind of sitting in a neutral position with the inside of the palm. There we go. The claw paint does have a bit of scuffing. Not really much I can do about that, unless I want to just shell out the money and buy a new one. I saw on eBay there was like one listing for a Godzilla and Kong for like $200. They're like, what kind of crack are you smoking, my guy? Anyway, for the legs, we have, again, the muscular details with all the overlapping plates going down with the bent knee. And this is kind of what I meant by them being identical but not the same, because this leg was originally straightened out on the 6-inch version, with this one being bent in. It's kind of like that, except this one's more in a neutral stance, this one's more bent in. Anyway, we do have the black spray kind of making a mild return. It's a bit more like metallic, because you can kind of see there's a side of it where there's like metallic paint, and not so much here. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. But yeah, we have all the nice little overlapping details, and we get to the feet, which these feet are actually pretty well done. I love the 4-toed clawed feet. Again, a little bit of paint scuffage, a little bit of gunk at the bottom of it. This is not from me. I can already guarantee you that. But what's of note is that they're actually slightly different shades. That's interesting. And, well, might as well talk about the dorsal plates here. They are going to be fully painted blue. Well, almost fully painted. The base centers of them are going to be painted that blue. And plastic-wise, they are going to be kind of more on the rubbery side. So even if you take this guy and like wham it, it's going to hurt, of course, but it's not going to hurt that much. It's going to poke your eyes out. That would be a very scary thought. Yeah. So, but yeah, we have all the intricate little details on the dorsal plates. Pretty softened. Makes sense, because you can't really make something very detailed out of like a super soft plastic like this. But I personally do enjoy the color scheme. And it actually paints it right here, which, thank you, Playmates, for doing that. My big problem with it personally is going to be this section where the blue stops right here, and then through the tail, which we'll talk about in just a sec, but it doesn't continue the blue spray. I'd at least expect them to go right there. Like, come on, Playmates. That's like an extra, maybe few bucks of budget. Like, you really couldn't have painted it. Whatever, this was their first attempt. And they did fully color it in the Evolve, so I guess technically speaking that is fixed. But yeah, going to the tail itself, we actually have a lot of nice, intricate little details. And this is honestly pretty well detailed within itself. So the detail for the detail, huh? But yeah, it is going to be, there is a seam line here. There's no posability, but out of the box, it does come unpackaged, which let's actually take off. I completely slamming into my light. Oh my God. I didn't mean to do this, but I think I cracked it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm keeping that in. Anyway, for the actual tail itself, I kind of wanted to comment that this might seem like a flexible plastic. It's not. And I would actually advise parents to be careful with this thing, because on its own, this is actually kind of has the potential to be like a weapon. I'm not literally saying you could kill someone, but you can actually do some damage with these spikes, because these spikes are made of hard plastic. They're not like overly pointy, like the Mechagodzilla 2014, but they are still pretty spiky. You take this and you, boom, right there. But yeah, it would basically come out the box like this, and boom. And it's for like the length. It's not overly long. It is kind of like straightened out, then it kind of curls in a little bit, then kind of straightens back out. So it's going to be of like a walking through the city pose. But as it stands for the sculpt and paint, I don't really have a whole lot to comment as far as like problems go. I do have a bit of problems with it personally. Like, for example, I kind of wish maybe the dry brushing could be a bit more noticeable. And I do kind of wish the tail spikes were painted, as well as just better detailing, like maybe towards the chest. Because even for a figure like this, like Kong's detail, there's really no area of it where it's softened over. So I feel like they could have done the same with Godzilla. But where Godzilla doesn't have the sculpt advantage, he definitely has the paint advantage. Because this thing is actually pretty decently painted. Teeth are painted, tongue is painted, the eyes are painted, the dorsal fins are painted, claws are painted, and the body has a dry brush. So there is that. So overall, it's not like a spectacular slam dunk, but I'm going to give it a 7.5 for the sculpt and paint. Pretty damn good for a giant figure, especially their first attempt. And for articulation, yes, there is a seam line here, but there is nothing at the head. I mean, look at this seam line and try to tell me that there's like a ball joint there. Yeah, you probably just laughed at the screen. Anyway, for the arms, we can go up about this far, down about this far. Let's actually switch it to side view here. Up about this far, down about this far, and that's really about it. For the wrist, we can go a full 360 degrees, though I do mind that seam line. For this leg, we can kick upwards about that far, downwards about this far, and we can swivel back and forth. Let's go to this side, just to demonstrate that everything can move here. Just like that, like this, and like that. And finally, for the tail, we can go in full 360. And of course, like I mentioned, no, there's not going to be a segment there, although I kind of wish there was. Anywho, for the Giant Godzilla 2021, I'm like 3 movies behind, aren't I? Anyway, for the Giant Godzilla 2021, articulation-wise, it is not the most posable. I think you get a fair amount. You know, you get the arm movement, you get the hands, you get the legs, feet, and of course, that very chunky tail. And all things considered, you can get this guy at least into some mild poses, like not overly amount, because this figure is technically supposed to be pre-posed because of the legs and the tail. But for the movement you do get, say, just for basic playtime, it's fine, it's serviceable. I kind of wish there was something at the head, or maybe like a jaw joint, which was something the Evolved would later do. But at the same time, you know, I kind of just wish this figure had something else. Maybe I'm being a bit too overly, like, asking, because this figure does technically improve on the Kong by adding an additional joint. But then again, Kong doesn't really have a tail, does he? Kong's public domain. They're probably going to add one in the movie anyway. I'm thinking another 7.5. I really don't have anything to complain. It's basic enough, and I feel like it's serviceable. So for a brief size comparison, here he is with the Giant Kong Skull Island 2017 version and the Giant Kong from 2021's from Godzilla vs. Kong. And between these two figures, I'm sorry, but Godzilla absolutely wins this. Like, let me be clear. Kong as a figure, he's okay at best. His sculpt is decent, his articulation's serviceable, but his paint and color scheme is absolutely terrible. Like, he's a jet black when the movie design depicts him as a lighter gray. Sorry, gray. Brown, I meant. Like this. Maybe a bit more older and shoveled. So if this color scheme was on this Kong, that would have been so much better. But no, Playmates had to kind of shoot themselves in the foot and make it like this. Meanwhile, this Godzilla has color to him that actually makes sense and has a good amount of opposability, plus an actually good, well, sculpt. I would say the sculpt on this guy's a bit weaker than Kong, but really that's the only thing I like about Kong more than Godzilla here. And here he is with the giant Godzilla evolved from Godzilla Kong the New Empire, and the giant Mothra, also of the Godzilla Kong the New Empire variety. And, yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. The Godzilla evolved is bigger, at least by a little bit. Which I think as far as scale goes, that is accurate because Godzilla in 2021 was about 120 meters tall estimated. And the New Empire Godzilla is about 29 meters tall. So he definitely grew a bit. And as for Mothra, I think it's pretty clear that this is at least decently size accurate. But as for which of the legendary Godzillas that I prefer of the giant scale, I am going to have to side a bit with the, I'm personally, and this is like a big emphasis, I would still say that this is overall the better executed figure. This one, just technically, so to speak, does improve, but also has a lot of issues, I would say, more so than this one does. His paint scheme in a lot of areas just doesn't work. Like, for example, this weird sliver just looks weird, and his eyes just have that weird defect on mine where they just, you can kind of see it, just a little tiny beady up there, versus this one where it just looks a lot better to look at, in my personal opinion. So, but hey, the evolved one is more eye-catching. And finally, here he is with some 6-inch Godzilla Kong figures. Not Godzilla Kong the New Empire, just Godzilla vs. Kong figures, with the 6-inch Godzilla Heat Ray and the, as I mentioned before, the Godzilla Radio Tower. And let me just kind of bring this in. You can kind of already see it, but they are technically, so to speak, different shades of gray. They do look a bit different, but what's funny is that even though this one's supposed to have paint, they kind of both do the thing where the tail doesn't have paint, so they really are just son and father, aren't they? And for my final thoughts, what do we think of the giant Godzilla? He's actually not that bad in retrospect. Sure, he has a bit of problems, but at the end of the day, this is actually a very serviceable figure. He has a decent sculpt with decent detailing, pretty good paint applications given the price point and what he was created by, and his articulation's actually, again, pretty serviceable. You do get a fair amount of posability with this thing. Really, the only things I'll doctor points off of is mainly things like smoothened out details here, not that much paint on the tail, if not really any, and I do kind of wish there was some sort of joints at the head, but aside from those, he's basically a pretty good, like, deluxe-sized legendary Godzilla. If you can't get the Playmates, if you can't get the Jack Specific, because I see the Playmate stuff more in circulation than the Jack Specific stuff, then I highly recommend this thing. It's not a bad way to go. Give it maybe some, like, extra sculpting work if you're, like, a customizer, but really, this is a really nice way to go. Sadly, this is going to be one of Playmates' vaulted figures, which means it's no longer being made. So you are gonna have to pay like aftermarket. Sorry, I had a brain fart there. Aftermarket prices for this guy, but I think it's worth it at that point. You're paying like what, $25-$30, which isn't that bad really. I would not pay any more than $40 for this guy. $35 mint in box, that's a bit stretching it by technicality, but that's as far as I would go. So with that said, I'm going to rate this guy an overall final score of 7.5 out of 10. So with that said, as for my recommendations, again, if you just want a better like 11-inch scale Godzilla in your collection, this is not a bad way to go. I would definitely prefer this over the Kong, but if you want a Godzilla and Kong together in the deluxe scale, those two are not bad together. Just give Kong a different paint job. But with that said, that's all I've got for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace, everyone. We need Kong. The world needs him, but what the world didn't need was a half-baked figure as our first impression. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the first giant-sized Kong figure from Playmates from the Godzilla vs. Kong line. Well, technically speaking, it was our only one, but This was our first look at the Godzilla vs. Kong design, where he would later be sporting several things such as a beard and just overall much more chunky proportions compared to his 2017 1973 canon counterpart. But with that said, if you guys are longtime viewers of the channel, you guys might remember this guy from being the, I think, 10th spot on the list of like my least favorite Godzilla and Kong figures. And that was because, well, I might as well save it, but do I really still stand by that? Judging from that intro part, you can kind of tell what my actual thoughts are. But with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the Playmates Giant Kong from Godzilla vs. Kong 2021. So starting off with the sculpt and paint, which since spoilers, there is no accessories to actually go with this figure. It should be worth noting that technically, so to speak, this is going to be based on an early like render of Kong, and they dulled down that said render to make it more like of their, I guess you could say, for kids, like toys. Like it's basically just dulled down for a cheap $20 kids toy. That said, it very much shows with the head sculpt, which I can actually say the head sculpt actually ain't that bad. I kind of dig it a lot. For the face, we have the eyes, which are going to be painted a variety of different colors, which we have a black, orange, and yellow kind of themage going on with there. The nostrils are not going to be too all that impressive, being just little divots in there, but the mouth is actually kind of cool because it's the closed mouth head sculpt, which we would later see on the Kong fighter jet figure, and the Hong Kong battle variant, and I also think the Antarctic, whatever, they made like a billion Kongs. Which we actually have the snaggletooth variant here, which we have one of the tooth kind of like peering out, and the other one kind of showing up, but it's not like past the lip. But what's actually kind of cool is that it's all sprayed white, but you can kind of see that there's a bit of depth there, because you can kind of see like the back of the mouth there. If you look at it from this side, it actually like reveals a bit more of the mouth. So there's a bit of dimension with that, and that's actually kind of cool. That's like one of the few things I actually like absolutely dig about this thing, like totally. As for the rest of the head, you get some fair amount of fur details, all like spiky bits of the hair here. We have the ears, which are going to be off to the sides. I don't know what that is. I think that's just broken down sculpt, because that is not from me. We have the beard, which is actually going to be pretty, not a spiky beard, but it is kind of like hard end, so it might poke some eyes, especially if you like twist the head 180. And I don't know, I've seen some relatives of mine actually do that, so there's that of note. For the actual like rest of the head, there's really not much to talk about. It's probably the most well-detailed thing here. And you're also going to notice that the rest of the body is going to be colored basically the same thing, but we'll get to that in just a sec. For the pecs, they're actually going to be smoothened out black and almost look like a different shade of black. That looks more like a charcoal. This one looks more like a solid, but it is going to be more smoothened out details with the slashes, one there, and one there, painted on as like a beige or whatever kind of color that is, like a very, 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 very dull, almost yellow grayish mix. And honestly, I would have preferred them if they were sculpted, but it is what it is. The fur detail actually looks pretty well done here, which we do have a bit of a belly button there. And does kind of transition well from the actual like black spray. Going to the back here, which we can see screw hole after screw hole after screw hole. I grew up with toys with screw holes, so I wouldn't really mind these, honestly. So that's why I'm not really critiquing them. What I will critique is, in my personal opinion, though the detail looks great, it just lacks a thing of paint. In fact, relatively speaking, the pecs, slashes, and the face, those are the only painted bits on this figure. And even then, I don't know if the pecs are really painted. They could just be a smoothened out plastic, because that can happen. Anyway, for the shoulders, which are going to be big and muscular, like this is a big boy. Like Kong really was working out between 1973 and 2024 in canon. The actual fur detail looks absolutely sick and just looks so wavy. It looks very, very fuzzy. And you can just tell it's like old and more shelled out compared to his 2017 counterparts. The wrists here definitely have a bit more like what the chest has, more darkened out, shiny black with more like mellowish detailing. This one's kind of open, which is weird because it doesn't have anything to hold. I guess just to accommodate the sculpt of the original 6-inch, so all Kongs don't have to have like this one has closed fist, the other ones have open fist, and Playmates doesn't have to put in the extra work. But this one has the clenched fist and kind of more or less the same kind of details. You get the fingernail, you get the kind of like folds and wrinkles in the skin. It's basically just kind of basic stuff, monkey booty. And for the legs, which are going to be a lot more thickened this time around as compared to the 2017 variants, a lot more fur detail kind of going down towards the sides as well. A little bit more smoothed out where it gets to the same. But the back side actually looks a bit well done with the fur. It almost looks like tree bark. Doesn't it? Almost looks like a tree. But yeah, just to give you like a bit of another look, kneecaps look pretty alright. They're not like all that noticeable, but the feet, again, the sculpt work is pretty decent on this thing. Definitely more or less smoothened out detail work here for the bottom of the feet, but the top, you still got the nails, you know, they're still there. And yeah, that's basically like it. Let's have one more look at the actual like front. Oh wow, actually hitting the big Godzilla, Titan Godzilla back there. The side profile, the back profile, underneath, from above, and back to the front. So for the Giant Kong sculpt and paints, I'm going to be honest and say that while I think it's cool that the sculpt work, I would say I don't have like any major gripes given the price point and what Playmates is trying to do here. In fact, that snaggletooth mouth is actually kind of cool. However, what I'm not so much of a fan of is the lack there of color. Also, it's the wrong color. Yeah, let me just say this. Kong was never a charcoal gray. He was never a dark colored character. He was always more brownish, not really red, but he was more of like, his fur was always more brownish. This is not that color. It's definitely more so a charcoal gray. I don't know why Playmates opted to go for this route, especially because like even the earliest source materials never depicted Kong as like this more darker colored character. This color almost looks more appropriate for Godzilla. And it's funny because they've actually produced some Godzillas that are of this color. Kong though, this just never looked right to me. I think the only like time where Kong was really darkened was like in scenes in the dark. I guess maybe like the scene on the aircraft carrier with Gia, or maybe like the Hong Kong fight. But really, the thing about those is that Kong was illuminated by those scenes. He was illuminated by the light ship, and he was illuminated by everything in Hong Kong. And we know what a Playmates Hong Kong battle Kong is supposed to look like thanks to the 6-inch figure. So what this figure is really supposed to be, I don't know. Which is why it's just so confusing and, in my personal opinion, lazy. It's not only the wrong color, but there's barely any of it. There's not that much paint, even for a Playmates figure. It's just the face and the scars. That's really it. And like, I really feel like this figure could have used some form of dry brush, which is ultimately why, spoilers, that's kind of the reason why this thing gets to like lower on my list for like top favorite Playmates Godzilla and Kong figures, because as we're about to see in comparisons, this guy's kind of outdated. But for the actual sculpt and paint, I think the sculpt is pretty decent. The paint, just flat out no. So I'm going to give this thing a 5.5 out of 10 for sculpt and paint. So for articulation, we have actually a decent fit. We have a rotation here at the head, which, much like I mentioned earlier, that it's actually decently sharp and actually can jab you. The shoulders here can go a full 360, as well as a full 360 at the wrist. Same with both sides, just to demonstrate. Don't worry, I didn't break anything. It just kind of makes that noise anyway. Let's move the arms up and go to the legs. This leg can go a full 360. Same with this one. And full 360 here at the foot. Just like so. Yeah, there we go. This one's a little tight. It's definitely going to be a little stiff. So that's basically it for articulation. There's really not a whole lot as far as like action figure versus kids toy. But here's what I will say. At the time, this was pretty decent. You know, you got what you needed. You had a head joint, you had arm joints, wrist joints, hip joints, and foot joints. Okay, cool. What makes this guy significantly outdated? I know, I would save our comparisons for the end, but this figure was released like, what, 3 or 4 years after this? And while I am gonna like consider this as like an improvement versus this one, this guy has all the bells and whistles more so than him. He has not only a swivel, but a ball joint here at the head. He has swivel hinges for the shoulders, joints at the elbows, swivel hinges for the hips, and bendable knees. The only thing that this guy doesn't have that this guy does is a foot swivel. If that was there, this would be the best Playmates Kong figure by far. But, I mean, it kind of already is, in my personal opinion. But there's just, strictly judging this on its own, it's fine. You know, it's serviceable. It's about the same as you get with, like, a Bandai vinyl or a then Playmates. But as for 2025, there's a clearly better option to buy than this guy is. So I'm going to say 6.5 out of 10 for the articulation. So for some brief size comparisons, here he is compared to some miscellaneous figures with the, I just showed off the giant Kong from 2024's Godzilla Kong the New Empire, and the derpy Godzilla on the channel, as you guys know him, or the 1989 Diamond Select Bust Bank from Godzilla vs. Biollante. And which is funny because there's actually a full body version of this guy that would actually be about, I think, up to here, just where the tip of my finger is. You can kind of see it, but just right there in the scale. So maybe I might pick that up one day. I just have to find a seller that's willing to sell for a good price. And next up, here he is compared to the Kong Skull Island Giant Kong from 2017, and his technically speaking counterpart, the Giant Godzilla from 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong. And I haven't re-reviewed this guy yet, but let me just ask, why did Godzilla get the better treatment than Kong did? And finally, here he is with some 6-inch standard figures with Kong Battle Axe and Godzilla T-Ray. And so overall, what do I think about this guy? I'm gonna be a bit honest. It's hard for me to recommend this. Not because I think that this is worst figure of the year material, because there are some redeeming qualities about him, like his sculpt work and his posability. But that said, his posability is outdated when you compare it to what would come later, and his paint from the get-go was honestly kind of lazy. That's really the big problem here. I feel like this figure had a lot more potential of being the big deluxe Kong figure that, in my personal opinion, no pun intended, the world really needed, but sadly, this wasn't it. I think the 2017 Kong was just a lot better of an executed figure, even for the time, and it kind of confuses me why that figure was such a big rush job, yet it somehow ended up being better than the figure that was brewing from the very beginning of Playmates' master license. I just have a bit of questions, and unfortunately, I'm never going to get the answers to them. However, what we found out later with the New Empire is that there's a much better adult legendary Kong figure out there that surpasses this thing in every way. Sculpt and paint, articulation, and even has a beast glove. Now, maybe for those that just want like a blank Kong, okay, maybe I can see this thing going through, but at that point you might as well just get the 2017 variant because again, it just looks better. It's maybe not more movie accurate to its source material than this one does, but really I feel like the only reason to go back to this thing is if you're trying to hunt down all the Godzilla vs. Kong stuff from Playmates, or you just want to have the two giant Godzilla and Kong stepping against each other with mechagodzilla thrown in the middle, of which I don't own. That's a good enough reason to buy this, but at the same time, I feel like there's just better options, you know? Well, so for my final score, I'm going to give this thing a 5.7 out of 10. It's just almost down the middle between a 6 and a 5.5. It's somewhere down there. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time where we review Godzilla himself. Peace out, everyone. You know, giving Godzilla literal armor has to be one of the dumbest ideas and useless ideas in the MonsterVerse. Thankfully, that's not canon. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're retreading the Playmates line of Godzilla vs. Kong products with the Titan Tech Godzilla. Yes, this is going to be the second of the Titan Tech figures we're going to be taking a look at. The third would technically be Rodan, but newsflash, I don't have Rodan. Here's your Rodan. He's an angry bird. Just pretend there's battle armor on him. Anyway, so yes, this is going to be the Titan Tech Godzilla, which, if you don't know, Titan Tech is basically like a subline, like a spin-off line in Playmates' MonsterVerse line of products. And basically they take your favorite MonsterVerse kaiju and they make them like have these transformative gimmick armor stuff like weapons and stuff galore, and it looks really stupid, really corny, but really fun to actually do. And essentially it's a gimmick toy. So this is going to be the Godzilla variant, which I don't know if they're going to come out with like a Godzilla, what do you say, Godzilla evolved version of this guy. That would actually be pretty cool. But this is the Godzilla we've got. So I previously took a look at the Kong. I thought the Kong was actually pretty fun. As far as like quality is concerned, like actual quality, no, it's not necessarily the best. It had a crummy sculpt, all things considered. Paint job was decent. The new battle axe was cool, and the articulation serviceable. Nothing too special going on there. But the actual transformation was actually pretty good. The only thing I was really not liking was the fact that the backside was pretty much blank. However, this Godzilla, I can say, does improve on some stuff, so let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. Now, what's kind of a bit of a downside about this figure is that, admittedly, it doesn't really come with any form of accessory. It doesn't come with a heat ray. It doesn't come with, like, any external attachments that you can, like, latch onto the figure, because I think that would have been pretty fun. It's just primarily a 8 to 8-inch tall Godzilla figure that you're basically just going to be getting. So there is no accessory, but that kind of segues perfectly into the sculpt and paint. And I'm pleased to say that the sculpt and paint, at least proportionally speaking, like the actual design, isn't so awkward compared to its original counterpart, that being the Heat Ray Godzilla from the 6-inch line. The reason why is because Godzilla's body is a lot more chunky than Kong's body, so there's a lot more gimmicks and such you can actually hide internally. It doesn't give it, though, that it has a lot of seam lines and such. But for the actual design for the face, let's kind of like push my camera up a little bit. For the face, we actually do get like this part, which is going to be made of a more softer plastic. So the good news is there's going to be a bit more detail than you would expect. We have the eye paint, which is going to be actually more, I wouldn't say complex. It looks a bit better than, again, the 6-inch figures because it's an 8-inch figure. You're actually going to be like taking the sculpt and you're going to be like maximizing it as if you're in Photoshop. The eyes, though, are going to be like crescents this time around with black dots for the pupil. I'm pretty sure that's just the base plastic peering through, so that means if the figure was white, that'd be a white pupil. But alas, that's what it is. From a front, yeah, it looks kind of goofy as hell, but that's honestly to be expected. The detail work here is actually really nice, and I do dig what we have here. For the top of the head, it's actually pretty well detailed. You'd think they'd actually smoothen that sucker out. For the at the nostrils, they're pretty well sculpted too. Got some like bit of a blue wash there, or unless that's just like mild sprayage from the teeth at hand. But we do have a lot of nice detail. Screw holes galore. Not on both sides. Nope, not on both sides. It's just primarily to this side of the head. Which yes, screw holes. They're going to be a problem for some. For others, not really. I've said this time and time again, but I'll continue saying it. I grew up with toys with screw holes, so I really don't care that they have them. I mean, maybe someone would like them covered, but hey, that is what it is. For the non-soft plastic part of the figure, which like is basically this whole neck segment that you can actually kind of see shifting up and down. I don't know if that's a bad thing, but we have basically just kind of like the softened out detail with the neck segments. The plastic here used is again really hard, and then we have like the dorsal plates like where it starts going blue, and at least they actually bothered to do the neck segment dorsal plates blue this time, which good job, Playmates, you're learning. For the teeth are okayly painted. They're just kind of like basic white strips, nothing really to talk about there, although we do get some more of that like bluish white wash with the figure. And we do have a tongue, which is very nicely done as well with the teeth, kind of making our turn as far as details concerned. Nothing too much with the neck because it is kind of softened out with the gills and the neck lining. Going to this side, more or less just the same thing as the other side, just with more smoothed out details, and there's no screw holes. I will say again, there's kind of like a noticeable difference in quality. It's almost like this is rendered near perfectly. This thing still has yet to be rendered, so take that for what you will. Bottom of the jaw, just to give you a bit of a better look at that. For the sides of the figure, specifically like the sides of the chest, we have actually pretty decent detail. Like this is actually not that bad for a Playmates figure. Here's this section here, which is actually going to be like something you pull out, is going to be more soft plastic. So there is a bit of a difference as far as like quality, but really it is consistent enough to where you really won't see it unless you actually like pay good attention to that seam line. It almost looks like a fork, doesn't it? Anyways, yes, all the scales, they kind of go down a little bit more towards the dorsal plates where you see this big like set of blue beams. That's actually part of the actual like transformation. Going to this side, more or less the same thing, so not too much to talk about. When we do get to the stomach, though, it does become a little less rendered, because here we have like the pecs, and the pecs sadly don't make that prominent of an appearance. Again, kind of a little bit of a disappointing thing. But for the arms, we do have a little bit of detail, which we have a bit of like the rectangular scales going down. Here we have this little nub, which is again something you pull out, a little bit of like Axis blue paint. I don't know what that blue paint is from. Actually, no, I do know what that blue paint is from. You're going to see it in a bit. But you can kind of see that there's a bit of a color difference. That's more black. This is more like charcoal gray. As you can continue seeing here, this side doesn't have it, but there's no paint on the claws, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because I feel like the figure could have used some paint, you know. Going to the legs, which are going to be big and meaty. As per usual, they're definitely more bent in like the actual design of like the standard 6-inch figures, which is I think what they did here. But of course we have like all the panel lining for the transformation, all the different like scales and whatnot kind of running down. Let's take a look at the foot here. Monsterverse 2022, Godzilla trademark Copper Toho and all that good stuff. Playmate stuff. And again, I kind of wish there was paint on the claws. Same thing here for the nub, because there's a bit of a color difference. I think the claws would have looked really well with some paint. And yeah, that's honestly like a bit of a criticism I have. It's just the lack thereof a lot of paint, like maybe a dry brush or something. The dorsal plates here are a bit of a mixed bag to me, because on one hand, I appreciate the translucency of the translucent plastic, of course, being used here. And I do like how like more chunky they are in comparison to something, again, like the 6-inch figure. However, like the 6-inch figure, unlike the 6-inch figure, I mean, these are not the correct shape. Yes, they are the KOTM plus fins, but they're dulled down significantly. Yeah, for some reason, they did this same thing with the Battle Roar Godzilla, and this Godzilla especially, where I guess they wanted it to be less sharp for kids, but like, you have an 11-year-old figure, an 11-inch tall figure that has the correct dorsal plates and are completely malleable and fine. So why a bigger figure and a smaller figure have those shape of fins, but somewhere in between doesn't? Like, that's not adding up to me. So I don't understand what the actual intention behind these dorsal plates are. That's something I never really liked. Also, some people might not like the gap in between the dorsal plates, again, because of the transformation. I don't mind it because I've gotten used to it, and I understand why, but probably because I have it actually transformed on my shelf more than times than not. And as for the tail, it's not an incredibly long tail. It's actually pretty short for Godzilla, but he actually just kind of like stops right here. And there's no paint on this thing, no blue watch, sadly, that doesn't count. And what's fun to note is that it actually comes in multiple segments. Well, technically speaking, it comes in this big, long segment that you pop it in. But this segment right here is going to be like soft plastic, and just to showcase, no, there's not going to be any articulation here. If you try doing that, it's going to split the plastic, which kind of scares me. And of course, we got some screw holes, just to show you underneath, more of the segmenting. Nice dorsal plate detail, though. So for the actual like side profile, there's this above back shot. Literally hitting the Titan Godzilla. The side shot again. I think I already did this, but screw it, below. And front profile. So, for the actual sculpt and paint for Titan Godzilla, Titan Tech Godzilla, sorry. That's Titan Godzilla. This is Titan Tech. You guys really need some new names, okay? Because we have Battle Mechagodzilla, Battle Roar Mechagodzilla, and now we have Titan Godzilla, Titan Tech Godzilla, and then there's Megagodzilla and Giant Godzilla. Like, we need some new names, Playmates. You guys are doing a great job with your Godzilla Con, the new Empire line, but please, we need some new names. Anyway, for the actual sculpt and paint, it's nothing spectacular, especially for Playmate standards. This is about what I'd say average. It's not going to feature that much paint aside from the face, because pretty much everything else is virtually unpainted. You could technically classify this as painted, but it's entirely one segment that I almost really don't count it. Everything else here is not going to be that well painted. There is some pretty decent sculpt work going on, but a lot of it's just more on the unrendered, cheaper side, which again, I understand what you're paying for. Like, what is this? Like 15 bucks a figure? At least American? I can't imagine what other countries must go through in order to buy one of these. But at the end of the day, at least what you're getting with this guy is good. It's serviceable, good. I would say, honestly, it's better than Kong's. My real, only gripe with it is just going to be the lack of a dry brushing. If this thing had a dry brush like the original 6-inch figure did, I basically wouldn't be complaining. The dorsal plates, okay, they kind of suck, but I understand why they do that, because this actually has a purpose with the transformation. So, how do I really score this? I'm going to say 7.5 for the actual sculpt and paint. It's at least on the more better side. For articulation, we actually have actually more than Kong, yes. Surprisingly, there is a Godzilla figure compared to a Kong figure that has more articulation than the Kong. Anyway, so for the articulation, we have a hinge at the jaw, which is not going to be too big. We're just going to have that go that far out, that far in. Nothing at the head, even though there is a seam, there is nothing there. For the shoulders, we actually do have a swivel, so we can go up about this far, a little bit, no, that's about it. And down about this far. Let's go to a side profile so you can really see that. Oh wow, actually splitting the whole thing out. Oh boy. So yeah, you can basically just go up and down. and wrist can go a full 360. Same thing on the other side. For the leg, we can go up about that far, backwards about that far, and can rotate full 360 degrees. Same on this side. This one's actually a bit more easier to move than this one. I don't know, this one just seems to glide a bit more easily. And we can go a full 360 with the foot, and a full 360 at the tail. And of course nothing there, because you are going to just split the plastic right out, which that screw is probably not doing its job. Anyway, so as for the actual articulation, again, it's basic. You know, it's just basics. Same thing could apply to the sculpt and paint. The articulation is basic. You get hinge at the jaw, shoulders, wrists, feet, hips, and a tail. Essentially, you get an identical amount to the articulation as you would with the 6-inch, if not a little more with the wrists and the feet. So as far as articulation goes, that's actually pretty good for a Playmate. So I'm going to go ahead and score this thing a 7.5 out of 10. I would say that the only thing that would be really missing is just a head swivel, because like the head doesn't have any transformation, spoiler alert, but really I think that it's actually pretty well done. Something to have note is that, I think I just forgot this in the sculpt and paint, is the way that the foot is done is kind of weird, because the foot itself, or sorry, the leg is actually bent backwards like this, and it's actually the mold as to where this foot would actually be like stepping forward. Let me explain. This is the legs to my original hedorah Godzilla figure. Basically what they did is they took like the legs and they like bent them backwards, but it's essentially two of this leg right here. Granted, this one's more bent back than this one is, but this one is more straightened out, so the Godzilla can actually stand on two legs. Here, it almost looks like he's squatting because of the way his legs are looking. Now, maybe this is just like Playmates like trying to do like a neutralized position, but it doesn't really look well. Oh, is that? Oh yes, there's the transformation. But yeah, the articulation for me gets a personal 7.5 out of 10, just for that. Also, yes, that was just worth noting. All right, and finally, for the moment you guys have been waiting for, it's going to be the transformation. So the transformation is a bit more complex on Godzilla because there are more components to him than Kong. But it should be worth noting that there's really nothing like no right or wrong way to do it, just don't break it. So the way I like to start it is you're going to look at the dorsal plates and you're going to flip them around. We're going to see these two blue appendages. That's how you know you're on the right track. So you're going to lightly take this arm and you're going to split it like that. Maybe don't go as rough as I do. Flip this like rib cage looking thing out all the way like this, and you're going to see this blue appendage go like that. Now, take this little segment and kind of like push this a little back, not overly back, but push it a little bit back. And you're going to also want to pry this open. Make sure the legs aren't like careening against each other. And pretty much rinse, repeat on this side. Flip this out, flip that out, and flip this out. So now you should have 3 points of Godzilla that are flipped out like that. So make sure you just get rid of all the internal components and just watch as this guy gets pieced back together. So we're going to have this like creepy Godzilla abomination. So you're going to want to flip this out, and you're going to see this little black nub kind of fold out. That is to help kind of like secure everything in place. So you're going to want to just kind of align everything like this. Oh, wait. There we go. And this is going to be like in a hinge, and it's just going to split out open like that. So that's going to be your chest piece, and so the internal mechanism should look like this. Next, you're just going to flip this part out. Make sure all the blue parts are still out. And now it should look something like this. You should have 2 shoulder guards and this big set of rib cage guards. Really just the spine guards. So you're going to have to couple these suckers up like this. And boom. That is the spine armor. What's funny enough is that this and this are, like, technically, so to speak, the only source of armor really on this figure. So again, the rest you can do pretty much to your own order, but we're gonna go like downward. So these are gonna flip open like that to reveal some extra compartments. The best part about it is it's not really hard plastic. It's actually kind of soft plastic. You're going to take the left forearm and see this little switch we talked about earlier? Boom. Now he's packing. Go here, flip this around, fold this upward. We got a set of North Korea missiles. Flip this open, and we reveal another switchblade, as well as we flip this open to reveal even more missiles. Hey, rinse and repeat on this side. Just like so. Just like that. And for the last bit, we have a bit of tail stuff. So we flip this whole compartment open, pull this out, and we have a switchblade that is on a hinge. So once everything is all folded up and ready to go, your Godzilla should look like this. Absolute madness here. Now, for the actual like detail in the transformation, everything here is going to be blue as opposed to silver and gold on Kong. So this is more color correct with Godzilla. Here we have a bit of like different components, like with like these little knives there and like some more tech and stuff in Godzilla. We have some like shoulder pads, this little chest piece, which I'm not sure the significance of. Maybe it's like a power energizer thing. Another shoulder pad, a switchblade that is going to be colored a silver with some blue stuff in the actual arm. And a little black nub, of course. More of the same blade stuff, some armor around the dorsal plates there and here, which we have 6 in all. We have some more missiles here, here, and here. Another switchblade, just to kind of go back around. Missiles, blade, and more missiles. And of course right here we have a switchblade which can really do some damage, giving your Godzilla some extra work to do as far as like tail slapping. Let's tail slap the Titan Godzilla. Oh no, what's this? He has something that this guy didn't account for. His size. Oh no. Game over. Jokes aside, I think between Titan Godzilla and Titan Godzilla were to fight, I think there's a pretty clear winner there. This guy might have all the gadgets and, well, hypothetical armor, but this guy has size and strength. So yeah, I guess who wins? Anyway, as for the actual display and like presence of it, it is very cool. This is really like what the hell is this? When you have like family over or friends over, guests over, whatever, they see this thing on your shelf or maybe your bin or something, whatever you have this guy in, and they're gonna be like, what is this? Like, what does Godzilla look like that? And it's just, it makes for a great talking piece, you know? I think just like a lot of it, again, it's not something that is supposed to make sense because this isn't technically, so to speak, Godzilla. This is a version of Godzilla, like a Titan cyborg version of him that just looks incredible and he looks awesome. I will say as far as armor goes, I do like his personally more than a Kong because it looks more like armor and actually protects him in certain vital areas, like his gills being guarded by these blades and his dorsal plates being guarded by these little like beams. That said, he is just packed with missiles on his legs. He has a switchblade in addition to his claws. He has shoulder guards. He basically has all the works. If I did have a bit of a gripe, I think I would have liked more color variety on his gear because a lot of it is just basic blue. You know, why not have like this being a red? Actually, you know, funny enough, there was supposed to be a red version of this guy. I think like years ago there was a like a prototype of the megagodzilla, like the one with like the missiles. That actually did have like this red serpentine armor, and then they literally just took that, reworked this into this guy, and just made it blue. How we know that is just because of these. They literally look the same. Anyway, but that's a whole different other story for a different thing. That said, this figure on its own, I think, is going to be the stronger one of the two as far as the armor is concerned. So there is that. I personally rate the armor an 8.5 out of 10. I feel like something that could have been really cool is maybe its own gimmick aside from it. So like maybe like a missile of his own. Like if there's any Godzilla that needs a missile, it's this one. Ironic because his legs are literally jam-packed with it. But I'm rambling at this point, so let's move on. So for some size comparisons, here he is with the original Hirei Godzilla from versus Kong, and the Hiya Toys Godzilla vs. Kong Hirei Godzilla. Which, as far as like, just moving this guy, as far as the actual size is concerned, I never really realized how much shorter the Hiya version would actually be in comparison to the Titan Tech Godzilla, because I never really had the two on the shelf. They are in the same shelf cabinet, if you want to call it that, but they're like on opposite ends of each other just because of the way they look. So I never really actually saw how they looked staying next to each other. So it really is impressive to think that even though Hiya's is absolutely massive and chunky, there's actually a clear size difference, although Hiya is the heavier figure of the two. Also, for anyone wondering, no, sadly, this guy does not have a peg hole in his mouth, so you can't really stick the beam effect in there, but you can kind of like rest it in the throat and kind of have it looking like he is shooting the beam, so there is that. But he's not designed to hold one, sadly. I think a beam effect for this guy would have looked awesome. And here he is compared to the Kongs of the past few reviews, with the Battle Axe Kong 6-inch variety and the Titan Tech Kong himself. Basically, these two are, unfortunately, partners in crime. I say unfortunately because I like more of him and less of him. I know, call me biased, but you know what's actually kind of funny is that as far as like size goes, this is almost like what I originally had expected from the film. Like this size of Kong fighting against this size of Godzilla, although it's a bit more like what these two are. But as for which Titan Tech figure I overall personally prefer, let's actually get this Kong out of the way. As for which Titan Tech figure I personally prefer, I would say the overall looks have to go to the Kong, but I do personally like the articulation, the sculpt work, the paint work, and the actual like amount of weapons and accessories, or well, not really accessories because he has the accessories, gimmicks on the Godzilla in person. So I personally would take the Godzilla over the Kong. The Kong is way more goofy because essentially the Kong needs this. You know, I give it like 3 movies in, he's going to have most of all this stuff. And if they keep going the sci-fi, so dumb, stupid sci-fi stuff in the MonsterVerse, because after the Beast Club, there's basically no going back. Giving Godzilla armor really isn't that important. And I mean, hey, I don't see Godzilla rocking any headphones or sunglasses, but he did go up against Charles Barkley. And finally, here's some NECA Godzilla and Kong figures with the NECA King Kong original version and the NECA 1954 Godzilla, which, putting Mr. 1954 Goji to the side, I would say, like, as far as these two being paired together size-wise, this is actually really good sizing. I like this. They're both about the same height, if not Godzilla's a little bit taller, trying to actually look because my timer's in the way. But I actually once like took a pictures of these guys a while ago, saying like, I'm so excited for them to return 2024. Yeah, it's 2025 now, so time is flown by fast, huh? Anyway, yes, yeah, so if this guy were to be more of an adult collectible, strip all of his accessories and gimmicks away, this would actually be a fun pairing. And so for my final thoughts, what do I think of the Titan Tech Godzilla? This thing is absolutely nuts. It has a lot of cool gimmicks and bells and whistles that I think children are going to absolutely love for hours. It's definitely going to be a bit weak as far as the actual paint is concerned, although it does feature, technically so to speak, better paint than Kong does. And I think the overall design of like base form Godzilla versus base form Kong definitely kind of warrants itself being the superior figure of the two. The only thing that I feel like this figure is really missing is going to be some extra paint, maybe a beam effect, and personally, I just think more color variety on the actual like gimmicks, because most of it is basically just confined to blue, and Godzilla is known for glowing several different colors, so why not do it? That said, if Playmates ever does continue the Titan Tech line beyond the three figures we have, Godzilla, Kong, and Rodan, I feel like they should really like just go nuts. Don't hold back, just go to the max with the ridiculousness. You've already opened up the floodgates for this guy, just continue going at it. That said, I would really recommend this for people that just love crazy figures, or you just like Transformers, because I do have some friends who actually do like Transformers, and you know, this might actually be a nice fun gateway to like introduce them to the world of Godzilla collectibles. So yeah, as for my final score, I personally rate it what's a good score? I'm actually gonna say 7.5 out of 10. I think that's a fun score. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be a bit generous. Let's bump that up to an 8. A pretty damn good figure. So that said, I have a lot of fun with this, and I hope you have fun too. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, especially if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. It was Godzilla who killed the radio star. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with kind of continuing our line of Playmates reviews remastered from Godzilla vs. Kong. Today we have the Radio Tower Godzilla, and of course, the actual main character of the set is going to be the Radio Tower itself. So this is going to be, again, a remaster review of an old figure we took a look at all those years ago, just in higher quality. Yes, this is a newer phone, so we're going to kind of take a new lens in the literal approach. But with that said, there's some things I should probably go over about this guy before we do get started. For one, this is going to be from the very first wave of Godzilla vs. Kong products. So we're talking Heat Ray Godzilla, Kong with Battle Axe, this guy, the Skullcrawler Thief, and the two giants, Giant Godzilla and Giant Kong, from the Godzilla vs. Kong movie. So the quality isn't necessarily up to par with, say, some of Playmates' newer works. Like I'm talking Kong with Beast Glove, Godzilla Evolved, even though it's a little bit more same ballpark as this one. I would even go as far to say Scar King, which is a pretty damn good figure overall. Shimo, pretty good. Basically all the more recent works. So this is definitely going to be on the more outdated class. But with that said, it's still going to be kind of like a trip down memory lane when Godzilla merch was, in a way, kind of like coming back when everything was so scarce, because the King of the Monsters movie did offer us some pretty good products, but for the most part, it was the big, like, most common thing you could buy was mainly kind of content to Jack specific, which was a very limited range. Because, like, what, you had a few minifigures, like 2 6-inch figures, and then a 12-inch and a big 24-inch, which was like a site exclusive, plus a mask, which like maybe 3 people bought, but like, so along came Playmates, and they produced a ton of variety of Godzillas over the years. But for their first wave, was this actually a great introduction to the line, or was this just proving that Playmates was just a big dud within the whole MonsterVerse range? Keep in mind, we're only talking MonsterVerse, not Toho Classic. Let's find out. So starting off with the accessories, yes, we're just going right to accessories, which is pretty much what we're going to be doing from here on out with these Playmates toys. Is going to be this radio tower, which has really no significance in the film, which at no point does Godzilla really attack a radio tower, or nor does he wield one in the film. So this was definitely Playmates' way of like giving Godzilla like an accessory. Like, what do we do? Godzilla doesn't really hold stuff. do we like give him maybe like a tree? No, we just give him a radio tower, which it's going to be a flexible piece of rubber. So it's very pliable. You can almost like tear these little bits out if you really want to. I'm not going to. But for the detail work, we actually do have a little bit. For the top, we have this little nub, which is going to be, of course, the little antenna at the top of the tower. Then we have this big cylinder, kind of coils down, and then we have all the actual radio tower bits, which is going to have these little, I forget the name of them. I know what they are. I know what they do. But we have some red lining here at the top and midway. And we have like some of the various beams and wires like kind of crumbled in because again, Godzilla's supposed to be like grasping it. And he's doing like a pretty good job at like actually squishing it. So we have some like flat parts, which I would assume is where it's like primarily broken. But yeah, it's supposed to be like all folded up and everything. Bottom here, it's supposed to just look like this on 4 legs, even though one of the legs is kind of bent. I don't know if that's because of mine or if that's actually supposed to look like that. I'm going to say it's supposed to look like that because I've had it this way since I got it. Anyway, so yeah, this one's actually cleanly painted too, which I kind of find surprising. But yeah, it's just basically one big long thing of gray rubber and with 2 pieces of the red paint and yeah, just kind of more diamond-esque details with some more like bumps and kind of crumpled up in bits. So to put it in, there's really no right or wrong way. I mean, there is a wrong way, but there's also not really a technically speaking right. I forget like, hold on. So I would have normally have just done it like this. I have like a mixed approach with that. Because sometimes it likes to stand like that. So you have Godzilla's fingers kind of grasping that circle. And then you have Godzilla's thumb kind of like grasping that side. And you do have Godzilla wielding the radio tower. Which is how it's supposed to be. Or at least in some way. As for grip, he does have a decent grip. But it does tend to fall out. But if you just want to display it, you can actually just sit it upright because even though one of the legs is bent, so actually get that into view, you can actually have it like completely displayed and have Godzilla like, rah, there you go, have like, buy like 10 of these and just go, rah, just all through that. The only problem is you'd have 10 Godzilla toys, which, hey, I mean, 10 Godzilla toys, that's not really a problem. Kind of a problem with they're all the same damn figure, huh? Anyway. So for the actual title accessory, I would say it's whatever. It's like a take it or leave it type thing. It's not like super beneficial to the figure. You know, it's not from the film because maybe it's from like an early cut of the movie because apparently what happened was they had this big longer version of Godzilla vs. Kong that had like all these different scenes, and I'm guessing the radio tower may have been part of that, but then after King of the Monsters underperformed at the box office, because by that time Playmates was probably already under contract with Legendary, again, I'm guessing like chronologically speaking, that they had to shorten down the movie and like make it so general audiences could watch this movie that didn't watch King of the Monsters because they kind of knew King of the Monsters was a dud, even though I really don't like saying that because what an amazing movie that was. Anyway, and my guess is that this was part of that wave. Again, it's just a theory, a game theory, or film theory, huh? And for the other accessory is going to be, of course, the signature battle damage piece, which is going to be right across Godzilla's chest. And so you just take it and you peel it like a scab. So it's going to be this big lightning bolt looking piece across Godzilla's chest. Of course, you have the rib cage underneath. And of course, the rib cage within itself, which we have 4 ribs on that side, 5 ribs on that side too, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You know, for Playmates' first attempt at the battle damage, this was actually pretty decent. I maybe would have liked some more paint on the ribs, but I feel like at that point it's a bit like nitpicking. So, but mine does have a bit of like Axis red, like a little dribblage, and that's not something you can just cover with the battle damage piece. So there's that. So really putting that back on, as you can see, that's something like nail polish remover could remove. So for the accessories, when you really get down and dirty with it, quite literally, battle damage is cool. I'd say, I mean, I don't really have like any complaints about it. I'm actually going to say 8 out of 10. That's actually pretty cool. The radio tower, it's not really that serviceable. I mean, it's serviceable, but it's a piece of gray rubber that's packaged with the figure. You can destroy it, hold it. There's a bit of things you can do. I'm thinking 7 out of 10. So the accessories together, I'm going to say 7.5 because I feel like that's fair. Now that the accessories are out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the actual figure. So, as far as the mold goes, it is the exact same mold as the Heat Ray Godzilla we took a look at a few months ago. And, yeah, basically as far as sculpt, paint, detail, nothing's really changed as far as the actual design of it goes. However, the main difference is going to be primarily the colorization, which, as you can see, the figure is outfitted in a much more grayish blue as opposed to the more charcoal black with a bluish highlight that the original Heat Ray Godzilla was made from. For the face, we instead of blue eyes, we actually have orange eyes. And this is pretty cool because I like this more like deeper color contrast that really just helps with the figure overall to become more of a neutralized Godzilla, even though it has illuminating dorsal plates. It at least looks like a more standard Godzilla because his eyes are more like the fiery red or orange type color within the film itself. There's even like a scene where Godzilla's eyes even change color when he's roaring at Kong. You remember that little roar off Godzilla's eye? Yeah, it's actually canon. So the pupil itself is surprisingly painted because you think like because of a figure this size and a Playmates brand like that, they would just leave blank. But no, you actually do get painted pupils, which when you look at it from the front, okay, looks a little goofy. Not the worst I've actually seen on a figure, but it does look like that. The top of the head has very smoothed out details. You primarily get the details once you get to the back, but for the most part, you can tell that this was Playmates' like very early designs of Godzilla, so it's obviously not going to be like the most up-to-date type thing. I mean, you can barely make out the nostrils, barely make out the other details that are on this guy. For the teeth, primarily just white strips, which do actually have some detail of teeth on there, which is pretty cool. For the top of the mouth, little detail there, but primarily with that peg hole that's supposed to come with the beam with the Heat Ray Godzilla. So there is that, and of course the tongue in there, which there is a sculpted in tongue. You can kind of see the detail right there. That is pretty cool. Anyway, for the sides, we have a bit more rendered detail, not by much, but we do have some segmented neck detail, some more kind of like pointed square-ish neck detail. I don't know how to properly describe it, but it looks a lot more squared off than something like a NECA Godzilla or a Monster Arts Godzilla. And of course we have like all these little line segments going down with the figure. And something of note is that you can see a mild wash. It is very mild, but you can kind of start to see it once we get to the sides. But you can just actually take a look at that detail because there is some detail to be found. Let's talk about the sides of the figure. The actual sides, you can, again, see a bit of a wash here, and it looks pretty nice. It's a bit more of like a darkened wash this time, but there is something there. Primarily, you can see it here because there's no wash, there's the wash. Anyway, so for the actual detail, again, it's a bit unrendered. It almost looks like PS2 graphics to, I would say, busting out like a later... Actually, no, that's a bad comparison. I was about to grab the 2004 Godzilla. Anyway, because that's like almost on the same level as this, just except made of a vinyl. But yeah, it does have a bit of the sculpted details with the scales. The front side has the signature chest pack, of course, with the lightning bolt, Harry Potter scar much. And we have the arms, which are going to be very much muscular, small but muscular. And we have all these like individual segmented details. Claw paint looks pretty sweet with the... I like the fact that even though I think it is the same colors they use on the Heat Ray Godzilla, it actually pops more here because it's a darker color on a lighter colored figure, which awesome. For the legs, all the scales and detail work. I didn't remember the figure being like. Obviously, it's made of hard plastic, but I just made like a harder plastic anyway. So for the actual detail work, again, you can actually see the wash on full effect here. And we can actually bring out some of the more finer details. Like this has to be like one of the most well done parts about this figure as far as like the sheer detail is concerned. Because even on the inside looks pretty sweet as well with all the wash and effects we have going on here. Claw paint again looks really nice. I love this color combination with the lighter skin on the dark claws. That looks sweet. Bottom of the feet have a bit of copyright info, copyright legendary, WE, whatever. Trademark Toho, copyright limited, company limited. For the actual dorsal plates, again, this isn't going to be one of their later releases, so the detail work is there, but it's very, very soft. We have a lot of more like the bladed parts of the figure, a little pointy, like primarily towards here. Other parts here, it's actually a bit more blunt, but still would be cautious about this guy, even though they are pretty rubbery. We have like blue spray across all the dorsal plates, so that looks nice there. Trying to flip this around. Mine's got a few scuffs, probably just because of the previous seller, because I did get this guy used a lot. And we do have the blue, which continues down. My problem with this guy is, again, not a fault of the previous seller, but my tail does not come with any of that blue paint, which it's supposed to. Here is not painted at all. And yeah, we have like a bunch of segmenting though, which has nice underside. And of course the tail within itself has some pretty nice details. And then we have the pointed tip, which goes right up. So it's in a pre-post position, as we'll talk about in articulation. So also that's just kind of another thing, is that Playmates Godzillas are known for being pre-post. So we have the right leg, which goes back, the left leg, which goes front, and then the shoulders, which kind of like rest in a neutralized position. So it's meant to look like he's walking. So for the Playmates Godzilla with Radio Tower, I would say, is he cheap looking? Yeah. I mean, of course, it's a $10 toy. This is one of Playmates' earlier figures, so they did improve over time. But that said, because of that, you also have to like factor in the fact that like these figures may have also been rushed, but also may have not been. I would honestly say like my biggest kind of like complaint with the figure is just primarily going to have to be that tail, because it's not as advertised. There's a blue spray here, is supposed to be on here, but I don't see that, do I? I mean, technically I could fix that by detaching the energized Godzilla tail and putting on this one, but that's like a different color slightly. But as for the actual figure goes, it's okay. It's nothing too spectacular, but I do dig the actual like application. I like the orange eyes. I like the blue spray on the spines. I love the actual colorization on the body, and I love the color contrast between the claws and the body itself, along with the wash. So I would say 7 out of 10 personally for the actual sculpt and paint. Nothing spectacular, but nothing over like bad or anything. Next up is articulation. For the jaw, which actually has a hinge, which I didn't actually originally expect on a figure like this, because usually I thought they'd honestly just do a Bandai where they just keep everything locked in here, but no, you actually do get a hinge, which can open about this far up, close like that, and yeah, that's basically the extent of the articulation there. Now, for the head, you might say, oh, well, it's turning, right? Let's turn it. No. This figure will break if you do that. I have a really good example. Let me go get it. This is my first Godzilla with heat ray. So again, it's the same mold, same company, same line. And watch what happens when I go to turn it. See that? Now let me turn it back. Open it, turn back. That is the plastic starting to split. Let's try that again. I really want to drive home this point. See how it's opening? It's going to push that back into place. Okay, let's open it up again. Alright, I think you get it. That is the plastic splitting up. And the reason why that is because instead of pegging it in like a circular peg, Playmates had the genius idea of putting it in a square peg. Square. Why square? I have no clue. Maybe it's like a connection thing with the design. But in my personal opinion, because of the way that the head looks and the way that it's shaped, there should have been head movement here. Plus, they advertised it in the commercial. There's literally like this one scene where Godzilla even like turns his head like this. And like he's literally like roaring towards the camera or something. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen the commercial. He's like all the way over here. I'm only doing this because this figure is already kind of used, so I really don't care. Like if this neck breaks, like I can actually just repair it. I already have another one anyway. So again, I need to kind of crap, tumbling down the whole figure. Kind of like need to drive home the point that this figure will break if you actually, twist it. And I might have had another scuff. I don't know. So yeah, shoulders can go about this far back and this far forward. Legs, well, this leg can go up and down like that. No rotation at the foot because much like the head it's actually a square peg. You can technically rotate it, but it's super tight and the plastic shears away at the joints, so no. This leg can go up and down. And a ball joint at the tail, which we can go left, right, up, and down. Just like that. So, articulation, fairly basic. It kind of lives up to the name of being a basic 6-inch figure. I'll say that the articulation in the head and feet should have been actual joints and not just pegs. Because think of how much people out there, like little kids who maybe want to get a new dinosaur toy and then they see this Godzilla. Ooh, what kind of dinosaur is that? Their parents buy it. And then they go to turn the head. They turn it. Oh, you're having a little bit of resistance? Okay, let me try harder. Think of how many kids have done that. I'm just saying. So I am going to kind of dock off some points for these three just because there should have been movement, especially when the later released 2014 Godzilla had joints in those specific areas. So why they can do it for 2014 but couldn't do it for the 2019 onward Godzilla, I have no clue. But that said, you might say, oh, well, that's a different design that was released in a different time. Yeah, between the 2014 and now, there was the New Empire line, and Godzilla Evolved still was not able to, I can't remember if he was able to turn his feet, but he was definitely not able to turn his head. If anything, it's less mobility than that. But as for the articulation we do get, it's fairly basic. Ball joint at the tail, swivels at the feet, swivels at the arms, and a hinge for the jaw. So you can get maybe some basic, decent poses. Let me try to get them in kind of like a weird stance. There you go. He's taking a stroll through Tokyo. Anyway. Because of he's already pre-posed, the articulation really doesn't give you that much, so I'm going to say 6 out of 10 for the articulation. Again, a little bit of a dud. For some size comparison and reference, here he is with pretty much his brethren from technically, so to speak, the same line, maybe not the same movie line, but same overall united Monsterverse line, with the simultaneously released Godzilla with Heat Ray and the Godzilla Kong the New Empire reissue of Godzilla with Heat Ray, which has a completely different beam effect and new added limbs, like new tail, new legs, and new plastic of their quality. which in technically, so to speak, terms, as far as like the compatibility of the beams go, you can actually, let's kind of put the beam in the mouth here. You can actually do that, as you can see there. Just keep in mind that I would not suggest like taking out and in over the years, because as my Heat Ray Godzilla has done that, it is scuffed inside the mouth. And here he is with some more Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla Kong, the New Empire figures, with the Kong fighter jet, technically, so to speak, I guess his counterpart, and the very, very crappy energized Godzilla from Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, which originally I had thought that all they just did was take this guy and color him blue, and that was it. Actually, just a brief comparison out of the way, it's almost like it's a different shade of blue between the two. This one's a tad bit darker, but it's primarily the same kind of like design overall. The blue translucent fins come from the Heat Ray Godzilla, so it's almost like an amalgamation between this guy and his Heat Ray cousin. And for the last size comparison, here he is with the Monster Arts 2021 Godzilla and the NECA 2019 Godzilla V1. And so overall, for the Playmates Radio Tower Godzilla, what do I think of this guy? He's honestly my personal favorite between this and the Heat Ray Godzilla. The Heat Ray Godzilla is not like a bad figure, but I think just visually speaking, this guy is just way better. He has a much better color scheme overall, and I would say like if he was given the accessory, mwah, beautiful. Which is probably why I love the Hollow Earth one so much, which is basically just this guy just painted green. That said, do I recommend them? In 2025, I don't know. There's a lot better figures out there of better quality than the earlier 2021 released Godzilla Kong figures, primarily from the New Empire line and what we're going to be getting with Supernova. And I just feel like Playmates has definitely put out a lot better of figures. But that said, I still recommend this over the Energized Godzilla. If you want to go back in time and like really re-experience the pandemic era of what I almost would consider figure collecting, sure, get this guy. Because he's almost like he's right from that era. I almost feel a weird sense of nostalgia for that. Because like going into Walmart or something and actually getting this guy in hand. You know, some people around the world have actually experienced that. But that said, that's all from me. My personal final rating of this guy, I'm going to rate as a 7 out of 10. Not the best figure, definitely not the worst, but good for what it is. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.